Bhai Patel, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat. We also welcome Honorable Health Minister of Gujarat, Shri Rishikesh Bhai Patel, Shri Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha, Secretary, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, Shri Dhananjay Dwivedi, IS Principal Secretary, Health and Family Welfare, Government of Gujarat, and Shri Harshad Patel, Commissioner and Secretary, Health, Government of Gujarat. Namaskar. A very warm welcome to all of you to the Pre-Vibrant Summit on Holistic Healthcare, Good Health and Well-Being for All, which is organized by Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Gujarat. Today, we are indeed honored to have with us Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, and Honorable Minister Shri Rishikesh Bhai Patel. A very warm welcome to you. We also welcome all our dignitaries on dais and our esteemed guests in this hall. India is a nation which has imbibed the philosophy of Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah. India is a treasure trove of the most ancient medical treatment system based on Sushrit Sanhita and Charak Sanhita. India has gifted the world yoga and pranayam. In India, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana has extended excellent health services to the common man of the country. India has ensured vaccine not only for her own countrymen but also for other nations. And today, New India is on the path of improving health services with the help of modern technology. And Gujarat, being the model state, always contributes to the New India's each and every initiative. આજે ગુજરાતની સ્વાસ્થ્ય સુખાકારી માટે આપણે સૌ અહીંયા એકત્રિત થયા છીએ ત્યારે આજના પ્રસંગે ઉપસ્થિત માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રીશ્રી અને મંચ પર બિરાજમાન મહાનુભાવોનું વિધિવત રીતે સ્વાગત સન્માન કરીશું. Ladies and gentlemen, we take this opportunity to welcome our guests. And foremost, I request Shri Dhananjay Dwivedi, IAS Principal Secretary, Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Gujarat, to kindly welcome Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel. We now request Shri Harshad Patel, Commissioner and Secretary, Health, Government of Gujarat, to welcome Honorable Health Minister of Gujarat, Shri Rishikesh Bhai Patel. We now request Dr. Navnath Gawade, Managing Director, GMSCL, to welcome Shri Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha, Secretary, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. We now request Dr. Hemant Koshia, Commissioner, Food and Drug Control Administration, to welcome Shri Dhananjay Dwivedi, Principal Secretary, Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Gujarat. And we now request Dr. Neelam Patel, Additional Director, Public Health, to welcome Shri Harshad Patel, Commissioner and Secretary, Health, Government of Gujarat. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we request Mr. Dhananjay Dwivedi, Principal Secretary, Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of Gujarat, for the welcome address.
गुजरात राज्य के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र पटेल जी, गुजरात राज्य के आरोग्य और परिवार कल्याण विभाग के माननीय मंत्री श्री ऋषिकेश भाई, भारत सरकार के आयुष मंत्रालय के सचिव श्री राजेश कोटेचा जी, हमारे साथ आज के ये 10वें वाइब्रेंट समिट के तत्वावधान में प्री समिट सेमिनार होलिस्टिक हेल्थ केयर के लिए यहाँ पर उपस्थित वक्ता के तौर पे विविध राष्ट्र और आरोग्य क्षेत्र के साथ विविध फंक्शनैलिटीज़ का प्रतिनिधित्व करते वक्ता महोदय एवं इस कार्यक्रम में पार्टिसिपेंट के रूप में उपस्थित समस्त डेलीगेट महानुभाव, गुजरात सरकार और राज्य के आरोग्य परिवार कल्याण विभाग के बिहाफ पे मैं आप सबका खूब हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। 9वीं वाइब्रेंट समिट के बाद में 5 साल के अंतर के बाद हम यहाँ एकत्रित हुए हैं। इन 5 में से पिछले 4 सालों ने हमें पूरे विश्व को व्यक्ति के विकास, व्यक्ति की सुखाकारी, वेलनेस ऑफ इंडिविजुअल्स, उस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में इस क्षेत्र की महत्ता को बहुत ही मजबूत तौर पर हमें सबको सिखाया है। आज के इस प्री वाइब्रेंट समिट सेमिनार में जो हमारी थीम है वो हेल्थ केयर के संदर्भ में हमारा वर्तमान, हमारा इमीडिएट फ्यूचर और हमारे लॉन्ग टर्म फ्यूचर को एकदम से प्रतिबंधित करती हैं एवं केंद्र स्थान में रखती हैं। फ्रेंड्स, द करंट ऑफ हेल्थ केयर is reflected very much in the current practices in terms of what pharmaceuticals, medical devices, current technologies can do for us. But then, for last 10 years, so many disruptive changes have been happening when it comes to healthcare. The platform technologies, be it supercomputing, be it our ability to do gene sequencing beyond the university laboratories at commercial scale, be it our ability to look at organisms beyond microorganism stage and right up to the molecular scale, that have opened plethora of opportunities for us. Today's session, particularly the second one, that will highlight how the technology is transforming healthcare in today's context. And I'm sure the speakers which are chosen from varying backgrounds of benefiting from the technological opportunities, they will share their perspectives and broaden our horizon. However, as I have mentioned, the technology transformation is our immediate future. The thing beyond that is the distant future, that is the well-being of us. That is where the healthcare as a holistic concept that comes in. That is about going beyond body, joining mind and body together, looking at soul, body, actions, our emotions, everything together, and that's where the holistic healthcare comes. Holistic healthcare is as much a concept of health department as it is about emotional intelligence, as it is about being engaged in sports, as it is about knowing yourself so that you know who you are as individuals, your potentials, your capabilities, what you are good at. I'm sure today's speakers will all enlighten us to the varied possibilities under the domain, beyond looking at pharmaceuticals, beyond looking at medical devices, trying to understand the pivotal that you and your well-being. And from our perspective, of every citizen and his well-being offers to us. On behalf of Government of Gujarat, on behalf of Health Department of Government of Gujarat, once again, I welcome you all to this pre-event seminar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Arogyam paramam bhagyam, swasthyam sarvartha sadhanam. Good health is essential for human resources and human development. Ladies and gentlemen, This event has been organized to create a platform from where, together, we can deliberate upon the holistic healthcare. So let us begin this inaugural session with lamp lighting. સાદર અનુરોધ કરીએ છીએ માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી અને મંચ પર બિરાજમાન મહાનુભાવોને દીપ પ્રજ્વલન માટે પધારશો.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते.
માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલ, માનનીય આરોગ્ય મંત્રી શ્રી ઋષિકેશભાઈ પટેલ, પદ્મશ્રી વૈદ્ય રાજેશ કોટેચા, આદરણીય શ્રી ધનંજયભાઈ દ્વિવેદી અને શ્રી હર્ષદભાઈ પટેલ દ્વારા દીપ પ્રજ્વલન. ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર. And now we bring to you an AV about the achievements of the healthcare sector in Gujarat.
सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयः.
Fueled with innovative minds and expertise of medical professionals, Gujarat provides comprehensive and holistic healthcare services to the people of the state through an efficient and well-equipped health infrastructure and service delivery.
गुजरात का स्वास्थ्य क्षेत्र भी स्वस्थ हो गया. लोग देश में गुजरात की मिसाल देने लगे. साथियों, प्रयास जब पूरे मन से होलिस्टिक अप्रोच के साथ किए जाते हैं तो उनके परिणाम भी उतने ही बहुआयामी. यही गुजरात की सफलता का मंत्र है.
Gujarat has witnessed a significant growth in the infrastructural network of health centers ensuring public health services. In 2003, there were 7,274 sub-centers, 1,041 PHCs, 253 CHC and 22 sub-district hospitals. Now we have 9,231 sub-centers, 1,499 PHCs, 365 CHCs and 59 sub-district hospitals in 2023. 40 medical colleges have been made functional for scaling up the rate of various medical treatments in the state. 33 daycare chemotherapy centers have been set up. Since 2023, under PMJAY MAS scheme, the insurance coverage has been doubled from 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs rupees per family per year. More than 2 crore citizens have been issued PMJAY cards. Nearly 46.5 lakh people have been admitted for treatment under the scheme at more than 2,500 empaneled hospitals.
ડોક્ટર મેડિકલ સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ માટે એકોમોડેશન, નવી લેબોરેટરી સહિતનું આધુનિક ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર અહીં વિકસાવવામાં આવ્યું છે. અમદાવાદ સિવિલ મેડિસિટીનો વિકાસ પણ વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના નેતૃત્વમાં ગુજરાતની વિકાસ યાત્રાની સાથે સાથે થયો છે.
The state is rapidly expanding its super specialty healthcare network in the public sector. The Civil Hospital Ahmedabad has been developed as a medicity with modern super specialty services in one campus. Thus, the bed capacity has increased from 3,000 in 2008 to more than 7,000 today. UN Mehta Institute of Cardiology and Research Center, 1,251 bedded, one of the biggest single super specialty cardiac institute across the globe, is a center of excellence for minimally invasive cardiac surgeries. It is the first and only in Western India for robotic cardiac surgery and heart transplant center with the highest volume in cardiac surgery. In Gujarat, we had 6 dialysis centers in 2011 and now we have developed an interlinked largest dialysis network with 270 units with a 45 times rise across 250 talukas of all 33 districts under PMNDP. Nearly 20 lakh dialysis sessions have been executed. Gujarat has developed a strong ecosystem and leads the nation in organ donation and transplantation in public sector hospitals with over 8,000 organ transplants. The state leads the nation in public sector cadaver transplants, and Soto, Gujarat has been awarded the Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Public Administration in 2023. Organ transplantation is provided free of cost to eligible beneficiaries under the PMJAY MA scheme.
आज हम 94% इंस्टीट्यूशनल डिलीवरी करा रहे हैं। साथ में एमएमआर जो पहले जो था आज 57 के आसपास है, आईएमआर है वो 23 के आसपास है, और जो अंधत्व निवारण ब्लाइंडनेस भी कम करने में हमें बहुत अच्छी तरह से सफलता मिली हुई है। आज इसका रेट 0.36 ओनली है।
Around 90 lakh students received health checkups and are given digital health card by the state health RBSK mobile health teams. Gujarat has initiated a free of cost treatment for the patients of hemophilia, a genetic deficiency disease with a provision of rupees 15 crore. The turnover of the pharmaceuticals industry in the state in the year 2003 was rupees 17,459 crores, which has now increased and crossed a mark of rupees 1,46,606 crores. In the year 2003, there were 3,224 pharmaceuticals manufacturing units, which has increased by 180%, reaching to 5,800 in 2023. In 2003, the state of Gujarat contributed to 9% of the national pharmaceutical industry exports, which in the year 2023 has reached 28%, which is a 310% increase as compared to the earlier contribution. In crafting a new narrative of holistic healthcare, the bouquet of ancient wisdom from Ayurveda and Yoga to naturopathy and Unani often treats specific symptoms or illnesses for our healthy and sporty lifestyle. Alongside modern medicine is being offered through Ayush and Ayushman Arogya Mandir. More than 8,000 units catering yoga and rehabilitation have sprung to life. These add to our wellness. Gujarat has geared up its machinery to help in generating more and more holistic approach in healthcare to provide universal health services to all people of Gujarat and boost up the localized pharma sector to see all stakeholders in action.
Thank you. The Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Gujarat, has created a wide and robust network of health and medical care facilities across the state to bring primary, secondary, and tertiary healthcare at the doorstep of every citizen of Gujarat. ગુજરાતના સૌ નાગરિકોની સ્વાસ્થ્ય સુખાકારી માટે અહર્નિશ ચિંતનશીલ એવા ગુજરાત રાજ્યના માનનીય આરોગ્ય મંત્રી શ્રી ઋષિકેશભાઈ પટેલને સાદર આમંત્રિત કરીએ છીએ આપના પ્રાસંગિક ઉદ્બોધન માટે.
आज गुजरात में 2003 की वाइब्रेंट की सफर आज 10th एडिशन में आ रही है। कहते गौरव भी हो रहा है। अमृतकाल की ये पहली गुजरात वाइब्रेंट की समिट बहुत भव्य तौर पे और बहुत सारे आयामों को लेकर गुजरात में 10th, 11th, 12th को हो रही है। उसमें हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी और साथ में बहुत सारे देशों के हेड्स और साथ में करीबन 50 से 55 देशों के बहुत सारे राजदूत, वहाँ के अधिकारी, मंत्री और सब आ रहे हैं। और उसमें आज ये जो प्री वाइब्रेंट समिट होने जा रही है, हमें सतत मार्गदर्शन देने वाले आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जनप्रिय भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल जी, साथ में आयुष मंत्रालय के राजेश कोटक जी और हमारे हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट के प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी धनंजय भाई, कमिश्नर श्री हर्षद भाई और आप सब यहाँ पर इस समिट में भाग लेने आए हुए सब वक्ताश्री और साथ में सब जगह से करीबन पूरे देश से और विदेश से भी आए हुए सब पार्टिसिपेंट्स। गुजरात के अंदर 2003 में चालू हुआ वाइब्रेंट का प्रयोग गुजरात की बेहतरी के लिए, गुजरात के प्रोग्रेस के लिए और गुजरात के फ्यूचर के लिए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये बीज डाला था। 2003 में बहुत छोटे स्केल पे हुआ ये समिट आज पूरे विश्व में सारे देश के अंदर बहुत बड़ा रोल मॉडल का काम अपने क्षेत्र के लिए, विकास करने के लिए, डेवलपमेंट के लिए, रेवेन्यू कलेक्शन, साथ में यहां पर जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने पॉलिसी ड्रिवन स्टेट हर सेक्टर के अंदर, हर फील्ड में, हर वर्टिकल के अंदर ग्रोथ के लिए, हेल्थ हो, एग्रीकल्चर हो, इंडस्ट्री हो और कोई भी सेक्टर के अंदर किसी को आगे बढ़ना है, किसी उद्योगपति को एक रास्ता तय करके अपने उद्योग को आगे ले जाना है, उसमें आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी साहब तत्कालीन जब यहाँ पर वो मुख्यमंत्री थे तो हर सेक्टर के लिए पॉलिसी बनाई। उसके वजह से कोई भी काम करना इतना आसान सभी उद्योगकारों के लिए हो गया कि जैसे यहाँ पर जैसे एमओयू हुआ और एमओयू होने के बाद उसको उद्योग को लगाना, जमीन प्रोक्योर करना, प्रोडक्शन में ले जाना और साथ में अंत तक उसका प्रोडक्शन देश और दुनिया के लिए बहुत बड़े परिणाम और परिमाण पैदा कर सकता, ऐसा एक बहुत बड़ा हमारे यहाँ जो वाइब्रेंट का एक फ्लो चला, इसकी वजह से आज ये 10th एडिशन आज तो पूरे देश के अंदर हर जगह पे, हर क्षेत्र के अंदर, हर प्रदेश के सरकारों ने तय किया है कि हम भी हमारे यहाँ उद्योग लगाने के लिए, रोजगार पैदा करने के लिए और देश को जब 100 साल पूरा होगा तब हम विकसित देश के स्वरूप में हमारी जो परिकल्पना है, विश्व गुरु और विश्व में सर्वप्रथम भारत को रखने के लिए जो बहुत बड़ा विजन आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो संजोया है, उसके लिए ये गुजरात का ये वाइब्रेंट बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रहेगा और रहने वाला भी है। आज तक जितने हमारे वाइब्रेंट हुए, लाखों करोड़ों का निवेश गुजरात में हुआ है और साथ में बहुत सारे रोजगारों यहाँ पर गुजरात के लोगों को मिला है। 2003 में जो इंडस्ट्रियल रोजगार थे वो 7 लाख के करीबन थे, आज करीबन 23 लाख रोजगार केवल इंडस्ट्री वाले दे रहे हैं। रोजगार के क्षेत्र में और साथ में रेवेन्यू के क्षेत्र में गुजरात ने बहुत बड़ा परिमाण हासिल किया है, परिणाम भी हासिल किया है। उस हिसाब से ये फार्मा सेक्टर का, मेडिकल क्षेत्र का ये सेमिनार बहुत ही महत्व रखता है। मैं थोड़े आंकड़े तो आपने स्लाइड में देखे भी हैं। हमने मेडिकल कॉलेज में 233% की बढ़ोतरी की, मेडिकल सीट्स के अंदर 360% की बढ़ोतरी हासिल की, यूजी में पीएचसी, सीएचसी, सब डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल, डायलिसिस यूनिट, डे केयर, कीमोथेरापी, 108 कैटरेक्ट के ऑपरेशंस, इंस्टीट्यूशनल बर्थ, आईएमआर, सब में बहुत बड़े अचीवमेंट ये 20 सालों में किए हैं। और ये 20 साल की पूरी जर्नी हमारी फार्मा सेक्टर की और साथ में मेडिकल सर्विसेज की बहुत बेहतरीन रही है। जो पहले मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट यहाँ पर 3224 थे, आज करीबन 6000 के आसपास है। सेल्स यूनिट थे वो 20,000 के आसपास थे, आज करीबन 52,000 के आसपास है। टर्नओवर हमारा जो था 2003 में करीबन 17,000 के आसपास था करोड़, आज वो 1,46,000 करोड़ के आसपास है। और फार्मा में हमारा जो योगदान था वो 11% 2003 में था, आज मुझे कहते गौरव हो रहा है फार्मा सेक्टर के अंदर करीबन 32 से 33% हमारा योगदान आज गुजरात का है। और फार्मा के अंदर जो हम निर्यात करते हैं वो भी 28% के आसपास पहुंच गए हैं। यूएस एफडीए अप्रूव यूनिट्स 2003 में 17 थे, आज 150 के आसपास है। WHO अप्रूव यूनिट 644 के आसपास थे, आज 1400 के आसपास है। MOU जो 2003 में केवल 5 हुए थे, आज 167 MOUs इस ये 10th एडिशन में हो रहे हैं। जो इन्वेस्टमेंट था वो 800 करोड़ था, आज 18,000 करोड़ हो रहा है। ये केवल फिगर्स नहीं है, ये पूरी गाथा है। ये 10th एडिशन मतलब के 20 सालों के ये फार्मा सेक्टर में और साथ में मेडिकल सर्विसेज में ये पूरी हमारी गुजरात की यात्रा, ये फिगर्स नहीं, ये हमारी ये प्रगति दिखाती है। हमारा एक विजन गुजरात का दिखाता है जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी साहब ने गुजरात को दिखाया था। और गुजरात के अंदर केवल इतना ही नहीं, यहाँ पर इतनी बहुत सारी व्यवस्थाएं सुचारू स्वरूप से जो चालू की, यहाँ पर माँ और माँ वात्सल्य कार्ड चालू किया, आज देश को लाभ मिल रहा है। जो अंधत्व के लिए काम किया, देश को लाभ मिल रहा है। किडनी डायलिसिस के लिए काम किया, देश को लाभ मिल रहा है। मतलब के हर क्षेत्र के अंदर गुजरात ने जो इनिशिएटिव आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी साहब ने यहाँ जो लिया था, रोल मॉडल गुजरात इसीलिए बोलते हैं। हर क्षेत्र के अंदर, हर वर्टिकल्स के अंदर नए आयामों के साथ जो विजन देश को दिखाया, उसकी वजह से आज प्रधानमंत्री की तौर पे आयुष्मान कार्ड, हर घर में पानी, टीबी, अंधत्व निवारण, सब प्रोग्राम्स के अंदर, क्योंकि हेल्थ सेक्टर के अंदर और दुनिया के अंदर बर्थ के बाद दो ही चीज आदमी के लिए और पैदा हुए हर बच्चे के लिए, हर परिवार के लिए शिक्षा और आरोग्य की बहुत बड़ी अहमियत होती है। हर घर के अंदर ये दो चीज, शिक्षा और आरोग्य, बहुत ही अहमियत रखते हैं। तब इस क्षेत्र के अंदर, फार्मा क्षेत्र के अंदर, हम यहाँ भरूच के अंदर API मतलब के रॉ मटेरियल के लिए बहुत बड़ा हम स्पेशल इन्वेस्टमेंट रीजन बना रहे हैं। डायग्नोस्टिक के लिए हम राजकोट में बना रहे हैं और दोनों का पॉलिसी के तौर पे ये रखा गया है और सभी सुविधाओं एक ही जगह पे मिले। कोई भी इन्वेस्टमेंट वाला आए तो उसके कोई भी NOC लेने की जरूरत नहीं है, सभी एक ही जगह से सब सारी NOC वहां पर मिल जाए, ऐसा बहुत बड़ा विजन के साथ डायग्नोस्टिक पार्क और ये बल्क ड्रग पार्क हम 2 गुजरात में लॉन्च भी कर रहे हैं। हम पूरे देश से इसमें रुचि रखने वाले बहुत सारे निवेशकारों और उद्योगपतियों को यहाँ बुला के उनको एक अपॉर्चुनिटी देना चाहते हैं। आप भी अपने इंडस्ट्री को आगे बढ़ाओ और गुजरात के लोगों के लिए भी ये अच्छा रहेगा। और साथ में जो 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी की बात थी 2025 तक पहुंचने में बहुत देरी नहीं है, लेकिन 47 तक दुनिया के अंदर सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी बन के हमें उभरना है। इसी सोच के साथ जब गुजरात ने ये वाइब्रेंट का इनिशिएटिव लिया है, मैं मानता हूं आज पूरे देश के अंदर, हर प्रदेश के अंदर इसी तौर पे, इसी तर्ज पे अपने नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज का यूटिलाइजेशन करते हुए सब बुला रहे हैं, क्योंकि देश को आगे बढ़ाना है। आप सब यहाँ पर आए हैं। हमारे जनप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल साहब ने भी इसमें बहुत सारा सहयोग देके बजट से लेके हर बात के अंदर कोई भी नई बात, अच्छी बात गुजरात के परिवारों के लिए, कोई भी अच्छी बात कोई प्रोजेक्ट के तौर पे भी रखते हैं तो तुरंत सरकार की तौर से, मुख्यमंत्री की ओर से आरोग्य के क्षेत्र के अंदर बहुत बड़ा उनका सहयोग रहा है। मैं उनका भी तहे दिल से शुक्रिया मानता हूं और साथ में आप सबको भी भविष्य की शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। आप सब यहाँ रहे, आपको फिर से स्वागत के साथ शुभेच्छाएं भी देता हूं। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी आपका। આજે ગુજરાતમાં છેવાડાના માનવી સુધી ગુણવત્તાસભર, ઝડપી અને શ્રેષ્ઠ સ્વાસ્થ્ય સુવિધાઓ પહોંચી રહી છે। આરોગ્યલક્ષી સુખાકારીને પ્રાધાન્ય આપનારા માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી દૃઢપણે માને છે કે વિકસિત ભારત માટે વિકસિત ગુજરાત અને વિકસિત ગુજરાતના નિર્માણ માટે સ્વસ્થ અને તંદુરસ્ત ગુજરાતનું નિર્માણ ખૂબ જરૂરી છે. મક્કમ નિર્ધાર અને સેવાની ઉચ્ચ ભાવના સાથે ગુજરાતના સર્વાંગીણ વિકાસ માટે કર્તવ્યરત એવા ગુજરાત રાજ્યના માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલને સાદર આમંત્રિત કરીએ છીએ આજના આ પ્રસંગે આપના બહુમૂલ્ય માર્ગદર્શન માટે.
દસમી વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત ગ્લોબલ સમિટ અંતર્ગત રાજ્ય સરકારના આરોગ્ય વિભાગ દ્વારા આયોજિત પ્રી વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટમાં મારી સાથે મંચ ઉપર ઉપસ્થિત મારા સાથી મંત્રી શ્રી ઋષિકેશભાઈ પટેલ, કેન્દ્રીય આયુષ સચિવ શ્રી વૈદ્ય રાજેશ કોટેચા, અગ્ર સચિવ શ્રી ધનંજયભાઈ ત્રિવેદી, આરોગ્ય કમિશનર શ્રી હર્ષદભાઈ પટેલ, દેશ તથા રાજ્યભરમાંથી પધારેલા સૌ આરોગ્ય ક્ષેત્રના મહાનુભાવો, ડૉક્ટર મિત્રો, પ્રેસ મીડિયાના મિત્રો, સૌને મારા નમસ્કાર. ગુજરાતી કેટલું બધા અહીંયા સમજશે મને બહુ હિન્દી સમજતા હોય અને ગુજરાતી સમજવામાં તકલીફ નહીં રહે, પણ વિશ્વ નેતા અને આપણા યશસ્વી વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીના નેતૃત્વમાં વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત ગ્લોબલ સમિટની 10મી કડી આવતા અઠવાડિયે જેનો પ્રારંભ થવાનો છે, તેમના નેતૃત્વમાં 2003માં શરૂ કરાયેલી વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટ ઉત્તરોત્તર સફળતા સાથે વિવિધ વિષય વસ્તુ એટલે કે થીમ પર આપણે યોજતા રહ્યા છે. આગામી સમિટ ગુજરાતની 2 દાયકાની ગતિ પ્રગતિના સુદૃઢ આલેખ સાથે આવનાર સમય માટે ગુજરાતને ફ્યુચર રેડી બનાવનારી સમિટ બનશે. સામાન્ય રીતે એક એવી સમજ લોકોમાં છે કે વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટથી મોટા મોટા ઉદ્યોગોનો વિકાસ, રોજગારીના અવસરો અને જીડીપીમાં અને આર્થિક ઉન્નતિમાં વધારો થાય છે. આ તો છે જ, પણ સાથે સાથે વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીએ વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટને હોલિસ્ટિક ડેવલપમેન્ટ માટેનો ટેક ઓફ પોઈન્ટ બનાવી છે. ઉદ્યોગના વિકાસની સાથે સાથે તેને અનુરૂપ માનવ સંસાધન વિકાસ માટે ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર, શિક્ષણ, અર્બન ડેવલપમેન્ટ, હેલ્થકેર જેવા સોશિયલ સેક્ટર્સને પણ વર્લ્ડ ક્લાસ વિકાસ થાય તે માટે આ વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટ પ્લેટફોર્મ સાબિત થઈ છે. વાઇબ્રન્ટ 2024 પુરદ્વાર રૂપે આપણે આ બધા સેક્ટર્સમાં નવીનતાની સંભાવનાઓ, પોટેન્શિયલ બહાર લાવવા માટે પ્રી વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટનો સફળ પ્રયોગ કર્યો છે. આજે દિશામાં વધુ એક પ્રી વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટ હોલિસ્ટિક હેલ્થકેર, ગુડ હેલ્થ એન્ડ વેલ બીઇંગ ફોર ઓલના વિચાર સાથે યોજાઈ રહી છે. તંદુરસ્ત સમાજ અને તંદુરસ્ત રાષ્ટ્ર નિર્માણ માટે આરોગ્યની પ્રાથમિક સેવાઓ, પ્રાઇમરી હેલ્થ ફેસિલિટીઝ મજબૂત હોય તે આવશ્યક છે. આજે યોજાઈ રહેલી આ પ્રી વાઇબ્રન્ટ હેલ્થ સમિટ વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના હેલ્થ કેર ફોર ઓલને સાકાર કરવાની દિશામાં વધુ એક કદમ છે. આપણે વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના દિશા દર્શનમાં એવી હેલ્થ કેર ઇકોસિસ્ટમ વિકસાવી છે જેમાં ગવર્મેન્ટ અને પ્રાઇવેટ તથા કોર્પોરેટ અને પીપીવી ધોરણે કાર્યરત સુપર સ્પેશિયાલિટીની અદ્યતન સારવાર પૂરી પાડતી હોસ્પિટલો કાર્યરત છે. હેલ્થકેર ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ પ્રી ઇવેન્ટ હેલ્થકેરથી માંડીને જટિલ રોગની ટેકનોલોજીયુક્ત સારવાર, ફાર્માસ્યુટિકલ મેડિકલ ડિવાઇસીસ અને હેલ્થ ઇન્સ્યોરન્સ, મેડિકલ ટુરિઝમ સુધીની સેવાઓ આપે છે. વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ આપણા હેલ્થકેરને વિશ્વ સમકક્ષ બનાવવા આત્મનિર્ભર ભારતનું વિઝન આ સેક્ટર માટે પણ આપ્યું છે. ગુજરાતમાં આપણે આરોગ્ય સેવાનું ફલક છેવાડાના માનવી સુધી સરળતાએ પહોંચાડ્યું છે. હેલ્થ સાથે વેલનેસને પણ અગ્રતા આપતા 8800 હેલ્થ એન્ડ વેલનેસ સેન્ટર સાથે ગુજરાત દેશમાં પ્રથમ ક્રમે છે. રાજ્યમાં હોલિસ્ટિક હેલ્થકેરને વધુ પ્રમોટ કરવા પ્રથમવાર વર્લ્ડ બેંક દ્વારા $350 મિલિયન રકમ મંજૂર કરવામાં આવી છે. સરકાર સંચાલિત કેન્સર હોસ્પિટલમાં સાયબર નાઇફ જેવા રોબોટિક મશીનથી રેડિયોથેરાપીની સારવાર પણ એકમાત્ર ગુજરાતમાં અપાય છે. લોકોને સસ્તી અને ગુણવત્તાયુક્ત દવાઓ મળે તે માટે 500થી વધુ જનરિક ફાર્મસીસ પણ શરૂ કરાવવામાં આવી છે. હેલ્થકેરની આવી ફેસિલિટીઝમાં હવે ગ્લોબલ ટ્રેન્ડ અનુસારનું ટેકનોલોજીયુક્ત મોડર્નાઇઝેશન, ટેલિમેડિસિન, ફાર્માસ્યુટિકલ પ્રોડક્શન એક મહત્વનું પરિબળ છે એમ હું સ્પષ્ટપણે માનું છું. વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના દિશા દર્શનમાં ગુજરાત દેશનું ફાર્માસ્યુટિકલ હબ બન્યું છે. દેશના કુલ ફાર્માના ઉત્પાદનમાં 40% અને ફાર્મા એક્સપોર્ટમાં 28% હિસ્સો ગુજરાત ધરાવે છે. 5500 જેટલા લાયસન્સ ફાર્મા પ્રોડક્ટ્સ અને 1500થી વધુ બલ્ક ડ્રગ પ્રોડક્શન એકમો આપણે ત્યાં છે. મેડિકલ ડિવાઇસીસ સેક્ટરમાં પણ ગુજરાત દેશમાં 53% યોગદાન સાથે અગ્રીમ હરોળમાં છે. દેશમાં બનતા કાર્ડિયાક સેન્ટરના 78% અને આંખના લેન્સના 50% ગુજરાતમાં બને છે. રાજકોટ અને જંબુસરમાં મેડિકલ ડિવાઇસીસ તથા બલ્ક ડ્રગ પાર્ક વિકસાવવાને આપણે એમાં પણ અગ્રેસર રહેવાની પરંપરા જાળવી રાખી છે. આદરણીય વડાપ્રધાનશ્રી હંમેશા કહે છે કે આજનો યુગ ટેકનોલોજીનો યુગ છે અને ટેકનોલોજીનો વધુને વધુ ઉપયોગ માનવ જીવનને ઉત્તમ બનાવવા માટે થવો જોઈએ. વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના વિઝનથી હવે આજે આપણો સંપૂર્ણ હેલ્થ રેકોર્ડ ડિજિટલ બન્યો છે. પહેલાં કોઈએ વિચાર્યું એ નહીં હોય કે ફોન અથવા વિડીયો કોલિંગથી ડૉક્ટર નિદાન કરી શકે. ગુજરાતમાં ટેલી કન્સલ્ટેશન અને ટેલિમેડિસિન્સનો પાછલા 2 વર્ષમાં જ લગભગ 60 લાખ લોકોએ લાભ મેળવ્યો છે. આરોગ્ય ક્ષેત્રમાં રોબોટિક્સ અને આર્ટિફિશિયલ ઇન્ટેલિજન્સ ટેકનોલોજી આવી ગઈ છે. તેનો વ્યાપ વધારવાની દિશામાં સામૂહિક પ્રયાસ થઈ રહ્યા છે. આદરણીય વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીએ 2047 સુધીમાં વિકસિત ભારતના નિર્માણ માટેનું આહ્વાન કર્યું છે. આજની સમિટ થનારું સામૂહિક વિચાર મંથન દેશના અમૃતકાળમાં ગુડ હેલ્થ એન્ડ વેલ બીઇંગ ફોર ઓલ સાકાર કરશે એવા વિશ્વાસ સાથે વિરમું છું. ભારત માતા કી જય. વંદે માતરમ. જય જય ગરવી ગુજરાત.
ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી આપના આ પ્રેરણાદાયી માર્ગદર્શન માટે. આપના નેતૃત્વમાં આરોગ્ય ક્ષેત્રના નવીન આયામો સાથે આપણું રાજ્ય નિરોગી ગુજરાત, વિકસિત ગુજરાતની દિશામાં આગળ વધી રહ્યું છે. ફરી એકવાર આપનો આભાર. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we would like to invite Shri Harshad Patel, Commissioner and Secretary Health, Government of Gujarat, for the vote of thanks.
Good morning and welcome all. Respected Chief Minister Sri Bhupendra Bhai Patel sir, respected Health Minister Sri Hrusikesh Bhai Patel sir, distinguished dignitaries, experts on and off the dais, and esteemed guests who have all attended this pre-vibrant summit from health and pharma sectors, media persons, government officials. Gujarat's healthcare landscape is a vibrant mix of infrastructure, education, technology, and wellness initiatives. The collaborative spirit and innovative strategies to be shared at this pre-vibrant summit will showcase Gujarat's resilience, innovation, and commitment to healthcare. The discussions today will highlight Gujarat's remarkable advancements and our future strategies to be synced with global efforts in healthcare technology, holistic wellness, and the growing medical device industry. It's a matter of great pride that for our state that our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Bhai Modi sir has always time and again shared that the initiatives taken during his tenure when he was Chief Minister here and afterwards the initiatives taken in Gujarat have paved the roadmap for healthcare reforms and digitalization for the entire nation. My sincere gratitude to Honorable Chief Minister Sri Bhupendra Bhai Patel sir for his continuous guidance and leadership in guiding Gujarat's efforts towards excellence in public healthcare. I also thank Honorable Health Minister Sri Rushikesh Bhai Patel for his continuous support and mentoring. The summit is enriched by international and national speakers and guests who are present here, fostering global collaboration and ideas exchange. My thanks to officials from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Ayush, and Department of Pharmaceuticals for their efforts in supporting this event. We also acknowledge the support and presence from the pioneers in the pharma and medical devices sector for their visionary leadership and for supporting us here. I also thank everyone present here for your innovative spirit in shaping Gujarat's and India's healthcare and pharma sectors into global excellence, aiming for a healthier, brighter, and more prosperous future. Let us all make healthcare services, medical services, and wellness services accessible, affordable, and efficient for each and every person. Jai Jai Kare Gujarat.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as all of you are aware, the summit shall be focusing on the following areas: promoting pharmaceuticals and medical devices sector, technology transforming healthcare, and promoting holistic healthcare, on which our esteemed speakers will share their views. So here we conclude the inaugural session. Thank you once again, Honorable Chief Minister, sir, Honorable Minister, sir, and all the dignitaries. Here we will have a short comfort break of 15 minutes. We shall reassemble here at 11:15 for the plenary session. Once again, we are thankful to all our guests for the inaugural session. Thank you.
માનનીય વડાપ્રધાનનું નવા ભારતનું વિઝન એટલે દેશના યુવાઓ, મહિલાઓ અને ગરીબોને સશક્ત બનાવવાના પ્રયાસો. અને આ નવું ભારત પણ સ્વસ્થ અને સુખી ભારત હોવું જરૂરી છે. જેના માટે ભારતની પોતાની પરંપરાગત પ્રણાલીઓ નોંધપાત્ર ભૂમિકા ભજવી શકે, જેમ કે આયુર્વેદ, યોગ, નેચરોપેથી, યુનાની, સિદ્ધ, સોવારિકપા, હોમિયોપેથી, જેને સામૂહિક રીતે આયુષ મંત્રાલય હેઠળ આવરી લેવામાં આવી છે, જે આરોગ્ય સેવાઓની અનેકવિધ સંકલિત યોજનાઓનું પ્રતિનિધિત્વ કરે છે. તાજેતરના ભૂતકાળમાં રોગ વ્યવસ્થાપનથી તંદુરસ્તી પ્રાપ્ત કરવા તરફના અભિગમમાં એક નોંધપાત્ર બદલાવ આવ્યો છે. આયુષ પ્રણાલીઓ લોકોની સુખાકારી માટે તેમજ રોગના નિવારણ અને આરોગ્યને પ્રોત્સાહન આપવાના હેતુથી સર્વગ્રાહી સુખાકારી અભિગમની હિમાયત કરે છે. સર્વગ્રાહી સ્વાસ્થ્ય સુખાકારી એક એવો અભિગમ જે શારીરિક, માનસિક, ભાવનાત્મક, સામાજિક અને આધ્યાત્મિક ઘટકોને આવરી લે છે. વિશ્વભરમાં આયુષના મહત્વને જોતા WHOએ ગુજરાતના જામનગર ખાતે પરંપરાગત દવા માટે વૈશ્વિક કેન્દ્રની સ્થાપના કરી છે. આયુષ માર્કેટે પણ 7 વર્ષમાં 7 ગણો વધારો કર્યો છે, એટલે કે $3 બિલિયન થી $23 બિલિયન જેટલું થયું છે. ભારત સરકારે આયુષ વિઝાને સૂચિત કરીને મેડિકલ વેલ્યુ ટ્રાવેલની પણ પહેલ કરી છે.
हम
वसुधैव कुटुंबकम वाले लोग हैं। हम दुनिया का दर्द कम करने के लिए कृत संकल्प लोग हैं। सर्वे संतु निरामया, यही तो हमारा जीवन मंत्र है। हमारा आयुर्वेद हजारों वर्षों की परंपरा, हजारों वर्षों की तपस्या का प्रतीक है। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि अगले 25 साल का हमारा अमृतकाल दुनिया के कोने कोने में ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन का स्वर्णिम काल होगा।
માનનીય વડાપ્રધાનના વિઝન આયુષ્યમાન ભારતને ભારત સરકાર દ્વારા 2019માં આગળ ધપાવતા વેલનેસ સેન્ટરની સ્થાપના કરવામાં આવી હતી, જે અંતર્ગત આયુષ દવાખાનાઓને અપગ્રેડ કરીને 8,000થી વધુ આયુષ હેલ્થ એન્ડ વેલનેસ સેન્ટર્સ કાર્યરત કરવામાં આવ્યા હતા.
Good morning,
ગુણાત્મક
everyone.
અને જથ્થાત્મક આયુષ
We will
સેવાઓ
soon
અને શિક્ષણ
start
પ્રદાન
with
કરવા
our
માટે
plenary sessions.
દવાખાનાઓ ગુજરાત આયુષ સેવાઓને લોકો સુધી પહોંચાડવામાં અગ્રેસર છે.
Thank you.
આ સેવાઓને વધારવા અને વધુ સુદૃઢ બનાવવા માટે જાહેર આરોગ્ય કાર્યક્રમો અમલમાં મૂકવામાં આવ્યા હતા, જેમાં માતૃત્વ અને નવજાત હસ્તક્ષેપ એટલે કે નિયોનટલ ઇન્ટરવેન્શન, વૃદ્ધ આરોગ્ય સંભાળ સેવાઓ, મસ્ક્યુલોસ્કેલેટલ ડિસઓર્ડરનું નિવારણ અને વ્યવસ્થાપન, તંદુરસ્ત જીવનશૈલી માટે બાળ શિક્ષણ પર ધ્યાન કેન્દ્રિત કરવામાં આવ્યું હતું, જેથી રાજ્યના છેવાડાના માનવી સુધી પહોંચી શકાય. આરોગ્ય તરફ ભરેલું એક ડગલું ભવિષ્યમાં હરણફાળ બનીને સમગ્ર દેશને તંદુરસ્તીની ભેટ આપવામાં ચોક્કસથી સફળ થશે. તો ચાલો સૌ સાથે મળીને બનાવીએ એક ભારત સ્વસ્થ ભારત. આયુષ હેલ્થ એન્ડ વેલનેસ સેન્ટરનું એક જ લક્ષ્ય, સૌને મળે સ્વાસ્થ્યનું વરદાન, સૌ બને આયુષ્યમાન, સ્વાસ્થ્યનું ફળ પળે પળ. સર્વે સાથે મળીને આ
નેશન વન ડાયાલિસિસ પ્રોગ્રામને અમલમાં મૂક્યો, જે અંતર્ગત દેશના દરેક જિલ્લામાં ડાયાલિસિસ સેન્ટરની સુવિધાનો સંકલ્પ લીધો, જેનો લાભ છેવાડાના નાગરિકને પણ મળે અને કિડનીની સમસ્યા
Kindly
ધરાવતા
use this opportunity
ગામડાના
to stretch your
દર્દીઓને
legs
ડાયાલિસિસ માટે
and
શહેર
networking.
સુધી પહોંચવા માટે
We will
પડતી
soon
તકલીફો
reconvene
ના
at
કિડનીની
11:10
સમસ્યાથી પીડાતા
a.m.
દર્દીઓ
to
માટે
start
આ
our next
ડાયાલિસિસની
session.
સારવાર
Thank you.
ખાનગી દવાખાનામાં ખૂબ મોંઘી પડે છે, જેથી મધ્યમ વર્ગ અને ગરીબ વર્ગને ઘણી મુસીબતોનો સામનો કરવો પડે છે. આવા દર્દીઓ માટે આ યોજના એક વરદાન રૂપ સાબિત થઈ છે. દરેક જિલ્લામાં ઓછામાં ઓછા એક ડાયાલિસિસ સેન્ટરની યોજના ઘડવામાં આવી છે. વન નેશન વન ડાયાલિસિસને ધ્યાનમાં રાખી આપણી ગુજરાત સરકારે ગુજરાત ડાયાલિસિસ પ્રોગ્રામ અમલમાં મૂક્યો, જે પૈકી ગુજરાત સરકાર ભારતભરમાં અગ્રેસર છે, જેનો શ્રેય જાય છે આપણા લોક લાડીલા માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલ અને આપણા આરોગ્ય અને પરિવાર કલ્યાણ વિભાગના મંત્રી શ્રી ઋષિકેશભાઈ પટેલને, જેમના માર્ગદર્શન હેઠળ કુલ 33 જિલ્લા ખાતે 271 ડાયાલિસિસ વિભાગો કાર્યરત છે. ગુજરાત ડાયાલિસિસ પ્રોગ્રામ હેઠળ પ્રત્યેક ડાયાલિસિસ વિભાગમાં 3 ડાયાલિસિસ મશીનની ફાળવણી કરવામાં આવી છે અને એનું ઉદ્ઘાટન 11 ઓક્ટોબર 2022 કરવામાં આવ્યું. આ યોજના પહેલા ગામડામાં વસતા દર્દીને કિડનીની સમસ્યામાં ડાયાલિસિસ સારવાર માટે શહેર તરફ સફર કરવી પડતી, જે એક દર્દી માટે ખૂબ જ કષ્ટજનક સાબિત થતી હતી. પરંતુ આ યોજનાથી તે દર્દીને પોતાના નજીકના જિલ્લા મથક પર જ આ સુવિધા ગુજરાત ડાયાલિસિસ વિભાગમાં નિઃશુલ્ક મળી રહે છે. 33 જિલ્લા ખાતે 271 ડાયાલિસિસ વિભાગો કાર્યરત છે. દર મહિને દર્દીઓના સરેરાશ 28,000 ડાયાલિસિસ થાય છે. વર્ષ 2010 થી લઈને સપ્ટેમ્બર 2022 દરમિયાન કુલ 17 લાખ ડાયાલિસિસ થયેલ છે. ગુજરાત ડાયાલિસિસ પ્રોગ્રામ અંતર્ગત ચાલતા બધા જ ડાયાલિસિસ વિભાગોમાં સમસ્તરીય ડાયાલિસિસ સુવિધા ઉપલબ્ધ છે, જે એક જ ગાઈડલાઈનને અનુસરીને કાર્યરત છે, જેથી નાનામાં નાની નીડલથી લઈને ડાયાલિસિસ મશીન સુધી દરેક સુવિધામાં એક સૂત્રતા જળવાઈ રહે, જેથી ગુણવત્તાયુક્ત સારવાર મળી રહે. આ પ્રોગ્રામ થકી સરકારશ્રીના મુખ્ય 3 હેતુ છે. દર્દી અને સારવાર કેન્દ્ર વચ્ચેનું અંતર ઘટે, દર્દીઓને ઉચ્ચ ગુણવત્તાયુક્ત અને અત્યાધુનિક સારવાર મળે, જિલ્લા કક્ષાએ તાલીમબદ્ધ યુવાનોને રોજગારીનો અવસર મળે. આ દરેક વિભાગનું સેન્ટ્રલ મોનિટરિંગ કિડની હોસ્પિટલ દ્વારા કરવામાં આવે છે અને સમયાંતરે ટેકનિશિયનો તથા દર્દીઓ માટે એજ્યુકેશન અને જાગૃતતા માટે પણ પ્રોગ્રામ રાખવામાં આવે છે. સાથે સાથે ગુજરાત ડાયાલિસિસ પ્રોગ્રામ હેઠળ દરેક વિભાગ પર નેફ્રોલોજીસ્ટ ડોક્ટરની વિઝિટ ગોઠવવામાં આવે છે. દરેક ડાયાલિસિસ સેશનનું કેન્દ્રીય નિરીક્ષણ કરવામાં આવે છે અને દરેક દર્દીના સારવારના વધુ સારા પરિણામ માટે 3 જુદા જુદા સ્તરે મૂલ્યાંકન કરવામાં આવે છે, જે માટે દર મહિને ડેટા રિપોર્ટ તૈયાર કરવામાં આવે છે અને તે રિપોર્ટને આધારે દર્દીઓને આપવામાં આવતી સારવારમાં ફેરફાર કરી ડાયટમાં પણ ફેરફાર કરવામાં આવે છે અને દરેક સારવારનું સારું પરિણામ મળે તેની ખાતરી રાખવામાં આવે છે. ડાયાલિસિસ વિભાગોમાં અત્યાધુનિક તેમજ સ્વયં સંચાલિત આરો પ્લાન્ટનો ઉપયોગ કરવામાં આવે છે, જે પાણીની તટસ્થતા અંગેની માહિતી ઓનલાઈન પૂરી પાડે છે અને આ વિભાગોમાં આરો પ્લાન્ટના જોડાણ માટે આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય ધોરણે માન્યતા પામેલ હેક્સ પાઇપનો ઉપયોગ થાય છે, જેમાં એક પણ સાંધો હોતો નથી, જેથી કોઈ પણ પ્રકારના બેક્ટેરિયા ઉદ્ભવ થતો નથી.
A state that is leaving no stone unturned in contributing immensely to the pharmaceutical sector of India and the world.
Hello, mic test. Hello.
With 28% share in India's
Jai bhai.
exports, Gujarat has continued to contribute.
Hello, hello. Hello.
Globally,
Hey, check.
Gujarat
Hey,
is the
check.
hub of manufacturing human as well as veterinary
Hey, hey, hey,
inventions
hey.
and also
Hey,
caters
check.
COVID-19 drugs to all over India,
Hey,
like
Hey,
paracetamol,
hey, hey, hey.
azithromycin,
Check, check, check,
favipiravir,
check, check. Hold,
amphotericin,
hold,
avidan
hold.
for
Check.
operation and remdesivir
Hey, check.
injections.
Check one.
High quality of medicines
Hey,
and medical
hey,
equipment
check.
manufactured in the
Hey,
state.
check one. Hello, hello.
The huge number of
Hey,
certified
hey,
manufacturing
check,
units
check,
of
check.
allopathic,
Hey, check.
Ayurvedic,
Hey,
homeopathic
check.
and cosmetic sector operating in Gujarat is a testimony to its
Hey,
ever-growing
check,
performance
check.
in this industry. Apart from being the largest producer of contraceptive pills in the world, 78% of India's cardiac stents, 65% of India's orthopedic
Hello
implants,
everyone.
50%
We
of India's
assemble here,
intraocular
reassemble
lenses,
here at
40% of
11:10
India's
a.m.
pharma machinery,
to timely start with our
35%
next session.
of India's diagnostic reagent are manufactured in the state of Gujarat. Along with Gujarat's pharma industry being the growth engine of India, some of the other key accomplishments of Gujarat in this sector. Gujarat is home to 40% of CRAMS companies, that is, contract research and manufacturing services. First diagnostic region manufacturer in India to obtain product pre-qualification from WHO Geneva is in Gujarat. Gujarat boasts of over 114 years of excellence. World's first biosimilar, adalimumab, is manufactured in Gujarat. With 900 and plus WHO GMP certified production facilities, drugs made in Gujarat are authorized to sell around the world today. The systematic cluster-driven approach by Government of Gujarat, benefiting in the availability of raw materials, skilled manpower, financial and industrial associations has resulted in the massive growth of Gujarat's pharmaceutical industry today. Gujarat also boasts of its phenomenal pharma-centric educational as well as R&D infrastructures, along with it being the preferred state for a wide range of healthcare services. Initiatives like promoting generic drugs, single window portal for issuance of sales license and product license, strong policy support by identifying pharmaceuticals and medical devices as one of the thrust sectors in Gujarat Industrial Policy 2020, and in obtaining approvals such as ERP, WHO GMP and ISO certification. Government of Gujarat has been persistently working in addressing the modern needs and technology-driven advancement of this sector. Gujarat Medical Service Corporation Limited, GMSCL, as the Central Purchase Authority for procurement of medical devices across Gujarat, is ensuring smooth availability of more than 700 generic medicines statewide at the cost of about Rs 450 crore per annum. The 360-degree functioning of Food and Drug Control Administration (FDCA) in Gujarat has played a pivotal role in developing Gujarat as the top-performing state when it comes to its pharmaceutical growth. The state-of-the-art services and facilities like Food and Drug Laboratory, Vadodara, Mobile Drug Testing Van and IT-driven innovations has helped Gujarat to achieve excellence in the regulatory functions of FDCA. The FDCA inspectors have high-end handy devices to catch the wrongdoers by on-the-spot identification test of API and formulation moving in the trade of Gujarat, ensuring the highest standards of pharmaceutical products and services in the state. Continuing its exemplary work in the pharmaceutical sector, Gujarat was lauded for its exceptional performance during the tough times of pandemic, including fast-track approvals of product licenses and manufacturing licenses to products like medical oxygen, sanitizers, with the futuristic vision of e-pharma, medical tourism, and state-of-the-art academic institutes. Gujarat promises to continue leading the way in the pharmaceutical industry. The combined efforts of scientists, researchers, doctors, technicians, experts, and the government of Gujarat proudly and efficiently makes Gujarat's pharmaceutical sector self-reliant and sustainable. Gujarat, the Atmanirbhar pharma capital of India.
Precious thing you can gift someone is the gift of life. Giving someone a new life through organ donation.
મને ખબર છે મારા ફાધરની કન્ડિશન કેવી હતી અને જેને અમને લીવર આપ્યું એની ખાસ મહેરબાની છે કે બસ એમનો પરિવાર સુખી રહે.
હું તો અત્યારે કહું છું કે હું અત્યારે એક્સપાયર થઈ ગયો બોડી બધા બધું હાર્ટ કાઢી નાખવા.
How heartening is it that the heart of a year-old child from Gujarat beats in an 8-year-old girl, Aradhya, in Mumbai, while the lung of a man in Gujarat is pumping breaths of life in a patient from Syria. There are thousands of such heartwarming cases of organ transplantations across Gujarat, who's always been proactive in the spirit of sharing. In 2006,
I request all the dignitaries and guests to take their seats and reconvene for the next session.
Transplant program.
Thank you.
Gujarat was the first state to have structured transplants in the government sector with utmost transparency. For better regional and national coordination in 2019, Gujarat established State Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization, SOTO, implemented at 3 major government hospitals in Gujarat. SOTO Gujarat has a vast network of 90 plus organ and tissue transplant and retrieval hospitals. SOTO Gujarat has become exemplary for other states, thanks to its numerous unique initiatives like a single window platform for registration of patients and donors, retrieval and transplant centers providing complete transparency, real-time dashboard and open public display of all the data and statistics online to allocate organs as per G.dot guideline, while the score of each patient is self-generated by the software. Provision of extra points for pediatric and female patients, encouraging citizens through numerous awareness programs and campaigns, as well as online organ donation pledges. Collaboration with the world's first and only university for transplantation and allied sciences.
I request
Gujarat
all the
University of
dignitaries and esteemed
Transplantation
guests
Sciences,
to
GUTS,
take
establishing an
seats.
ecosystem
We
for
are
transplantation in
reconvening
Gujarat.
for the next
GUTS
session.
has been providing
Thank you.
service, education and research in the field of transplant sciences.
જુદી જુદી હોસ્પિટલોની અંદર આ ટ્રાન્સપ્લાન્ટનો વિકાસ થતો જાય છે અને ગુજરાતની અંદર સરકારી હોસ્પિટલો એમાં લીડ લીધી છે જે યુનિક ફીચર છે.
Focusing on the affordability of the common public.
We are
Sensitive
starting
governance of
with our
Gujarat
next
has
session
landed
shortly.
financial support through PM
Kindly take your seats.
Expensive
you.
yet critical transplants are provided for free under the School Health RB.
We request you all to take your seats and reconvene for the next session. Thank you. I request all the dignitaries to take your seats. We want to start with our next session at 11:15. Thank you. I request all the dignitaries and esteemed guests to reassemble for the next session. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to start with our next session. Please reassemble. Thank you.
અર્થાત સર્વનું સુખ સર્વના નિરામય આરોગ્યમાં જ સમાયેલું છે. માનનીય વડાપ્રધાનનું નવા ભારતનું વિઝન એટલે દેશના યુવાઓ, મહિલાઓ અને ગરીબોને સશક્ત બનાવવાના પ્રયાસો. અને આ નવું ભારત પણ સ્વસ્થ અને સુખી ભારત હોવું જરૂરી છે. જેના માટે ભારતની પોતાની પરંપરાગત પ્રણાલીઓ નોંધપાત્ર ભૂમિકા ભજવી શકે, જેમ કે આયુર્વેદ, યોગ, નેચરોપેથી, યુનાની, સિદ્ધ, સોવારિકપા, હોમિયોપેથી, જેને સામૂહિક રીતે આયુષ મંત્રાલય હેઠળ આવરી લેવામાં આવી છે, જે આરોગ્ય સેવાઓની અનેકવિધ સંકલિત યોજનાઓનું પ્રતિનિધિત્વ કરે છે. તાજેતરના ભૂતકાળમાં રોગ વ્યવસ્થાપનથી તંદુરસ્તી પ્રાપ્ત કરવા તરફના અભિગમમાં એક નોંધપાત્ર બદલાવ આવ્યો છે. આયુષ પ્રણાલીઓ લોકોની સુખાકારી માટે તેમજ રોગના નિવારણ અને આરોગ્યને પ્રોત્સાહન આપવાના હેતુથી સર્વગ્રાહી સુખાકારી અભિગમની હિમાયત કરે છે. સર્વગ્રાહી સ્વાસ્થ્ય સુખાકારી એક એવો અભિગમ જે શારીરિક, માનસિક, ભાવનાત્મક, સામાજિક અને આધ્યાત્મિક ઘટકોને આવરી લે છે. વિશ્વભરમાં આયુષના મહત્વને જોતા WHOએ ગુજરાતના જામનગર ખાતે પરંપરાગત દવા માટે વૈશ્વિક કેન્દ્રની સ્થાપના કરી છે. આયુષ માર્કેટે પણ 7 વર્ષમાં 7 ગણો વધારો કર્યો છે, એટલે કે $3 બિલિયન થી $23 બિલિયન જેટલું થયું છે. ભારત સરકારે આયુષ વિઝાને સૂચિત કરીને મેડિકલ વેલ્યુ ટ્રાવેલની પણ પહેલ કરી છે.
हम
वसुधैव कुटुंबकम वाले लोग हैं। हम दुनिया का दर्द कम करने के लिए कृत संकल्प लोग हैं। सर्वे संतु निरामया, यही तो हमारा जीवन मंत्र है। हमारा आयुर्वेद हजारों वर्षों की परंपरा, हजारों वर्षों की तपस्या का प्रतीक है।
I request all the dignitaries and guests to please take your seats. It's time for us to start with our next session. Thank you.
का स्वर्णिम काल होगा।
માનનીય વડાપ્રધાનના વિઝન આયુષ્યમાન ભારતને ભારત સરકાર દ્વારા 2019માં આગળ ધપાવતા વેલનેસ સેન્ટરની સ્થાપના કરવામાં આવી હતી, જે અંતર્ગત આયુષ દવાખાનાઓને અપગ્રેડ કરીને 8,000થી વધુ આયુષ હેલ્થ એન્ડ વેલનેસ સેન્ટર્સ કાર્યરત કરવામાં આવ્યા હતા. ગુણાત્મક અને જથ્થાત્મક આયુષ સેવાઓ અને શિક્ષણ પ્રદાન કરવા માટે દવાખાનાઓ, હોસ્પિટલો અને
I
કોલેજોની
request
સ્થાપના
all
સાથે
the dignitaries
ગુજરાત આયુષ
and
સેવાઓને
esteemed
લોકો સુધી
guests
પહોંચાડવામાં
to
અગ્રેસર
take
છે.
your
આ
seats.
સેવાઓને
We are
વધારવા અને
soon
વધુ સુગમ
starting
બનાવવા
with our
માટે
next
જન
session.
આરોગ્ય
Thank
કાર્યક્રમો
you.
અમલમાં મૂકવામાં આવ્યા હતા, જેમાં માતૃત્વ અને નવજાત હસ્તક્ષેપ એટલે કે નિયોનટલ ઇન્ટરવેન્શન, વૃદ્ધ આરોગ્ય સંભાળ સેવાઓ, મસ્ક્યુલોસ્કેલેટલ ડિસઓર્ડરનું નિવારણ અને વ્યવસ્થાપન, તંદુરસ્ત જીવનશૈલી માટે બાળ શિક્ષણ પર ધ્યાન કેન્દ્રિત કરવામાં આવ્યું હતું, જેથી રાજ્યના છેવાડાના માનવી સુધી પહોંચી શકાય. આરોગ્ય તરફ ભરેલું એક ડગલું ભવિષ્યમાં હરણફાળ બનીને સમગ્ર દેશને તંદુરસ્તીની ભેટ આપવામાં ચોક્કસથી સફળ થશે. તો ચાલો સૌ સાથે મળીને બનાવીએ એક ભારત સ્વસ્થ ભારત. આયુષ હેલ્થ એન્ડ વેલનેસ સેન્ટરનું એક જ લક્ષ્ય, સૌને મળે સ્વાસ્થ્યનું વરદાન, સૌ બને આયુષ્યમાન, સ્વાસ્થ્યનું ફળ પળે પળ. સર્વે સાથે મળીને આ
વન નેશન વન ડાયાલિસિસ પ્રોગ્રામને અમલમાં મૂક્યો, જે અંતર્ગત દેશના દરેક જિલ્લામાં
Ladies and
ડાયાલિસિસ
gentlemen,
સેન્ટરની
please take your
સુવિધાનો સંકલ્પ
seats.
લીધો, જેનો લાભ છેવાડાના નાગરિકોને
We are
પણ મળે.
starting with
અને
our next
કિડનીની
session
સમસ્યા ધરાવતા ગામડાના દર્દીઓને
on
ડાયાલિસિસ
promoting
માટે શહેર સુધી
pharmaceuticals and
પહોંચવા માટે
medical
પણ
devices
તકલીફો ના
sector.
પડે.
Thank
કિડનીની
you.
સમસ્યાથી પીડાતા દર્દીઓ માટે આ ડાયાલિસિસની સારવાર ખાનગી દવાખાનામાં ખૂબ મોંઘી પડે છે, જેથી મધ્યમ વર્ગ અને ગરીબ વર્ગને ઘણી મુસીબતોનો સામનો કરવો પડે છે. આવા દર્દીઓ માટે આ યોજના એક વરદાન રૂપ સાબિત થઈ.
It's my humble
દરેક
request
જિલ્લામાં
to
ઓછામાં
all
ઓછા
the
એક
dignitaries
dialysis
to please
centerની
take your
યોજના
seats.
કરવામાં આવી છે.
Thank
વન
you.
નેશન વન ડાયાલિસિસને ધ્યાનમાં રાખી આપણી ગુજરાત સરકારે ગુજરાત ડાયાલિસિસ પ્રોગ્રામ અમલમાં મૂક્યો, જે પૈકી ગુજરાત સરકાર ભારતભરમાં અગ્રેસર છે, જેનો શ્રેય જાય છે આપણા લોકલાડીલા માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલ અને આપણા આરોગ્ય અને પરિવાર કલ્યાણ વિભાગના મંત્રી શ્રી ઋષિકેશભાઈ પટેલને, જેમના માર્ગદર્શન હેઠળ કુલ 33 જિલ્લા ખાતે 271 ડાયાલિસિસ વિભાગો કાર્યરત છે. ગુજરાત ડાયાલિસિસ પ્રોગ્રામ હેઠળ પ્રત્યેક ડાયાલિસિસ વિભાગમાં 3 ડાયાલિસિસ મશીનની ફાળવણી કરવામાં આવી છે અને એનું ઉદ્ઘાટન 11 ઓક્ટોબર 2022 કરવામાં આવ્યું. આ યોજના પહેલા ગામડામાં વસતા દર્દીને કિડનીની સમસ્યામાં ડાયાલિસિસ સારવાર માટે શહેર તરફ સફર કરવી પડતી હતી, જે એક દર્દી માટે ખૂબ જ કષ્ટજનક સાબિત થતી હતી. પરંતુ આ યોજનાથી તે દર્દીને પોતાના નજીકના જિલ્લા મથક પર જ આ સુવિધા ગુજરાત ડાયાલિસિસ
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good time to recharge yourselves and network. We now start with our next session. Kindly take your seats. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from the break. It's my pleasure to extend warm greetings to the distinguished dignitaries and esteemed guests attending this pre-vibrant summit on holistic healthcare, good health, and well-being for all. Having received visionary direction and motivation from our Honorable Chief Minister and Health Minister, we are filled with passion to propel Gujarat's health and pharmaceutical sectors into a vibrant future. Let's use this inspiration to fuel our sessions for today. First of the three technical sessions is on promoting pharmaceuticals and medical devices sector. The session focuses on innovation drive and self-reliance of Gujarat's pharmaceutical and medical device sectors. This session brings together industry experts to deliberate on active pharmaceutical ingredients and production-linked incentive schemes, bulk drug and medical devices park, strategies to promote these sectors and augment the healthcare ecosystem. It is my privilege to welcome on stage Dr. Sunil Parekh, Chief Corporate Affairs and Strategic Advisor at Zydus Life Sciences, to chair and moderate this session. Dr. Parekh is an industry veteran with over 48 years of experience of working in corporate sectors in India, Africa, and USA. He has been a delegate and speaker at United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change Conference of Parties. He is a TEDx speaker and associated with the World Economic Forum, Geneva, as a founding curator, AGS. We welcome you, sir, and I now invite on stage Shri Ravindra Pratap Singh, Joint Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India. I invite Dr. Sarah McMullen, Country Director, US FDA. I invite Dr. Viranchi Shah, National President, IDMA, on stage. I now invite Mr. Sudhir Vaid, Chairman, Concord Biotech Limited. I invite Mr. Vivek Shah, CEO, Merrill Life Sciences Private Limited. I now request Dr. Sunil Parekh to steer us through the session. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. Morning, friends, and welcome. We had the Chief Minister give us an overview of the pharma sector and the medical device, and in fact, the wellness story. I'd like to set the context of today's discussion with my brilliant panelists today by starting with the India story. India was the 10th largest economy in the world just a decade ago, and it has moved up to the 5th largest. And India has remained the fastest growing major economy, especially in the last 3 years, staying and surging ahead of several others. And so we believe that we are doing something right in outpacing other emerging economies with several reforms and growth initiatives. We expect India to touch a GDP of $5 trillion by the year 2027, and this is in spite of the current recessionary headwinds, uncertain economic environment, supply chain disruptions, 2 ongoing major conflicts, severe widespread financial debt burdens across countries, loss of democracies, unsettling climate incidents, and unprecedented level of cybercrime attacks today. The national goal in India is to become a developed nation by the year 2047, and this means that we would have a GDP per capita exceeding that of $14,000 from the current $3,000 to $3,500 today. And this has to happen over the next 23 years, leading to a GDP level of estimated $26 to $27 trillion by the year 2047 when India completes 100 years. This will need continuing and extensive accelerated economic reforms, large investments, innovative policies and programs, increased global engagements, while ensuring that we continue to derive inspiration through our umbilical linkage to our national and historical heritage of having been the largest economy in the world 1,000 years ago, according to the famous research paper by Dr. Angus Maddison for the OECD. Vibrant Gujarat started in 2003 and is completing 20 years this year. I still remember the small meeting of the 7 of us in Taj Hotel near the airport, convened by the then visionary Chief Minister of Gujarat, Sri Narendra Bhai Modi, in the year 2002. The aim then was to bring together global partners, industry, governments, academicians, civil society members to overcome the shadowy effects of a devastating earthquake in Bhuj and the civil disturbances that followed. Objective was to come together, discuss and think together, and engage for an accelerated social economic development of the state at that time. Pharma is one sector whose success has brought some attention to India globally, especially during the pandemic, with over 2 billion shots being administered successfully within India and Indian exports of vaccine that reach over 60 needy countries worldwide simultaneously to abate this unfortunate humanitarian crisis. India produces today about a fifth of all the generics in the world. It meets 50% of Africa's need, which has a population of 1.4 billion, 40% of USA generics, and 70% of all WHO vaccines. The exports also go to almost 200 countries today. Domestic demand is surging because of the growth in healthcare demand in the country, fueled by the world's largest health insurance scheme, Ayush, which is growing rapidly and will reach the targeted 500 million people in the near future. India's pharma sector size today is estimated to be $60 billion in value terms, and is the third largest in volume terms globally, and is estimated to reach 130 billion by the end of this decade by 2030. This is the focus of today's deliberation around this investment-led growth in Vibrant Gujarat 2024. Gujarat's pharma industry is estimated to be 18 billion out of the national turnover of 60 billion, 30%, and accounts for 30% of manufactured goods and 30% of national exports from the state. This Vibrant Gujarat has registered an additional investment level of $2.3 billion, which is roughly 18,340 crores, just the beginning of this year in this coming into Gujarat. Clearly, this is a healthy sign for the future development of this sector in the state. In the Indian context, Gujarat remains a significant player, and the US is an important market for the manufacturers in the state, many of whom are present here today. There are other sectors driving growth in Gujarat as well, such as contract research, contract manufacturing, lab equipment and consumable manufacturing, pharma machinery producers, Ayush practitioners, supported by the advanced research institutions like NIPER, Gujarat Biotechnology University, IIT Gandhinagar, LMCP College, and several incubators of innovation as well. In my considered view, the key drivers of the pharma sector in Gujarat have been its vast developed supply chain of manufacturing, big vendor base, extensive use of technology by industry and regulators, the facilitative role of our regulators in Gujarat, success reaching globally acceptable quality standards. 150 US FDA plants have been approved. State has approved 545 GMP plants. WHO has approved 1,327 plants. And in addition, several government schemes and support at the national and the state level, easy access to talent from universities, and finally, the rising global engagement for technology, exports, incoming FDI, and outgoing investments as well. Thus, Gujarat remains a top investment destination as a growth center based on its productivity and competitiveness. The next phase of complex manufacturing and significant research and development efforts have taken roots, and I'm sure this will result in growth in the future. But both the departments of pharmaceutical and DST have wonderful schemes that encourage industry to look at research at all levels. We need to remember the context and the scale that is required. And I was quite, happy to learn, or just shocked to learn that the R&D budget of Pfizer is more than the size of the domestic pharmaceutical market. And this is the challenge that we have in front of us. But we have indefatigable energy of entrepreneurs here to haul us through this journey of excellence in the state. We have stalwarts like Viranchi Bhai and Sudhir Bhai with us to talk about the pharma sector, the biopharma sector, and the experience of implementing the PLI scheme. We have brilliant Sarah, who will share her views on the existing and emerging regulatory environment on behalf of US FDA today. Should be very interesting for all of us. Similarly, Gujarat occupies an important position in the medical devices sector, contributing well over 50% of the national output, with over 100 manufacturers in the state in the areas of joint replacement, ocular eye lenses, and cardiac stents. And we have today here with us Vivek Bhai, who is also one of the largest manufacturers, to talk to us about it. Finally, friends, we are also very happy to welcome Shri R.P. Singh, Joint Secretary in the Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India, here with us, who will share the government's perspective on the vision and scheme to support our industry in Gujarat. Okay. So I think you'd like to make an announcement, so please go ahead and make an announcement before I introduce Mr. R.P. Singh to all of us.
Thank you, sir. I welcome and thank Chief Principal Secretary to Honorable Chief Minister Gujarat, Shri K. Kailash Nathan, sir. I welcome you to this pre-vibrant summit and thank you for your gracious presence.
Thank you, sir, for joining us. Your presence means a lot to all of us, sir. Let me introduce the first speaker. Shri Singh is an Indian Administrative Service Officer of 2007 batch from the Odisha cadre and has attended the Executive Education Program on Scaling Early Childhood Initiatives at Harvard, USA. He has a rich experience of policy making, legislation, center-state coordination, trade and commerce, ease of doing business, monitoring and evaluation from working in left-wing extremism affected districts to women and child, health, agriculture, tourism. My God, sir, this is quite a lot. And departments at the state and PS to the Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog and Director in the Cabinet Secretariat. He has played a critical role in implementing the free drug supply scheme of the government of Odisha and towards strengthening the food safety setup in the state. Sir, over to you for your talk. Approximately 15 minutes, sir. Welcome.
Session moderator, Dr. Sunil Parekh, distinguished panelists, Chief Principal Secretary to Honorable CM Gujarat, senior officials from Government of Gujarat, industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. I am very happy to be here for this session. And the theme of the summit, Holistic Healthcare, Good Health and Well-being for All. In this, pharmaceutical sector has a very important role to play in ensuring affordable and quality healthcare. The session moderator has already told about the overall scenario in the pharmaceutical and the medical device industry in India and the important role which we are going to play. So already the So in my presentation, I'll be discussing the government schemes which are available for the industry to avail. And I will be also discussing the challenges which we are facing and how we can go about overcoming them. So as you see, as the session moderator has already told, in the pharma, we are third largest in terms of volume. But as far as the value is concerned, we are just about 11 globally. So this is one segment where we would like to improve. We would like to, over a period of time, become a global leader. And in our overall exports, drug formulations contribute to about 76.6%, followed by bulk drugs. And as far as the generics are concerned, we are the global leader, accounting for 20% of the global supply. So as far as the potential is concerned, in terms of innovation, in terms of innovator drugs, complex generics, in terms of new technology, cell and gene therapy, and with regard to the bulk drugs, de-risking the supply chain, we saw during the COVID times how there was a critical vacuum, and as far as the APIs, key starting materials and all are concerned. And though the industry, it managed to overcome it with collaboration, and we, in the future, need to see how we can de-risk the supply chains. As far as the vaccines are concerned, we are the global leaders, and almost about 60% of the United Nations agencies' supply is being met by us. But here also there is need to have backward integration, because as far as the vaccine inputs are concerned, we are to a great extent dependent upon the imports. Similarly, as far as the biosimilars is concerned, India is doing really well. We have almost 200 plus biosimilars in pipeline, and 98 biosimilars have been approved in US and EU. And with regard to the streamlining of the approval system, regulatory system, a lot of work is going on, and we are trying to make the processes simpler. Similarly, with regard to the biologics and biosimilars, the compound annual growth rate is about 22%, and this is one area which can help us to move higher in the value chain, and in terms of value also to capture the market. As far as medical devices is concerned, the market size is about 11 billion US dollar in 2020, and it is growing rapidly. It is showing one of the fastest pace of growth. Presently, our manufacturing is mainly in the disposables and implants, and as we see, it is a capital-intensive industry with a lot of gestation period and with a lot of need for newer technologies. And as far as the high-end devices are concerned, it is driven by more feature-based innovations. India is the fourth largest market in Asia after Japan, China, and South Korea, and amongst the top 20 globally. Though our dependence is on imports, but as we see that over a period of time, the exports are also growing at a rapid pace. The challenges in the medical device sector is about having the adequate infrastructure, domestic supply chain logistics, high cost of finance, inadequate availability of quality power, limited design capabilities, low focus on R&D, and import dependency. And with our schemes, we seek to overcome these challenges. as far as the foreign direct investment is concerned, up to 100% in greenfield projects in the pharma sector is under automatic route. In the pharma, up to 74% in brownfield projects is under automatic route, while in medical devices, it is 100% under automatic route, both for greenfield and brownfield projects. For the APIs and pharmaceuticals, we have two production-linked incentive schemes of the Government of India, with total financial incentives worth about 21,940 crore. And we also have a scheme for bulk drug parks, one coming up in Himachal, one in Gujarat, and one in Andhra Pradesh. Apart from that, we also provide financial assistance to pharma clusters for creation of common facilities. For the medical devices, we have production-linked incentive scheme with outlay of 3,420 crores. And we have 4 medical devices park coming up in Himachal, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. We also have come up with a national medical devices policy, which comprehensively addresses different aspects of the sector, starting from the regulatory streamlining to awareness creation to quality and other aspects. Also, the department has recently come up with a scheme for promotion of research and innovation in pharma and medtech, which aims at strengthening our research institutions, the National Institution for Pharmaceutical Education and Research, and other institutions, and promote industry-academia linkages. So this is how our different bulk drug parks and medical devices parks are going to come up in different parts of the country. For the bulk drug park, there are 3 approved projects presently, and the assistance up to rupees 1,000 crore is being provided. 13 states had competitively bid for this scheme, and thereafter only 3 were selected, and the development of the parks is under process. Medical devices park, we are having 4 medical devices parks which are coming up in Uttar Pradesh, Himachal Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu, and 100 crore assistance for common infrastructure facility projects is being provided. Under the PLI scheme for the APIs, key starting materials, and drug intermediates, there were 41 eligible products, out of which 33 products we could get applications, and against envisioned capacity of 82,270 metric ton, we have committed capacity of 89,000 metric ton. Here, under the fermentation-based category, we have incentive ranging from 20% to 5%, and chemical synthesis 10% on the production. And till now, we have 27 projects which have been commissioned with actual investment of 1,034 crores. Under the PLI scheme for medical devices, we have 2 categories. Category A, we have 42 applicants who had applied, and 22 under category B. They have different criteria for the sales threshold, 60 crores for the initial year in category A and 20 crores for category B. And we have 16 projects which have been commissioned, and 30 products are being presently manufactured with an actual investment of 835 crores. The incentive under this scheme is 5% on the sales. PLI scheme for pharmaceuticals, it targets at enhancing our manufacturing capabilities and to become global leaders. This has the financial outlay of 15,000 crores, and already we have committed investment of 17,275 crores. And under this, there are three categories which target as the high value pharmaceuticals, ranging from biopharmaceuticals, complex generic drugs in category 1, to APIs and key starting materials which are not covered under the other PLI scheme, and under category 3, autoimmune drugs, cardiovascular drugs, and so on. Apart from the PLI schemes, there is one umbrella scheme strengthening the pharmaceutical industry, under which we have three components: assistance to pharmaceutical industry for common facilities, pharmaceutical technology upgradation assistance scheme, and pharmaceutical and medical devices promotion and development scheme. So under assistance to pharmaceutical industry for common facilities, up to 20 crore support is provided, up to 70% of the approved project cost. And as far as the northeastern region and Himalayan states is concerned, it is up to 90%. And under this, research and development labs, testing laboratories, effluent treatment plants, logistics centers, and training centers are supported. The technology upgradation scheme, it aims at strengthening the quality of the industry, and under this loan up to 10 crores is being provided, and it is targeted at the micro, small, and medium enterprises. The pharmaceutical and medical devices promotion and development scheme, it is basically to promote study, research, and to also support awareness programs. And lastly, we have this assistance to medical device cluster scheme. This is a new scheme, and this is just about to start. Under this, we are strengthening medical device clusters, and also we are providing support to strengthening testing laboratories. As far as common facilities in clusters is concerned, we seek to support about 12 such facilities with maximum support of 20 crore for each facility. And for the testing labs, 12 such labs with 5 crore support. Thank you. And I would like to add that apart from the government schemes, from the side of the pharmaceutical industry also there have been a lot of efforts. And what we seek for the future is that we need to have more vertical integration. As far as the APIs are concerned, still there is a lot of dependence on imports. And apart from that, the R&D facilities, because if we see globally, US has about $50 billion going into R&D, China about $20 billion. We have just about $3 billion. So R&D is something which really needs to pick up, and we need to target newer markets for our pharmaceuticals like Latin America, Japan, and we need to really strengthen our regulatory system also, so that we can produce quality pharmaceuticals and medical devices and hope to become the global leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I think it was a very comprehensive overview of the entire support, and the pharma industry recognizes the fundamental support that has come from the government of India in the scheme, and especially for the parks that are coming in, because to set up standalone industries is now virtually becoming impossible without the cohesive support at the state level. The next speaker is a very young man, Dr. Virenchi Shah. An entrepreneur and pharmacist, Dr. Shah has been a member of various state and national level bodies, to name a few: Pharmexil, Gujarat Chamber of Commerce, ASSOCHAM, NIPER, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission and the Quality Council of India, and the Pharmaceutical Task Force. He is also a mentor at the Atal Incubation Center, LM College of Pharmacy in Ahmedabad, that has given birth to many of our stalwarts in pharma today. And he has also been part of the Indian delegation to Uzbekistan that was exploring pharmaceutical investments in that country. He is promoter and director of Saga Life Sciences and has been a keynote speaker at several national events. He has several publications in various national and international journals and more than 20 national awards and recognition. Dr. Virenchi, take it away.
Thank you, Sunil Bhai. Respected Shri Kailas Nathan ji, Sara, Dr. R.P. Singh, Sudhir Bhai, Vivek Bhai, Dr. Koshia, Dr. Ravikant Sharma, and dear friends. By this time, you must have realized that there is something missing in the word pharmaceuticals. And I think you all know that U is missing there. And this is precisely what I want to tell you, that if you are missing pharmaceuticals, you are missing a big opportunity. And I tell you why. We're just taking a small case. Roger Federer and Ma Long, two individuals who invested their lifetime of efforts in two different sports, turned out to be number one in the world in their own areas of work. The difference in the earnings, reported earnings, is almost 34 times. So I think it is very important where you invest your time and money. Even the number 10 in lawn tennis has a reported income of 4 times number one in table tennis. Of course, there are a lot of entrepreneurs in this room, so I don't have to stress more on this. But honestly, if you're missing pharmaceuticals, you're missing a big opportunity. Because this is the only industry, there would be a lot, but this is one of the very few industries where you have the advantage of developing size, scale, and sustainability. We all know what is scalable is saleable in the modern world. And therefore, just in about 10-15 minutes, I'll try to browse you through of some of the things that I believe are going to be very big opportunity for all of us, and why India is the right place to be in, and why Gujarat is going to be the center of all the activities that we will be doing. This is a small snapshot of what you could be expecting during the Amrit Kal. The demographics are likely to change in the coming 20-25 years. As India progresses to be a developed world with elevated incomes, we all will have a lot of extra money to spend on our own, especially post the pandemic. We all realize the importance of wellness, preventive medicine, and getting access to good treatments. And this trend is only going to be stronger as we go forward. Similar changes are expected in most of the emerging markets, in most of the emerging nations, where the average household income is going to go up in the next 20-25 years. Of course, India is going to lead this curve. We were, as Sunil Bhai rightly said, that we were number 10, the 10th largest economy in 2014. We are already number 5. And going forward, We are likely to hit the top 3 very soon. And this growth, as most of the trend suggests, is also going to be captured by the Indian pharma. It took us 75 years to reach 50 billion. In fact, the first billion we covered was in 1986. It took us a long time to reach our first 50. But as the trend suggests, as most of the experts suggest, the next 25 years are going to bring 10 times more opportunity than we have today. And this is a staggering number. This is the opportunity that nobody can avoid. So where is it likely to come? Just last week I was meeting Dr. V.K. Paul. We were actually expecting Dr. Paul today, but he has not been able to join us. And he put this very important point to me. The VDT. The government is focusing on vaccine, diagnostics, and treatments or therapeutics. And this is very important because we all anticipate a probability of some or the other way where the virus may become active in the near future. We hope it doesn't, but as a nation we have to be ready. And the message he tried to give me, Dr. Paul tried to give me, was India is doing considerably well in vaccines. We are trying to keep some candidates ready. So God forbid if there is a next wave, we have some form of candidates ready that could be then tested to the new variant and could be deployed for public health. Diagnostic is another industry that did well. When COVID started, we hardly had any diagnostic kit available for identifying it. Now we have several. Treatment is something we really have to work hard on, because all the treatment that happened during COVID were empirical treatments. In fact, as far as I know, when there was the initial meeting with the Honorable Prime Minister, most of the people in the meeting suggested that we would be able to come out with treatments. And we actually came out with COVID, with a vaccine. So how do we invest in identifying potential candidates that would help addressing this gap? Off-patented drugs continue to be another very big opportunity. This September, we had the opportunity, along with Sarah, to meet Dr. Robert Califf, the Commissioner, US FDA. And we had a long deliberations on how India and US can collaborate. And we made a very passionate speech and had a very good discussion. And at the end of the discussion, Robert Califf just asked us, would you continue to offer good quality, affordable generics to us? I think that's the most important part of your story. I think the off-patented drug, the branded generics or the commodity generics, as we know, are still going to be very important going forward. And while most of us believe that the wave is going towards biologics, there have been certain developments that have suggested that the synthetic drugs will also continue to play a very important role. You must have heard of certain anti-diabetics that are recently launched in the US, and they are doing very well. Of course, good on the anti-diabetic treatment, but also on the weight lowering. And these drugs have changed the valuation of certain companies. And in a matter of months, the innovator has become the most valuable company in the world, just based on a synthetic drug. It's not a biologic, it's a small molecule. Yesterday there was a news that AI has helped to find first antibiotic candidate, which is also a small molecule, and it is very effective against Staphylococcus. Of course, it's just an identification. A lot of clinical trials will go But to say that small molecule off-patented drugs will continue to be a very important opportunity for all of us. Import substitution of the key starting materials and API is an important opportunity government has, as Mr. Singh presented. PLI 1 has brought in significant focus and investment in this area. PLI 2 that came out, which also touched upon some of the other gaps, especially the complex generics, the biologics, some large molecules. So these are also some of the opportunities that are there. Orphan drugs, the PRIB that government recently launched, which also has handholding for the small companies, startups, for the mid companies, and also for the large companies to research into the areas like NDDS, orphan drugs, biologics, and a new ecosystem is emerging for value-added products in India. And I can tell you the space is getting more and more interesting. And in this entire story, Gujarat remains the epicenter of all activities. We have a very proactive FDA, headed by our Dr. Koshia. And I'm not just saying because he's here, but being the national president of IDMA, I happen to interact with state regulators across India. And I can only tell you with my experience that we have one of the most progressive and efficient FDCs in India. Gujarat is the birthplace of this industry. Since Alembic started in 1906, we have the legacy advantage because this industry has been here for over 110 years. We have a strong chemical industry. We have a strong formulation industry. And therefore, it is very logical that the key starting materials and the APIs, the missing link in the entire chain, could emerge as a very important industry for Gujarat. And in fact, most of us know, those who have traveled to Baroda probably 15, 20, 25 years back, by the time you approach, you don't need somebody to wake you up if you're in a train because the smell, and you realize that you've reached Baroda. Well, unfortunately, some way we could not upgrade those industries and we lost it to one of our neighboring countries. But it's time, with such a wonderful ecosystem that is emerging, the key starting material in API manufacturing is another big opportunity we all can capture. There is an excellent talent pool available in Gujarat, whether it is NIPER, whether it is the IIT, the LM College of Pharmacy, and a good number of reputed pharmacy colleges. We have a very vibrant support service industry here. It's the engineering industry, the IT industry that now plays a very important role for the growth of this sector. And this all leads to an ecosystem that is going to be very important and very conducive to growth. We have the proximity to seaports and the international airport. This is therefore the right place to invest. I know, and I interact with a lot of entrepreneurs who are invested in Gujarat, and I can tell you that this is probably the best place for all of us to capture the growth of this industry. If you want to be in India, Gujarat is definitely the best place to invest. And if you want to invest, pharmaceutical industry, in my opinion, is the best possible industry to invest. So thank you very much for having me here. And let me assure you that this industry has a bright future. Just to close with one small example, we all saw news of a plane landing in Japan on the 1st of Jan, and it caught fire on the tarmac. Fortunately, nobody was hurt. But just imagine if there was a casualty. There were almost 300 people on plane. And every single media in the world would have covered it. There would be a lot of investigation into it, how to make it more safe to travel. But do we know that cancer alone kills almost 10 plane worth of people every day? And yet it doesn't get the attention, probably. Or we have accepted it as a part of our life. So it's time we invest in this industry, we invest in the healthcare, and we gift a safe future for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Virenchi Bhai. Again, covering the entire pharmaceutical sector and scope. Thank you, sir. Next speaker we have is Dr. Sarah McMullen. Dr. McMullen's FDA career has spent over 20 years working as a chemist, tissue residue specialist, consumer safety officer, and a leader. With a PhD in inorganic chemistry, her professional experience includes analytical method development and testing for multiple FDA-regulated commodities, establishment inspections, import operations and policy, and foreign office services. The last 9 years of her experience has focused on international arenas, including import operations and foreign office services. Please.
Good morning, everybody. Kemcho? Majama? All right, that's the extent of my Gujarati, so thank you so much for having me here today. I would like to acknowledge our moderator for our session, my esteemed colleagues on the dais, the government of Gujarat officials, Dr. Kosha, for having me here today. It's truly a pleasure to be here. As mentioned, my name is Dr. Sarah McMullen. I'm the director of the FDA's India office, and it's an honor to be here to be part of this landmark event. While I note that my talk is focused on pharma, I do want to note that quality is the foundation of any business. And so when we talk about some of the concepts that we'll have today with regards to pharmaceuticals, that can be translated into many other areas, including medical technology. I would also like to acknowledge our CDSCO colleague that's here with us today. It's always a pleasure to see you, so thank you for joining us as well. So today's agenda, we know, is set to discuss an array of topics that are of great interest to Gujarat and to India. But these topics are also deeply important to the US. In fact, FDA-regulated products are manufactured or processed at nearly 300,000 facilities, and over half of these are located outside the United States. Considering this, FDA has a huge responsibility for protecting public health by ensuring the safety and quality of medical products and other regulated goods imported to the US. One of the ways we fulfill this mission to ensure pharmaceutical quality, and we do this through various mechanisms such as inspections. I like to have a little bit of interaction with the audience, so by a raise of hand, has anybody here had an FDA audit? All right, great. You've seen us in your facilities, so that's great. How many here know that we have guidances for industry that are available on the web? We also have capacity building for regulatory counterparts in industry. But we can't do it alone. We need a partnership. We need to be able to work together with industry to collectively achieve our shared goal of safe, high quality, and effective medical products. In this brief presentation, I'll walk you through the importance of India to the US pharmaceutical supply chain and why we have an in-country presence. I'll discuss some inspectional data and trends that we observe in India and the impact of quality issues on the supply chain. Finally, I want to touch on the importance of fostering a quality culture and discuss FDA's recent initiative to promote quality management maturity. There we go, right direction. So let's have a quick look at FDA. FDA protects the public health by assuring safety, effectiveness, and security of medical products. Did you also know that we're responsible for the nation's food supply, cosmetics, dietary supplements, products that give off electronic radiation, and tobacco products? If you think about it, there's a chance that FDA has a regulatory oversight of that product. To that extent, 15 cents of every dollar that's spent in the US is spent on an FDA-regulated product, to the extent of 2.1 trillion US dollars. We have over 18,000 full-time employees located around the world, and we have a projected budget this year of 7.2 billion US dollars. And this is equivalent to about 25 US dollars per American per year. About 54% of our budget comes from government appropriations, and then the other 46% comes from industry user fees. I'm sure you all must be familiar with GDUFA, PDUFA, MDUFA, BISUFA. This is really how we are able to achieve a lot of the great work that we do as an agency. As many may be aware, India has the largest number of FDA-registered drug manufacturing facilities outside the US, and is one of the largest exporters of drug products to the US. India also leads in generic drug applications, or ANDAs, submitted to the US. India is also described as the pharmacy of the world because India supplies affordable therapeutics, contributing substantively to the global pharmaceutical production volume. In the United States, we look to India as an important source of these therapeutics. Our patients rely on these products every day, as 9 out of 10 prescriptions dispensed in the US are generics, and 40% of those drugs are made right here in India. With regards to pharmaceuticals, Gujarat is one of the Indian states with the largest number of FDA-registered drug manufacturing facilities, exporting pharmaceuticals to the US. To that extent, we appreciate our longstanding partnership with Gujarat FDCA. As India is one of the leading nations exporting medical products and foods to the US, we established an in-country presence in 2008. We just celebrated our 15th anniversary this past year, and we serve as the lead presence for FDA in country. And our mission is to help ensure the safety, quality, and effectiveness of medical products and food produced in India intended for export to the US. Our office has policy and inspectional staff across pharmaceutical, clinical trial, and food commodities, along with administrative staff and leadership. And you can see from this slide that some of our goals include developing a deeper knowledge about India's regulatory environment, understanding the national and state regulators, identifying and analyzing emerging issues and trends that impact our regulatory decisions about products entering the US market, increasing awareness of FDA legal requirements, and of course, conducting inspections of FDA-regulated products intended for the US. The CEDAR site catalog is the curated inventory of registered manufacturing sites vetted by FDA as legally manufacturing human drugs for the US market. As you can see on this slide, the fiscal year 2022 site catalog included over 4,800 drug manufacturing sites. As you can see, India has the highest number of manufacturing sites outside the US. We use these site locations and their trends to allocate resources, plan surveillance, and outreach activities. After looking at the geographical distribution of manufacturing sites, let's look at some global compliance trends. We use an internally calculated site inspection score on a scale of 1 to 10 of a site's compliance to CGMP regulations based off of classifications of drug quality inspections. This score is used for comparison purposes to look for trends and target resources. As referenced earlier, compliance with CGMPs provides assurance that the drug product consistently meets the intended specifications. In short, a higher inspection score represents better compliance with respect to CGMPs. For fiscal years 2018 to 2022, the average score for sites in US and Europe were statistically higher than the global average, indicating better compliance to CGMPs. And fresh off the press, we have some new numbers to share. These are some totals of inspections over the past few years. As you can see, COVID-19 caused a dramatic decrease during the years 2020 to 2022, but we rebounded nicely in fiscal year 23 and are back on track to getting back to pre-COVID inspection levels. How many people here are familiar with FDA inspection classifications? NAI, VAI, OAI? All right. So these are the classifications that we give at the end of an inspection. And this determines, and this shows the amount of compliance from the facility itself. As you can see in the green there of the facilities that have been classified as no action indicated, the light blue has the facilities, the number of facilities for voluntary action indicated, and then for official action indicated, which is FDA's most stringent finding of facilities, that's indicated in the red. And this shows the breakdown of final classifications for inspections from fiscal year 18 to 23. How many people here know what a Form FDA 483 is? All right, a few of us. So this is a form that a firm receives at the end of an inspection when objectionable conditions are found. The nice thing about Form 483s and the citations on them, they tie directly to FDA's regulations. So when we look at the data, we can really see where industry is having issues with noncompliance. And so you can see here the trend of our findings for fiscal years 2018 to 2023. And the majority of the findings are related to issues in the quality unit and laboratory controls. FDA finds issues with the quality unit to be the most concerning because that is systemic throughout a facility. All right. So switching over to shortages, and you might ask yourself, how does drug quality impact shortages? Well, let me give you a little bit of background here. In June of 2018, US Congress wrote to FDA to ask for assistance in addressing our drug shortage crisis. In response to this request from Congress, FDA convened an interagency drug shortage task force. The task force commissioned a team of FDA economists and other scientists to analyze drugs that went into shortage with a view to understanding the forces that were driving them. This team examined a sample of 163 drugs that first went into shortage between 2013 and 2017. They found that of the 163 drugs in shortage, 62% went into shortage after supply disruptions that were associated with manufacturing or product quality problems. Another 18% went into shortage for unknown reasons, and much smaller percentages were associated with unanticipated increases in demand, natural disasters, or product discontinuations. As you can see, manufacturing quality issues remain a key factor contributing to drug shortages in the US. The task force identified that economic forces are driving forces behind drug shortages, and one of the root causes is that the market does not recognize and reward manufacturers for mature quality management systems. We all know that manufacturers must meet regulatory requirements for adherence to CGMPs. These set a minimum threshold which companies must achieve in order to be allowed to supply the US marketplace. Mature quality management, however, starts with foundational quality management systems that conform to CGMPs, but also builds in performance and patient focus that utilizes technology, statistical process control, and planning activities to ensure a reliable supply of drugs manufactured at the facility. Currently, purchasers only have limited information that can be used to assess the state of quality management of any specific facility and have little information linking the drug products they buy with the facilities where they are manufactured. The lack of information does not enable the market to reward drug manufacturers with price premiums for mature quality management, nor does it penalize manufacturers that fail to invest in modernization of manufacturing equipment and facilities to ensure a reliable supply. Therefore, manufacturers are more likely to keep costs down by minimizing investments in manufacturing quality, which eventually lead to quality problems, triggering supply disruptions and shortages. This report provided a recommendation to create a rating system to incentivize drug manufacturers to invest in achieving quality management system maturity. This recommendation aims to rectify the previously mentioned failure by suggesting the development of a system to measure and rate the quality management maturity of individual manufacturing facilities based on specific objective indicators. The rating would evaluate the robustness of a manufacturing system's quality system and reward facilities that achieve a high degree of quality management maturity. This effort would introduce transparency into the market and provide firms committed to quality management maturity with a competitive advantage, potentially enabling them to obtain sustainable prices as well as grow market share. In response to this report and this recommendation, FDA initiated a collaborative approach to develop a quality management maturity program. How many people here have heard of QMM? All right, same people as before, great. We know who the regulated folks are in here. So what exactly is QMM? In our definition, QMM is the state attained when drug manufacturers have consistent and reliable, robust business processes to achieve quality objectives and promote continual improvement. The phrase I want to focus on here is business processes. QMM is not about product quality or process quality. QMM is about the business process at a manufacturer and their ability to support long-term product and process quality. Quality management is part of an array of qualities depicted on the slide. We assess product quality in regulatory submissions and monitor quality of drug products to provide a high level of confidence of quality in these products. So you can see in the figure that there's high confidence for product and processes, as these are areas that we have direct insights on. Right, thank you. Mature quality management uses a performance and patient focus to identify areas of improvement and implement changes accordingly. Mature quality management assures that quality product is on the market at entry and over the product's entire life cycle, and that quality issues will not keep the product from being available to patients and consumers. Since evaluation of QMM is not currently part of FDA's assessment, inspection, or surveillance process, the responsibility falls for QMM solely on the manufacturer, so our confidence and understanding in this area is rated low. You can see here some of our goals that the QMM program is hoping to encourage drug manufacturers in implementing quality management practices to go beyond CGMP practices. So bottom line is that QMM ensures that not only are quality products on the market now, but that quality issues will not keep products from being available to consumers in the future. As Dr. Varanchi noted, we were honored to have the FDA Commissioner, Dr. Robert Califf, in country back in September. And some of the messages that he really focused on was ensuring quality and mitigating shortages, improving conduct of clinical trials, and utilization of international consensus-based standards, which we know is really important, especially for medical products. During Dr. Califf's visit, one of the areas of focus was quality culture. And while it's true that the types of manufacturing and quality challenges found in India are similar to those seen around the world, the percentage of violations as measured by FDA findings that official actions indicated is greater here compared to US domestic and other major manufacturing nations for pharmaceuticals. While occasionally a lack of understanding of regulations is a cause of quality issues, we've identified it's often a matter of willful noncompliance. In fact, recent inspections have found intentional data manipulation and destruction of manufacturing records, testing into compliance strategies, and coordinated efforts to underreport microbiological findings at inspected facilities. These are areas that raise legitimate concerns, not only for supply chain resilience, but also for confidence in product quality, safety, and effectiveness. So we ask ourselves, what can be done? I urge you all to commit to embracing both a top-down and bottom-up culture of quality to create accountability in your organizations. Simply put, a culture of quality is based on a commitment by senior management to quality that includes putting in place proactive and robust quality management systems undergirded by a commitment to continuous improvement. Systems of this sort allow for critical feedback from operator to manager on processes and lead to adjustments over time to better ensure and enhance quality, and therefore ensure the safety and effectiveness of products produced. Employees at all levels of an organization should be empowered to raise quality issues with leadership, and they should be confident that leadership will take appropriate actions. Such mature quality management practices support a more reliable drug supply chain by reducing the occurrence of quality-related failures and improving the ability of establishments to maintain performance during expected and unexpected supply chain disruptions. I do want to just also focus that I want to stress switching from a reactive mode to a proactive mode so that you can improve existing practices, identify problems, and continuously remediate them without waiting for FDA or another regulator to walk into a facility. Commitment to quality assurance creates the needed conditions for a dependable supply for patients. With that, I'd like to conclude that we really need to work together, committing to improve access to safe, effective, high-quality treatments as patients, consumers, and global public health depends on us. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I look forward to listening to these esteemed speakers and wish you all a very good learning opportunity and interaction for the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Again, an extremely comprehensive presentation of not only what is happening, but also a glimpse of what are the awareness programs and the new initiatives of the FDA to bring them for the benefit of working together closely. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Sudhir Vaid, Chairman and Managing Director, Concord Biotech Limited. A biotechnologist by qualification, Mr. Vaid is a technocrat turned entrepreneur with around 48 years of experience in the development of biopharmaceutical products, production management, marketing, and strategic planning with keen interest and focus on biotechnology greenfield projects. During his long career, Mr. Vaid worked with many Indian and multinational companies as a consultant for biotechnology products. He started Concord Biotech at Dholka, Gujarat in the year May 2000 as his chairman and managing director, and has transformed this chemical facility to the first US FDA approved biotechnology facility of Gujarat. Dr. Vaid, please.
Thank you. Respected Shri Kailathnath ji, Sunil Bhai, Dr. Sara, Dr. R.P. Singh, Viranchi Bhai and Vivek, Dr. Koshiyar, and all the pharmaceutical colleagues sitting here and invitees. Actually, this biopharmaceutical API became a household name after the COVID. So everybody was knowing what is API. And especially the fermentation API was very much discussed because here we were totally dependent on China, especially in the penicillin, cephalosporins, erythromycins. So when in 2000, we thought of starting this fermentation facility in Gujarat, we took land in Dholka. And in 2002, 2003, I remember that our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, when he was Chief Minister here, in 2003, 2004, he used to hold biotechnology meetings himself, and I was part of those meetings at that time. So his focus was on the biotechnology at that time, which people realized in 2020 that we need biopharmaceuticals. And at that time in 2004, independent biotechnology department was made, which is known as present, we call it as GSBTM, Gujarat State Biotechnology Mission. And that is the result of those years that now Gujarat is the largest state having fermentation plants, fermentation capacity. That is the result of those years. So I will just go through the biopharmaceuticals, what exactly, because in 2000, most of the plants were closed. There were 8 fermentation plants producing penicillin G. There were 2 fermentation plants producing cephalosporin C, erythromycin, vitamin C, B12. I can take number of products which were being produced because I'm in this industry from last 48 years. I have seen the rise and fall of the fermentation industry. So, but still, we thought that yes, we need to have a fermentation plant where we can produce number of products. So I will just go into detail that why people are not interested in making, fermentation. There is a PLI scheme, but as Dr. R.P. Singh must be knowing, there are very few takers of this fermentation PLI scheme, very few. What is the reason of that? I'll just go into that slide. Yeah. See, if you see the fermentation industry, the basic thing is technology. And at present also, I was discussing yesterday with Dr. R.P. Singh in Delhi, that all technologies, what our people, if they want to put up a plant, they are again going to China for the technology. How you can compete with that? So you need to have a technology. You have to have a R&D system. As in Concord, we have 160 people working on strain improvement and technology development. So if you want to compete with them, you can't compete with their technology and then start manufacturing. You need to have a robust technology, then high infrastructure cost, and the gestation period. These 2 things, any fermentation plant, if you want to put, you need to have a scale. With putting 1 or 2 fermenters, it is not possible, it is not economical. But you need to have a scale. For that, the investment minimum, when we talk about investment, it is 300 to 500 crores you have to invest. Then the gestation period for that is minimum 3 years, because to put up that facility, you need 3 years approximately. Then to get approvals and FDA approval, then filing your drug master file or COS, you need 1.5 years. So 5 years, your investment will start giving results after 5 years. So this is the major barriers for entering. Second, high quality of power. I can say very proudly that in Gujarat, we have got one of the best quality of power. It is very easy to get 66 kV power station line from the power because the power is not that important. The quality of power is very important. If there is a power failure, you lose the whole batch. So this means you need a uninterrupted power supply. So all these things are available in Gujarat. I'm just giving a slide that from fermentation, what you can do. If you see, you can make number of products, and under PLI scheme, antibiotics, clavulanic acid, and vitamins, these are the products, and steroids. So these are the products which has come in the first PLI scheme. If you see the penicillin, cephalosporin C, they are single manufacturing facility product. If you are producing penicillin in a plant, you cannot produce anything else. I am sure FDA will not allow you to do that. So even in cephalosporins, steroids, once you have started producing penicillin or cephalosporin or steroids or oncology products, you are not supposed to produce anything else except those products. So how China attacks these companies? It's a direct attack. I will give you an example. In penicillin, when there were 4 to 5 companies actively producing penicillin, they reduced from $11 the price of penicillin per book to $4 to $5. So there is no miracle which can do that. But they reduced because they are state-owned old companies. And they made one by one all the companies to close down. And suddenly they increased it to 9 to 10. And today there is no manufacturer. Whole world is dependent on China on penicillin. And what is the price? $26. This is what happening. So we have to be very careful. I think more than PLI, you have to understand how we can sustain once the production, people starts production under PLI scheme. What is the sustainability? That is very important for us. So I will go into that slide that you need to do something. The government has to do something for the sustainability of our fermentation industry. Otherwise, the same thing is going to happen because they are single product manufacturing companies under which the PLI scheme has been given. I have seen in steroids, people started making steroids. They were $65 a price. And when suddenly they came to know, the price has come to $35. Even one product I can say, we started making teicoplanin. We are not bothered about China, I can tell you. We compete very much with them. But some way, they are trying to target our Indian fermentation industry. We started producing teicoplanin, which is a life-saving drug, and we can produce the quantity for the global market. So the price was, in Indian market, was 5 lakhs. The day we started, it came to 3.2 lakhs. So how it can happen that from last 15 years you are supplying at 5 lakhs and suddenly you decrease this? So this is what exactly is going on. I think somebody has to look into that if we really want that how we can maintain our sustainability for the fermentation industry. Because it is not easy to put up a fermentation plant. So I'll just show the dependency on China for 100%. Penicillin, cephalosporin, erythromycin, everybody knows. During COVID, erythromycin drug was the maximum used during COVID. And we were totally dependent on China. Although this erythromycin was produced by Alembic one time, our largest producers, Alembic and Gujarat Themis Biocin, they were producing erythromycin in large quantities. It totally stopped. Then clavulanic acid, which is a major drug. In augmentin, if you see amoxicillin and clavulanic acid, which is a wonder drug, but we don't have clavulanic acid, we are dependent. And even amoxicillin, we have to buy penicillin, and then we have to do that. See how they work actually. When penicillin production was there, they started giving, first they reduced the price, they started giving credit on penicillin. So people who were producing penicillin, they started giving credit on 6-APA. And penicillin price they increased. And 6-APA price, which is a derivative from penicillin, they reduced the price of 6-APA. So people thought, why I should produce penicillin? I will start working on 6-APA. So most of the people started, it was a buy or make decision. So people went into buy decision. So slowly everybody started, stop the production of penicillin. And they went for the 6-APA. Then suddenly they started giving credit and cheaper amoxicillin, and they stopped giving on 6-APA. So people started again make or buy, they went to amoxicillin. This is how strategically the penicillin was, stopped in India. And this is happening in all erythromycin base, azithromycin, roxithromycin. So everything, it is a very strategically it has been done. And if you see vitamin C, there were two plants. Sarabhai was producing vitamin C, Jayant Vitamin was producing vitamin C. Those plants all gone. There is no plant exists now. So I can give number of examples which are not even in PLI scheme, but there are number of antibiotics which are there. You use clindamycin, tobramycin, bacitracin, number of antibiotics, where we are 100% dependent on China. And of course, we have been, Concord is working every year, we are just putting 2 or 3 antibiotics into our manufacturing facility, leaving penicillin, cephalosporin, and steroids. Because they are single product companies. Once we start producing, we can't do other products. So what is the sustainability? I think we need to think very seriously about the sustainability. As I said, they are single product companies. So price sensitive. They can, any day they can reduce the price. Mostly technologies are imported from China. It is very difficult to do that. There is no R&D. What Indian companies they do, they import technology, then they continuously producing the product for 10 years or 15 years, no development, no improvement. So you have to have a R&D if you, thank you. And then price reduction, 30 to 40%, the day Indian company starts manufacturing, 30 to 40% reduction starts on the same day. I suggest also, I discussed with Dr. R.P. Singh yesterday, that at least the antibiotics which were not having any custom duty because they were life-saving drugs, they were not produced in India, at least now we should put a duty on that because it is abundantly produced in India. So we need to have a custom duty on these products if we want that our industry to be surviving, especially for the fermentation products, because that is the place where there is a major problem. Then if you see registration of Indian products in China, it takes 3 to 4 years if I have to register my product in. Because what we have done, we have also registered in fermentation products, which is first time in the history it has happened. We have registered 4 products, fermentation products, and we are selling in China, but it is very difficult. In India, if they have to register a product, they take 6 to 8 months in registering their products. Whereas Indian company needs 3 to 4 years. And that also, it is not easy. If it is produced in China, it will be very difficult to sell the product. So I think we have to also think there should be some barriers so that we can make our Indian industry to survive. Then APIs, I think this is a very sensitive topic, that how API, once it is our FDA rule, that if a molecule is formed, it cannot be imported under chemical name. So I think we have to follow strictly and see that this system does not work. That because the Chinese company, which has no approval there, and they are not supposed to sell anywhere, we get under chemical name and then starts doing it. I think that needs to be stopped if we really want our industry to survive. So these are some of the things for the sustainability of our industry. We need to look into that. I'll just share here, in India, Concord is the only company, or rather in the world, Concord is the only company which is making more than 30 fermentation products. There is no company. In immunosuppressants, I can say, we make all the immunosuppressants which no company in the world makes. And we have more than 50% market share in the immunosuppressants globally. Then we have oncology products, we have antibacterial, we have number of antibiotics which we are producing. And these are first time in India which we are doing. And we recommend that there should be a custom duty if it is produced in India. Now it is the time that India has built certain fermentation capacities. And according to me, this is the time we should seriously look into these things. Then we have a manufacturing facilities, one in Dholka, one in Kheda we have put. And here I will say that during COVID, we took actually 160 acres of land in Kheda. And our aim was to do it in 21. And during COVID, I will like to thank the local administration and political system here also, that we got so much help from them that during COVID time also, especially Kheda administration and from the Gandhinagar, we got special permission that if your workers don't come out, we'll allow you to do the construction. And we could complete this project in 21, and this is the largest fermentation plant, I can say globally, for such type of products. And I will also thank FDA, Mr. Koshyari is sitting here, that they helped us in giving fast approval, even environment we got fast approval. And according to when we saw the shortage of tacrolimus in the US market, we requested US FDA, we got special, and they sent the people in 23, we got the approval in 23 from the US FDA for our, and it went very well with 0483. So thank you for helping us for this. So these are the products which we are, now we have a solid oral plant, and injectable plant is under construction. I think next month we will start the validation of this injectable. Now, I said if in fermentation you want to have an edge over China, you have to have your R&D. So if you see, we have strain improvement. Fermentation is the only industry that there can be a 1 + 1 can be 2, 1 + 1 can be 0, 1 + 1 can be 50. This is how chemistry works. In chemistry, 1 + 1 has to be 2. But here, if your strain, if you are, like if China has got 10 grams strain, if you have 20 grams, you can beat them. So this is where same reactor can give you 10 kilos, same reactor can give you 100 kilos. So that is what I tell to the people who are into the fermentation industry, that if you really want to do fermentation, please see that your technologically you are strong. But some of the people say that they have a cold weather, that is why they are, I said no. When you are sitting in an air-conditioned room, you don't know what is outside temperature. In your reactor, you can control the temperature. If it is a cold, you need a heating energy. If it is hot, you need a cooling energy. So energy is same. So there is no difference. It is only the technology. If you have a technology, you can beat Chinese. And I am sure that is not a problem. Once we have the technology and the infrastructure, the manpower, I can say Gujarat has got the best manpower in biotechnology. Vallabh Vidyanagar is there, Nadyad is there. Even in Gujarat Biotechnology University, we have built now. So all manpower is available, all the infrastructure. Airport is there for transportation of biopharmaceutical. So you have everything. I think this is the best state to put a fermentation industry. And thank you for that. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vaid. Your initial presentation was very, very threatening. And I'm so glad that you ended with a positive note. It looked as if we were going to get wiped out once again. But thank you for drawing attention to the essential elements for a strategy that can help us to overcome this chasm that exists. Thank you, sir. The last speaker of the day is Mr. Vivek Shah, Chief Executive Officer for Merrill Group. He is from Vapi. Bringing over 25 years of extensive experience to the table, Mr. Shah has proven his leadership in managing large teams within the healthcare industry. Notably, a significant portion of his career has been dedicated to making impactful contributions at Merrill, where in the last 15 years he has led a number of critical initiatives across businesses. He has contributed significantly in making the company the most significant player in medical devices sector, especially orthopedic devices, where it has the largest share of the Indian market and now firing into the endosurgery business. Vivek bhai, for your comments, please.
Thank you, Parekh sir, and very good morning to all the dignitaries, esteemed speakers, and the guests. At the outset, I would like to thank the government of Gujarat for providing Merrill an opportunity to share our experience and perspective on the Indian medical device sector, which is an essential and integral constituent of the Indian healthcare sector. I would like to, give a brief on this in three different aspects. One is, what is the perspective of the Indian medical device sector? The second one is the kind of opportunities we foresee for Indian medical device industry. And the third one is, the critical success factors for the growth of the Indian medical device sector. So I will cover all these three parts in my presentation. The Indian medical device sector, I think quite a lot of data have been shared by almost all the speakers, but I would also like to emphasize on it and giving you certain further data on it, that the Indian medical device sector has been identified as a sunrise sector by the government of India, right? So with relatively lower barriers to entry compared to other industries. The size of the Indian medical device market was valued at US $11 billion in year 2020. And the way it is growing, I think at a CAGR of about 15 to 16% year on year, this is going to touch close to USD 15 billion by year 2030. The export of medical device sector has been growing at a CAGR of close to 10%, about 9.37 to be precise, over the last 5 years. And India is expected to export of medical devices will reach close to $10 billion by 2025. Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Haryana, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Tamil Nadu are manufacturing hubs for medical devices in India. Most of the Indian manufacturers of class A and B devices are micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, with an average turnover of about USD 450 to 500 million. Currently, India is the fourth largest medical device market in Asia after Japan, China, and South Korea. It is also among the top 20 markets globally. There are over 6,000 types of medical devices in India. However, currently it is estimated that India imports nearly 75% of its medical devices. In particular, the country is dependent on imports. for higher-end medical products such as cancer diagnostics, medical imaging tools, ultrasonic scans, and PCR technologies. Now, with this data, you can imagine the kind of opportunities India as a country has, and for the local manufacturers as well. Now, according to the point of what are the critical success factors for the growth of Indian medical device sector, I feel as almost all the speaker has mentioned and emphasized on, that focus on research and development to bring novel, latest treatment options to Indian patients first. Generate strong intellectual property to bring India on global innovation map. Manufacture high quality products by leveraging economies of scale and contribute in bringing down treatment cost. Creation of dedicated training and education forum for doctors, paramedics, and healthcare professionals. We at Merrill had realized the potential of the medical device sector in year 2006. Since then we started, and we have been manufacturing high-end medical devices and critical medical devices in India. As on today, we have about 140 product technologies across different verticals, including cardiovascular, orthopedics, endosurgery, diagnostics, now into robotics as well. We have global business operation in more than 140 countries, managing through about 26 subsidiaries, and our 55% of our gross revenue comes from exports. We are proud to contribute to the success story of medical device sector of Gujarat and contribute to the Make in India vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. Coming to the point of kind of an opportunity what we see in Indian medical device. What we feel is the Indian medical device market offers a great opportunity, not only for its size, but also because of encouraging policies and regulations that government has introduced to give up, to the medical device industry. The sector is at present growing at around 35.4% CAGR for a plethora of reasons. The reasons are economic growth leading to higher disposable incomes, increased public spending in healthcare, improving medical infrastructure and increasing demand due to medical tourism, increasing affordability due to growing income, and increased penetration of healthcare, the health insurance scheme. To give you an example of Gujarat, for instance, the implementation of PMJ scheme, which is the largest health assurance scheme in the world. We, as a medical device manufacturer, are glad to witness the successful implementation of Ma Yojana under the SAID scheme by the government of Gujarat, which has again been a role model for other states. Currently, I think approximately about 1 lakh stents, the drug-eluting stents, are being deployed every year, and about 60 to 70,000 joint replacement prostheses have been implanted in Gujarat itself under this scheme. With India expected to become a $10 trillion economy by 2035, medical device sector is expected to play a major role to help release its aspiration. We are thankful to the government of Gujarat and Department of Pharmaceutical and the FDA as well for providing us with a dedicated medical device park at Nagalpur, Rajkot, which we are sure will play a pivotal role for the growth of Indian medical device sector. The medical device park is expected to reduce the manufacturing cost. It will be equipped with the necessary infrastructure. As an industry, we truly believe upcoming MedTech Park is poised to be a game changer in the healthcare landscape. This park will represent a concentrated hub of innovation and collaboration, bringing together manufacturers, researchers, and healthcare professionals under one umbrella. As an industry leader in the medical device sector, I am excited to share insights into how such a venture can not only spur economic growth, but also contribute significantly to advancements in the medical technology, research, and innovation. The Medical Device Park can serve as a platform for research and development since it can include laboratories, testing facilities, and prototyping centers promoting advancements in medical technology. The Medical Device Park is an excellent opportunity for medtech industry to show and prove the manufacturing excellence by using shared resources and specialized infrastructure. This can lead to enhanced manufacturing efficiency and cost effectiveness. Also, the Medical Device Park will help towards effective talent management and job opportunities. The park can collaborate with educational institutions to provide training programs and courses related to medical device development and manufacturing, which is very, very important. This contributes to the skill development of the local workforce and attracts talent to this region. A concentration of medical device companies within a park can enhance the region's global competitiveness. By creating a critical mass of expertise and resources, the park can attract international attention and investment. As industry, let us seize this opportunity, the moment to champion collaboration, drive innovation, and pave the way for a future where medical advancement not only improve patient outcomes, but also contribute to the economic prosperity of our communities. To end my talk, I think I would like to share one very important point which we at Merrill are going to start, and we want to establish this as a network across the country. And we are going to start that pilot from Gujarat to reach out and to create an access and availability of medical devices to every corner of this state and to every corner ultimately to this country, and expand our reach to each and every district of this country. Today in India, we have 770 districts across the country, but at this point of time, the reach of medical devices, accessibility of the devices, and the availability of the devices to the healthcare professionals is very limited. And we are taking that step. We are taking that as a lead, starting this role from Gujarat and then expanding it and scaling it to all the districts of this country. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Well, friends, that brings us to the close of all the presentations. And we have, Mr. Koshia, do we have time for Q&A, or is it 1 o'clock and we should wind up now? Few questions? Actually, okay, maybe 1 or 2 and we'll do it. So, who wants to answer questions amongst the panel? No, actually, the kind of questions that we had in mind for them were related to their experience of working in Gujarat. So, all of them have shared their experience, and it's been a very good experience except Sarah. So, Sarah, what has been your experience of working with Gujarat regulators?
Well, I'm very proud to say we have quite a long, extensive history of engaging with the regulator, dating back to 2008 when our office opened. And Dr. Kosha has all of the pictures in his office of all of our engagements over the years. But it's been really great because, as most know here, there's a central act, but it's enforced at both the central and the state level. And so really we've focused engaging on the states that have a high impact of manufacturers that are making products for the U.S. And so we've done everything from having regulatory forums and sharing best practices, stations, and we've done a lot of information sharing. And so it's an honor to be able to Gujarat, and we recognize the importance of Gujarat, not only to India, but also to the U.S.
Thank you. Maybe we'll take 2 short questions from the audience, if that is okay. Anybody has, yes, this gentleman who has raised his hand here first, and one more question after that, please. Can someone get a mic to him, please? Could you just stand up? Yeah, please. And one more question after that, anybody? Okay, that's gentleman then. We will stop at 2. Please introduce your name and name of the company, please.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Shardul Nautiyal, Bureau Head with Chronicle Pharma Biz, which is India's leading newspaper on pharma industry. So my question is about a generic question about the research-linked incentive scheme. So,
mic closer to you, yeah.
So my question is about the research-linked incentive scheme. What are the industry interventions and the government interventions required in order to actually bring this scheme into reality, the research incentive scheme?
Okay, thank you. We'll take the next question there.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Parimal. I represent KD Hospital, which is a private hospital at Vaishnav Devi Circle. So looking to the forum from the morning till now, we have been talking about various devices, various formulations, etc. Affordability and accessibility is the prime concern. And there are various schemes, but when it comes to standardize, that this is where the benchmarking has to be, and you can charge only for benchmarking. You can't charge without benchmarking, and that's where the regulation has to come into the place. Example, a burger of MACD can cost you X because of its quality, but the same cannot be done by the others. But the quality benchmarking, even in implants or medical devices or the pharmaceuticals, including nutraceuticals, needs to be regulated, because accessibility is the key issue, because doctors are used to get, say, J&J, they are used for strikers. Indian manufacturers are equally competent to compete them. But the entry level, or this is where the regulation from IRDA or the government standards has to come in place for the accessibility, because private sector spends more out of the pocket expenses for patients, and that needs to be addressed if you want to control the cost of the industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Singh, would you like to address this issue of the R&D scheme, if you like?
So in the R&D scheme, there are center of excellences for the priority areas, which are coming up in the different NIPERs, National Institutes of Pharmaceutical Education and Research. For example, in Ahmedabad on medical devices, a center of excellence is coming. So under these schemes, these institutes will be supported. And apart from that, industry will also be supported for R&D activities.
Thank you. Yeah, hello. Anybody wants to take this issue of price control? I mean, at a philosophical level or as a practical level, yeah.
I think I would like to answer, maybe extend a bit on his question. Of course, on the quality and the regulation part, of course, when you are competing with the world's largest, medical device organizations, definitely India and India as a country, all the companies, whoever are thinking of coming for the medical devices, I think need to look at the best quality implants under the regulations. And of course, we at Merrill, most of our products are either USFDA approved or the CE approved. Especially when you brought the topic of that was on the joint replacement front, where you're talking about the J&J or a Stryker or Zimmer. I think under guidelines of NPPA, the pricing has been controlled for these premium devices now. So if we talk about the joint replacement products or the stents, it is controlled by NPPA. And I think everybody is at par in terms of the cost. And yeah, of course, the quality is as very important. As I mentioned, the R&D behind developing any product, and specifically when it comes to India, I think developing something specific for the Indian population is also being a very important factor to grow this market to a different level. Yeah, thank you.
On this, from the standards point of view and its effect on cost, Sarah would also like to comment on your cost.
No, thank you for that. And I think this is one of the aspects that is very nuanced and sometimes overlooked, but that regulatory standards can be an enabler of innovation and access. And so when we're all playing off the same sheet of music, then that increases access, right? So we talk about standards of quality and international consensus standards and international standard-setting organizations. I think those things are also benefits to industry and patients alike. So I think we should not overlook the value of regulatory standards in providing access. And while FDA doesn't regulate prices and get involved in price controls, we do advocate for international consensus-based standards, and that way everybody's functioning off the same page, and that increases the access of market shares for industry as well.
And a final comment on your question about, price control versus markets. I think the government of India, the state government has always had a light touch on price control, except when there are obvious cases of massive abuses. And we have seen that happen also when there is a monopolistic situation, there is a quality situation, or the patient is at a disadvantage in terms of negotiating for his own health care. And so what we have is a mixed form of regulation in the country. And I think on the whole it has worked well for all of us, because the industry also requires the margins in order to invest in the R&D that is required in a world that is now only allowing you to sell products which are patented, when often it takes very large amounts of money for that. And on the other side, the fact of affordability, which is a reality of our country. So it will always be sometimes give, sometimes take, sometimes excess, sometimes this. But on the whole, through our journey, I think over the last 50, 60 years, it has been a very, very good thing. Not only medical devices, but even pharmaceuticals.
Just to reinforce what he said, just two stats I would like to share. First, in a survey, the Indian medicines were found to be 62% cheaper than the global average. We are not talking as compared to the mature world, 62% cheaper on an average from the global average. Number two, and I would applaud, this is an applaud to the entire healthcare system in India, including the government who drives this, because we've all been focused on accessibility, availability, and affordability of drugs. And I'm speaking specifically with respect to the drugs. The cost, and it has been discussed on this very forum during G20, India has achieved a health expectancy of around 70 years, with an average spend of approximately $9 per capita on medicines, and approximately $60 per capita in the healthcare. If you compare this with BRICS, the Brazil has achieved around 72 years of health expectancy, spending around $951 per person. Per capita spend is $951. Russia is over 1,000, and US, I believe, is in excess of 12,000. Of course, their health expectancy is around 80 years. So if you compare, it's very similar to our Chandrayaan, one of the satellites that we sent, 4 rupees a kilometer. So it's the kind of benchmark that we have achieved.
So with these friends, we bring this session to a close, and you want to thank everybody, or should I? You want to thank?
Please
continue. No, whatever your protocol. We are all informal here, we know each other. So let me begin by thanking all the panelists here. Sarah, thank you for coming all the way. I know you were in the US and had to come back for this. Very grateful to you. Dr. Singh, you were in Delhi. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. And Vivek from Vapi, Sudhir Bhai Vaid, and Viranchi, who are always our pillars and foundations. Whenever we require anything on pharma, they are always there. And I think it's been an interesting session that has given us on several dimensions, light on several dimensions of competition, of quality, of the growth opportunities in not only pharmaceuticals but also on medical care. So I think the purpose of this session was well served in my view, and I really wish you well and thank you so much. Over to you.
I request you to remain seated. We would formally like to give you a token of appreciation. So to do the honors, I request Dr. Raghavendra Dikshit, Additional Director Medical Education, to felicitate Shri Ravindra Pratap Singh, Joint Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India. Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. H.L. Rawat, Joint Commissioner, Food and Drugs Control Administration, to felicitate Dr. Sarah Macmillan, Country Director, US FDA. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Kamlesh Bhatt, Joint Commissioner, Food and Drugs Control Administration, to felicitate Dr. Viranchi Shah, National President, IDMA. Thank you, sir. I request Mr. R.M. Patel, Deputy Commissioner, Food and Drugs Control Administration, to felicitate Mr. Sudhir Vaid, Chairman, Concord Biotech Limited. Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Yogesh Darji, Deputy Commissioner, Food and Drugs Control Administration, to felicitate Mr. Vivek Shah, CEO, Merrill Life Sciences Private Limited. Thank you, sir. I now request Additional Director, Medical Services, Dr. K.H. Mishra, to felicitate Dr. Sunil Parekh, Chief Corporate Affairs and Strategic Advisor, Zydus Life Sciences. Thank you all. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to refuel and recharge. We'll be taking a lunch break, and for the dignitaries, we have arranged lunch just behind this hall. For speakers and VVIPs, we have arranged lunch at Dia Hall, and LOs will escort you to the venue. And for the rest of the dignitaries and members, guests, we have arranged lunch just behind this hall. Kindly note that we reconvene at 2 p.m., 1:55 p.m. Thank you.
સર્વનું સુખ સર્વના આરોગ્યમાં જ સમાયેલું છે. અર્થાત સર્વનું સુખ સર્વના નિરામય આરોગ્યમાં જ સમાયેલું છે. માનનીય વડાપ્રધાનનું નવા ભારતનું વિઝન એટલે દેશના યુવાઓ, મહિલાઓ અને ગરીબોને સશક્ત બનાવવાના પ્રયાસો. અને આ નવું ભારત પણ સ્વસ્થ અને સુખી ભારત હોવું જરૂરી છે.
ચલો જો જાય જોવાની તૈયારીમાં
આવું રબર બેન્ડ મારેલું એક હતું કેમ કરે માઈક અહીંયા પુષ્ટિ ચાલુ હર્ષદ કુમાર એમનું છે ને હવે 5 અહીંયા ભાઈ આ બે ચેક કરી
pharmaceutical sector of India and the world, Gujarat. And with 28% share in India's pharma exports, Gujarat has continued to contribute. COVID-19 drugs to
Hey.
Welcome back, everyone. I request everyone to take your seats. We are soon starting with our next session. Thank you.
Check.
લીલા શું કો ચેક કરી લો હેલો 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 હેલો
Welcome back, everyone. We are soon starting with our next session. I request all the dignitaries to please take your seats. Thank you. मैंने Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed a delicious lunch and had a chance to network. Without further ado, let's delve right into our next session on technology transforming healthcare in Gujarat. In this session, we will deliberate on government's initiatives at leveraging technology for strengthening healthcare. We also talk about various innovations and technological developments improving the healthcare. With extreme delight, I welcome our distinguished chair and panelists for the session. It's an honor to extend a warm welcome to the chair and moderator for the session, Shri Harshad Patel sir, Commissioner and Secretary Health, Government of Gujarat, on the dais, who will be presiding over and moderating this session. Harshad Patel sir, I welcome you on stage. Sir is a 2005 batch IAS officer of Gujarat cadre and has held pivotal positions contributing significantly to Gujarat's administrative landscape. He currently leads the health department. He has served as Commissioner of Youth Services and Cultural Activities, Gandhinagar, Managing Director at Alkalis and Chemicals Limited in Vadodara, Commissioner of Relief and ex-officio Secretary to Gujarat in the Revenue Department at Sachivalay, Gandhinagar. Welcome, sir. I now welcome on stage Dr. Sanjay Sood, Project Director E-Sanjeevani CDEC Methi, Government of India. Dr. Sood is one of the pioneers in global telemedicine since 1998 and has led E-Sanjeevani, world's largest telemedicine platform. His exceptional leadership has garnered accolades such as prestigious Digital India Award 2020, conferred by Honorable President of India, acknowledging the profound impact of E-Sanjeevani. Welcome, sir. I now invite Professor Manisha Inamdar, Director in STEM, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. Dr. Inamdar has pioneered human embryonic stem cell derivation and use in India, providing stem cells that represent the Indian genetic diversity, are eligible for use globally and have been distributed worldwide. She has set up several national and international stem cell training programs. She presides over various technical societies and board. Welcome, ma'am. Our next panelist is Mr. Michael Blackwell, Vice President and Managing Director, Medtronic India. Mr. Blackwell has over 20 years of experience in healthcare. Prior to joining Medtronic in 2006, he has held a similar position in the frontier markets consisting of 11 Asian countries. He is an active member of various global employee resource groups and hopes to add value to increasing inclusiveness across India. Welcome, sir. I now take pleasure in introducing Dr. Geeta Manjunath, founder and CEO, Niramay Health Analytics. Dr. Manjunath is also the CTO of Niramay Health Analytics, who has led the development of a breakthrough AI solution for detecting early-stage breast cancer in a non-invasive, radiation-free manner. With over 25 years of experience in IT innovation, she has led multiple AI projects at Xerox and Hewlett-Packard Labs. I now request Shri Harshad Patel, sir, to lead us through the session. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, experts on the stage and guests on the off the dais. I all welcome you all post lunch. Please be seated and let us get engrossed in this session. It's very important. Post lunch is always a difficult thing, but still it's all of much importance and interest to all of us. It is my honor to moderate this session and be a part of the team who will discuss this topic, transforming healthcare through technology. Technology today, as we all know, is playing a pivotal role in transforming the way we live, we exist, and it is playing a major role in shaping our healthcare ecosystem. It is enhancing our efficiency, accessibility, and improving patient outcomes. It will also help us in making healthcare services affordable to all. Today, we shall be discussing regarding the government's visionary approach at leveraging information and communication technology for creating a digitally empowered healthcare ecosystem through Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission and e-Sanjeevani especially. Further, we'll discussion on the medical genetics and regenerative medicine that form the basis for previously uncurable diseases and personalized tailor-made treatments. We'll then have industry perspectives and experiences related to commercially available medical technologies that are improving our healthcare, as well as the integration of artificial intelligence and machine learning that is revolutionizing diagnostics, treatment planning, and contributing to more precise and effective healthcare interventions. I will now hand over to the experts one by one so that we can delve more into detail on particular topics. I'll invite Mr. Sood for his discourse on e-Sanjeevani, and then one by one the speakers will come on the stage and they will deliver their session. Thank you.
Respected most Commissioner Sir and co-panelists and all the dignitaries here. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Government of Gujarat for putting together yet another vibrant version of this vibrant summit. And I'm really fortunate to be a part of this. So as you all would agree to me that there is a saying that whenever crisis comes up, it shakes up the entire ecosystem. And a similar crisis came up in 2020. We had COVID, and it shook not only specific part of the geography, but the entire globe. And this crisis led to a major shake-up everywhere. And this shake-up led to the emergence of leaders. As they say, whenever shake-up happens, leaders emerge. And India emerged as the leaders in digital health care delivery system. And e-Sanjeevani was, to some extent, we can say, born out of this major shakeup. And today, courtesy the leaders at the central level, Honorable Health Minister and his team, and including all the policymakers and health administrators in all the states, including the administrators we have here in Gujarat, they played such a wonderful role in ensuring that India shows up to the world and gets projected as the leaders in digital health to use digital technologies to deliver health services remotely. And in no time, we could, with their guidance and their leadership, put together a platform which is highly secured and scalable and has so quickly emerged to be the world's largest telemedicine platform by the fact that we've already served over 190 million patients remotely. That translates to around 20 crore patients. Am I pointed this way? If you could use it from there. Yeah, thank you. So e-Sanjeevani, as it was conceptualized, the Government of India, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, had conceptualized e-Sanjeevani like a platform, telemedicine platform that was supposed to be made available across the country to enable specialized quality health services to just about every citizen in the country, especially those living in underprivileged, especially those who were underprivileged or living in remote and isolated communities. E-Sanjeevani was conceptualized in early 2019 and it was to show up as the cornerstone of Ayushman Bharat scheme, which is the world's largest health insurance scheme. With this kind of visionary leadership or visionary stance towards technology, the Government of India had prepared this platform for primarily making healthcare services available to the rural populace who could not otherwise travel to the larger hospitals or bigger hospitals to get specialized care, and in a way could not reap the benefits of the Ayushman Bharat scheme. So eSanjeevani was primarily shaped as or conceptualized as the cornerstone of Ayushman Bharat scheme, and we had redesigned it or customized it as per the requirement of the government and started the rollout in November 2019. That was a couple of months before COVID struck the Indian shores. We had rolled out a proof of concept in the month of November 2019 in Andhra Pradesh, and the exercise was going on very well. We were doing around 100 consultations every day to start with, and it is in March, suddenly when everything came to a halt, Health Ministry reconnected with us and said that there is no means or no mechanisms for the entire country's healthcare delivery system to provide health services for non-COVID related conditions. And that is where the seeds were sown for a larger eSanjeevani, which could connect just about every citizen to a doctor, and that too free of cost. So we had, pre-COVID, we had designed a provider-to-provider telemedicine model, because in India, patient to doctor consultations in a remote manner were not legitimized, as a result of which we had conceptualized provider-to-provider telemedicine. That was an assisted teleconsultation model, which would run between health and wellness centers, which are now called Ayushman Arogya Mandirs. These community health officers there would connect with the doctors in the hubs, and they would extend health services to the rural populace. But because of COVID, the Government of India got into action as soon as they realized that the patients were not ready to see doctors, and doctors were not ready to see patients in person for mutual benefits or for mutual concerns. They put in place telemedicine practice guidelines, which legitimized patient-to-doctor remote consultations, as a result of which, parallelly, we could put together telemedicine second variant called eSanjeevani OPD, which was designed for patient-to-doctor consultations while the patients could rest in the confines of their homes. Next slide, please. So those two variants are currently operational, but telemedicine was primarily meant for the rural populace because they were the deprived or living on the other side of the digital divide, as a result of which we can see the adoption here. In around 3.5 years, eSanjeevani has served close to around 200 million patients. And in a single day, eSanjeevani has served more than 500,000 patients, that is around 5.15 lakhs, and over 202,000 providers, which includes doctors, specialists, community health workers, and other health workers, have been onboarded on eSanjeevani to provide remote health services. And currently, over 135,000 Ayushman Arogya Mandirs are enabled for extending remote health services in the rural areas. And 14,000 plus hubs have been put in place by the state administrations to provide services to these 135,000 health and wellness centers. And there are over 300 online OPDs as well available for just about any citizen to directly connect with the doctors. All is happening free of cost. And Gujarat has played a very important role, or rather a significant role. I would like to congratulate all the political leadership here, the policymakers, health administrators, and the vibrant team of clinicians, health workers who put in a lot of efforts to ensure that today Gujarat has served over close to around 1 crore patients through eSanjeevani. To be specific, over 86 lakh patients have been served through e-Sanjeevani within Gujarat alone. And there are over 1,200 health workers who've been onboarded by Gujarat government on e-Sanjeevani. And close to around 8,000 health and wellness centers or Ayushman Arogya Mandirs have been enabled with e-Sanjeevani to provide health services to the populace in the rural areas. And that is why e-Sanjeevani has made a difference in the whole country. Not to say just the country, but even many other countries have expressed a lot of interest in the technology, in the way the government has reached the primary healthcare or has networked the primary healthcare sector across the country to provide digital health services. So these things have really amazed just about every country, be it a developed country or the developing countries. They are really awed at the way the Indian government and the states have achieved this feat. Next slide, please. And this is a month-wise depiction of the way e-Sanjeevani was used by the clinicians or by the policymakers in the states. And every consultation had added a lot of value to the beneficiaries, those who've used e-Sanjeevani. We see a couple of drops there, and these were the COVID waves initially, and then we had changed. We are now using e-Sanjeevani's second generation platform, and it is really heartening to note that when we have moved to the second generation of telemedicine, which is state of the art, which matches the platforms like Amazon or YouTube or Netflix, e-Sanjeevani is more or less comparable to those platforms as far as architecture, scalability, safety, and security is concerned. We changed over at the middle place somewhere around March of 2023. That is why we see the second dip, and we took time to once again train the entire workforce in the country to learn the newer platform, and now it is flying high, and every month e-Sanjeevani is serving over 10 million patients conveniently with the help of all the states across the country. Next slide, please. And during COVID, it was really so encouraging and promising to note that e-Sanjeevani was originally meant for non-COVID kind of general medicine applications, but because of forward-looking health administrators and the political leadership, it was quickly required from us that newer, innovative applications, processes, workflows were desired from the field or from the ministries or from the state health administrations. We were pushed to give them better features, more functionalities, and more, I would say, applications of e-Sanjeevani. So e-Sanjeevani has now evolved into a huge ecosystem which not only addresses general medicine, but all specialties, super specialties. On number of occasions, e-Sanjeevani has led to saving of lives because doctors could identify the threatening ailment that the patient is in, and they've connected the patients with the nearest ICUs, got them transferred to the ICUs through ambulances. So that is the kind of infrastructure, digital infrastructure that is developed in the form of e-Sanjeevani, which is not only a telemedicine platform, but is also getting evolved into a larger ecosystem, like a super information highway. And it is not only these specialties, like we used it in COVID, we are using it for HIV/AIDS, and inmates in jails are using, inmates in orphanages and old age homes are using. So this is leading to a lot of benefit, convenience, and comfort for just about every stakeholder who is using the platform. Next slide, please. And the health ministry has now moved further. After ensuring that the adoption has come through, the numbers have shown up, and now the health ministry is working with the state administrations to bring about the element of quality into this. So the data that we are having in e-Sanjeevani is just like the health administrators just imagine, and they let us know what kind of data they need. We will be able to present to them. So health ministry recently wanted this data, that what is the average duration of the calls on eSanjeevani. So this is what we've come out with. Next slide, please. And then the Health Ministry is also interested in knowing that how many patients are using eSanjeevani for follow-up consultations as well. First consultation could be, just by accident or just by need, but they want that the patients must get glued to a modality like eSanjeevani so that it saves a lot of time, convenience, etc. And these are the kinds of analytics that we have started to draw for the health administrators. Next slide, please. And an interesting study was carried out in the state of Jharkhand by an independent agency. They came out with findings that every consultation that happens in the rural areas, it leads to a saving in the journey of up to 21.5 kilometers. And it not only saves journey, but also saves out-of-pocket expense, which the patients would have otherwise made. It amounts to around 941 rupees per consultation, and cumulative savings are in $1 billion. Next slide, please. And I would not dig deeper into this slide. However, I would like to touch upon few aspects that eSanjeevani, as I said, has shaped into a huge ecosystem. We have already integrated eSanjeevani with more than 24 medical devices, which are more or less point-of-care devices, which are suitable for use in health and wellness centers in rural areas to empower doctors, that these devices, if procured by the state administrations, will just have to plug them into their internet system, and they'll be able to send wirelessly the data captured from the patient after the results into eSanjeevani and then forward it to the doctors for their diagnosis or better diagnosis. Next slide, please. And this is something which is coming up in near future. We are silently working without disturbing the doctors. They would have to do nothing, the patients as well. There are technologies which are enabling speech-to-speech translation on the fly. And there are institutions like NIMHANS, one in the country in Bangalore, and they get patients from all over the country. Similarly, there are institutions like AIIMS in New Delhi, super specialty hospitals, etc., who are catering to the patients across the country. We are putting in place a mechanism wherein even if the patient is not able to speak English or any other language other than the regional language, the doctor doesn't understand that regional language, the eSanjeevani on the fly would translate the patient's language into the preferred language of the doctor, and doctors will speak the preferred language, will get translated into the preferred language of the patient. They'll be able to converse. So that is how we are trying to break the language barriers to access specialized health services over eSanjeevani as well. Next slide, please. And that is not the end of the story. When we translate these languages or these discussions, we'll archive them and use the data in the transcribed form, anonymized of course, to run all analytics, whatever would be required by public health experts in the states and at the center to write more effective policies and to understand the quality of healthcare that is being delivered through eSanjeevani in remote sense. Next slide, please. We've already started providing consultations, although these are to be set on production. Telemanas, which is the National Telemental Health Program, is using eSanjeevani for video consultations. So we are enabling eSanjeevani to be used in various forms and mechanisms, and we look up to the state administrations, and Gujarat being one of our, I would say, favorites, that we trouble them a lot by asking them to try our newer features, and their team is so, I would say, friendly, so cooperative, so supportive that they enable the rollout of the feature from our lab into the field in no time. So I thank Commissioner Sir for leading such a team or providing this kind of leadership to them, that we are able to work at our highest efficiencies. So with this, I thank you all for the patience listening. I'll be happy to address your queries at the end of the session. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sood. Now, I invite Professor Manisha Inamdar, Director in STEM, for delivering her session and sharing her experience with us.
good afternoon, and big thank you to the organizers for considering me, for sharing my thoughts with you today. And also, I'd like to thank our respected commissioner and dignitaries on the dais for, being here and sharing their wisdom and expertise. So, as you will see, my area or topic that I will talk to you about today is a little different from what we've been hearing about all day. And I'm quite excited after hearing, the great leaps and strides that this state has made. We all know very well how advanced the pharmacology sector has been here. And I'm, hopeful that we will see similar strides in newer areas. So today I'd like to talk to you about medicine, but this is what we all know medicine is, right? You tell the layperson on the street, and each one will have kind of a different idea of what they think medicine means. But what I'd like to talk to you about today is something a little different, which is called regenerative medicine and looks like this. This is the medicine that will lead to cures for various kinds of diseases that we thought were essentially uncurable. So reversing effects of injuries or loss of limbs and so on and so forth. Now, we all know very well the example of, animals. For example, the lizard loses its tail, and you meet the same lizard a few weeks later, and it's got a brand new tail. So if the lizard can do it, why can't we, who are much smarter, supposedly, do the same? Why can't we, regenerate our heart, regenerate neurons, the pancreatic cells, and so on and so forth? Can we grow new teeth and bones, and so on? So while currently we cannot do all of this, some parts of our body can regenerate, for example, the liver. And also many areas of our body constantly are renewed. And this is because we have a special set of cells called stem cells, which repair or damage tissues, so help us regenerate. So we've already formed the heart, formed our limbs, and so on. And now, if need be, we need to understand how to make them again. And the reason stem cells can do this is because these are special cells set aside when the animal is developing. And these cells can make more stem cells like themselves, but can also make other kinds of cells. Whereas a standard cell in our body, if it divides, it becomes something else, it cannot go back. Okay? So this is a special kind of stem cell, and these cells are present in our skin, in our hair follicles, in our blood, and so on and so forth. And a classic example is, of course, the blood stem cell. We lose millions of blood cells each day, and we form new ones. So stem cells are really the raw material for regenerative medicine, because this is a natural process. But how do we harvest this process? How do we make it into a medicine that can harness the capacity of the stem cells and can combine it in a precise manner? Because suppose you're able to grow an arm like the lizard grows its tail. You want to make sure you grow your arm and then stop. You don't want to keep growing, right? How does the tail know when to stop growing? To have this kind of precise control, you need a deep understanding of the science. And we have a very learned audience here. Each of you know how much time and effort it takes to develop a single drug, a molecule which is well defined. What we're talking about is a living entity which is defined only to a certain extent, which to a large extent has a mind of its own. Given the right context, it can change, right? A stem cell can, especially a stem cell from the embryo, can form various kinds of cells. It can make an entire organism. So how do you control it to form a muscle or a heart or a lung and so on? And that is the challenge, and that is a vast, vast challenge. But that is what we need to understand to have precision biotherapeutics. This is the futuristic medicine. And already experimentally in the laboratories, people have shown that you can make many eyes, many kidneys. You can see from the image there, we know it's a functional kidney because it filters urine, right? You can make mini guts and so on and so forth. But these are all currently experimental. And the aim of the field is to, make these in a proper, precise way so that you can transplant these for better disease outcomes. And ultimately, one wants to, cure diseases, not just treat them, and one also wants to prevent diseases. And there is the power of gene editing. If you can combine human genome editing with stem cell biology, then you can really potentially cure diseases. And human genome editing, of course, has been prematurely fast-forwarded by some, unethical attempts to gene edit human embryos, leading to what are now known as the CRISPR babies. So we know that, these efforts will move ahead whether or not the world is ready. So I think it's time to now already start thinking, in a more sort of serious and wider way about these potential applications. So I'm going to just highlight 2 or 3 examples of regenerative therapies that are currently in use, in play, and where we stand today. So everything else is experimental. So one kind of therapies is based on gene therapies. And gene therapies, they basically work by replacing a disease-causing gene with a normal gene. So it's called genetic engineering in the cell. And then you take this engineered cell and put it back in the patient. Depending on when you do it, how you do it, the outcomes will vary, but the most famous example is of Zolgensma, anti-spinal muscular atrophy therapy. And as you may know, this is something which has been made available kind of philanthropically all over the world. The treatment costs about 16 crores of rupees. So it's currently only by a lottery that one can get it. Now, this is, something which is, of course, unaffordable at present, but it's something that one needs to aim towards because we cannot depend on philanthropy, to give us these kind of therapies. So this is one example of a gene therapy. The other is cell therapies. They may be of 2 different types. You take your own cell, or which is, autologous cell therapy, and you try and treat your own condition, or you take allogenic cell therapy from the donor. And commonly, of course, we know about blood transfusions, we know about bone marrow transfusions. In the case of leukemias, there are some scaffold-based transplants where you can take certain cell types and put them back in and so on. And some of the most widely used cell therapy, widely known, is the CAR T cell therapy, the chimeric antigen receptor T-cell based immunotherapy, which is already in use in all over the world and even in India to a small extent for cancer or for various kinds of myelomas and lymphomas. And this again is, as you can see on the slide, an extremely expensive therapy, but this involves taking a part of our blood cells called the T cells and engineering them to recognize the cancer, aspects of the cancer cell and put them back. So these cells will then go and target the cancer cells and get rid of them. So this is an extremely successful therapy. Like I said, used worldwide, also used and being developed. I mean, it's still, there are so many different aspects to it being developed for many kinds of cancers in our country. But the challenge, of course, is accessibility and cost. So this is the current, standard of cell therapies. And like I said, CAR T, of course, the most thousands of worldwide. And then there are a host of other cell therapy. But the most, I would say, successful and current and recent, which combines the power of stem cells and the power of genome editing, is the one of sickle cell disease treatment. So in 2020, Victoria Gray was, a patient suffering from sickle cell anemia or sickle cell disease. Her stem cells were taken, edited, and put back. And this involved activating a normal form of hemoglobin. You may know that in sickle cell disease, there's a mutation in hemoglobin which causes sickling of the beta globin chain is mutated. And this therapy involves activating a normal fetal hemoglobin, which can, rescue the disease. And she's perfectly healthy today, and I think over 100 patients have been treated in this way today. So this is the blood stem cell-based therapies, and of course there are many more. Some are in preclinical trials, some are in clinical trial for all kinds of blood disorders, but mostly for monogenic blood disorders. So this is the global status of gene therapies. And while I won't go through the details, it's very clear that, you see the white region where our country is, because, we are still at a very early stage. Compare that to the wide range of gene therapies that are today available all over the world. And this is because, of course, there are a lot of challenges to the process itself, but more importantly, there are challenges that are, more unique to us. Well, the process is extremely complex, much more complex than, making a small molecule like a drug, because you need a specific donor, you need a specific kind of stem cell, which may be an iPS stem cell or a blood stem cell. These need to be banked. So, these therapies can't be individual only, because that will not be sustainable. So, to call something a therapy, it needs to be a standard of care. And a standard of care needs to be well, of course, standardized and quality controlled. And if one had to do that for each patient individually, it's just not sustainable. So one has to find the right kind of cell therapy that can be scaled up. Now, all of you know very well what challenges scale-up brings, right? Even if you're dealing with a defined molecule, a defined chemical entity. Think about scaling up to billions and billions of liters, a fermenter scale of a living entity that is replicating, multiplying, and that can do essentially make any part of our body. So there lies the challenge, and there lies the challenge not only in maintaining quality, but in controlling this sort of entity. So our major challenge, of course, is not just the process, but also having access and having training, having a critical mass of people who know this field, who can think along these lines, and who know, how to go about the process. And so, but this is the future of medicine, which is already here, actually. And we should not. The field is still nascent, so we should not be left behind. So the strategy to support it would be to create an ecosystem, create a critical mass, and of course, most important mechanisms for regulatory approval. And there are many such efforts undertaken by the Department of Biotechnology. For stem cell research in India, there are many national institutes where this is carried out, mainly under the Department of Biotechnology, also under ICMR and DST. And we have various governing mechanisms for governing stem cell research. We also have several government initiatives, especially under the BIRAC of the Department of Biotechnology, to develop this ecosystem of entrepreneurship in stem cells. And what it really needs is biomanufacturing hubs and cooperation along these lines. So while these initiatives go through the various stages, these cannot be sustained purely by government support, we need a lot of investment in this. And what I'd like to do in the last couple of minutes is just talk about efforts at INSTEM, the Institute for Stem Cell Science and Regenerative Medicine, which I currently head. So this is India's first stem cell institute, and our mandate is to do fundamental and clinically relevant research in areas of stem cell biology, focusing towards clinical translation. But more importantly, what we have now assimilated in our mandate is being first a source of quality stem cells, because your raw material is very important. This source should be indigenous, because here, the genetics matters, the genome matters, and develop guidelines and policy, help the government develop these, and also, of course, training and develop the critical mass. So these are our broad areas of research. We have two major programs that we've undertaken in this area, supported by the Department of Biotechnology and collaboratively. One is to, in the area of brain disorders, we have generated, along with NIMHANS and NCBS, a cohort of iPS cell lines, which represent the local genetic population and local genetic disorders. And the other is to take blood disorders and make a GMP bank. Also, we have developed several technologies, but what I'd like to highlight is the one on the right of the screen. In addition to technologies to support stem cell science, the Center for Stem Cell Research at Vellore, which is the clinical translation arm of INSTEM, has recently launched a phase 3 clinical trial, which is gene therapy based for hemophilia A, which is lentiviral mediated gene therapy based. And like I said, one thing that we have subsumed into our mandate is to develop this capacity and critical mass. So we've set up this platform for enabling stem cell and organoid research and training. We're setting up a biorepository of locally derived iPS cell lines. Already we have 107 iPS lines from ADPS. We have 2 human embryonic stem cell lines that I derived many years ago, and we have some GMP lines also. And a major part of our effort is also in training to ensure that we maintain quality. We have, international faculty training. I'm a part of the International Stem Cell Banking Initiative steering group, and we have support from them and a collaboration to set up stem cell training programs. And finally, to build capacity in the country in all these areas. I should mention that our upcoming training is, including GSBTM faculty training program. And finally, one needs to close this gap between research and training and, innovation and investment. And this is what we are doing. We're developing this pipeline of stem cell models that anybody can come, train, use, and so on. And one example of such a model is a pipeline to look at generating organoid models of early human development to de-risk drug discovery. Because as you all know, it's very difficult to do testing of drugs in development, especially human development. One tends to do it in mice or animal models, but that's just not the same. So a project, major project, actually the first discovery biology project funded here by the Gates Foundation, we have started developing these models to de-risk drug discovery. And our efforts have been recognized all over by being in the circle of stem cell institutes and centers of the International Stem Cell Society. We are, I think, the only the second in Southeast Asia to be recognized. And with that, I'll thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Manisha Ingamdar, for delving deep into the issues related to regenerative technologies. I now invite Mr. Michael Blackwell, who is Vice President and MD, Medtronics India, and he has specially flown down to India for this particular session. I especially thank him.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you, Commissioner Secretary Patel, for this opportunity. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be back in Gujarat. I live in Mumbai currently, but every time I come to Gujarat, I'm reminded of my first experiences with India. And it was through my best friend, whose family is from Surat. And she used to cook for Samir. And then Samir would invite me over. And so for a long time now, I've held Gujarat in particular in my heart. So certainly happy to be here today. So my talk is really going to focus around medical devices and healthcare technology. And while Medtronic is a large medical device company, really my focus is speaking for or on behalf of all the medical device companies, manufacturers from that perspective. And so you see on the screen one of our favorite words, engineering the extraordinary. And we think, and so I've worked for Medtronic for the last 17 years, and I have been incredibly fortunate to live in 4 different countries. And I have either been a field sales rep in the surgical suite, or a manager or director or vice president for virtually all of our businesses. So I've got firsthand experiences in most of our portfolios and can speak to that. And so when we talk about engineering the extraordinary, I thought the first thing I would do is show just a very short video what we mean by engineering the extraordinary and the impact that medical devices have for our patients. Could you pause right there? Perfect. Okay. Okay, so what you're seeing on the screen is a gentleman who has been diagnosed with Parkinson's, and one of the bigger challenges around Parkinson is your gait, spasticity, tremors, things of that nature. On the left video, this is with our deep brain stimulation system implanted but turned off. And then on the right, you can see that it's turned on. And this is a therapy that's close to my heart, as I was a sales rep. I was a therapy consultant for deep brain stimulation, and the profound impact that this particular device does for a condition that is incredibly debilitating from a neurological standpoint. These are the days I remember most of my 17 years. It was meeting with patients on a daily basis, meeting with neurologists, neurosurgeons, and hearing their stories, knowing that there are ways to improve Parkinson's or essential tremor or a number of different disease states that are indicated for deep brain stimulation. So I thought best to show you what we talk about, or the impact that medical devices can have. So go ahead and finish the video. I think it's another 10 seconds. That's great. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so just a little bit about Medtronic, just from a size and scope standpoint. I'm not going to spend very long on this screen here, but in India, we have over 40 years of experience being in India, based out of Mumbai, with offices both in Gurgaon and Mumbai from that standpoint. We have over 2,000 employees here in India. And what I really will call the attention to is the last part, the research and development piece, where we have the second largest Medtronic Innovation and Experience Center in the world, just behind the US. We employ over 1,000 Indian men and women engineers that are based in Hyderabad. And I saw on an earlier slide something that grabbed my attention. Of course, very familiar with Make in India, but then it was Make in India, made for the world. And I think what we do at the MEIC building in particular is exactly that. is the innovation, the technology. We are developing it in India, but really exporting it for the entire world. And so there's some profound impacts there that we have when we think about designing in India and having a real substantial contribution here locally in India. Okay, I just wanted to talk about a couple other products here. Just, the idea, when I came to India, I remembered our founding father over 60 years ago, Earl Bakken, who developed the pacemaker basically in his garage. And I had an opportunity to listen to him speak, and I met him once. One of the things he would always talk about, which surprised me from a Medtronic standpoint, he didn't talk about business. He didn't talk about spreadsheets. He didn't talk about sales. He didn't talk about marketing. What he talked about, and this is 16 years ago, he talked about how do we expand our portfolio across the world so that more people, more patients, and that stuck with me, and I think that that's mostly what put me on the course of how do I get outside of the United States? How do I make a greater impact in Canada, Southeast Asia, and now in India? And some of these devices, these technologies here are huge, and they're available here. The second one is the smallest pacemaker in the world. And usually I have one in my pocket, but I can tell you it's about this big, just a little larger than a standard pill. And that's making a huge difference with a number of different indications. Our insulin pump, of course, the stents we've talked about a little bit from that standpoint. From a robotic standpoint, we have 2 different platforms for robotics, all being further developed with artificial intelligence in mind, both from a surgical perspective and spine, as well as the Hugo system from that side. And then last but not least, India is cutting edge in terms of having approved to treat hypertension through renal denervation. So again, my job is to bring these technologies to India for Indians. Healthcare scenario. So I've got a couple slides I'm going to talk about here, but it talks, what they're going to talk about is how it's about alignment, right? I think that's why we're here when we think about holistic healthcare, and you can see it across the board from pharmaceuticals, medical devices, healthcare technology, hospitals, wellness centers. Right? There's not one single entity that can do it by themselves. It takes all of these things working together in that high level of collaboration to ensure that we're maximizing our efforts here in India for Indians. So the first slide talks about patient concerns. And before it's 3 clicks, I'll show you that. But so in 2016, so 17 years with Medtronic, but in 2016, I was a patient. And many of you in the audience are patients too. I actually had open heart surgery. So working for a medical device company, and then also having open heart surgery, you realize things that you don't every day, but that just helps drive that innovation and the reason why that these therapies should be available everywhere in the world, from that standpoint. And these are the things that I thought about as a patient, and they all ring true. Quick recovery. I want to get in and out of the hospital as soon as possible. Shorter hospital stay. I mean, there's a lot of sick people in the hospitals. You don't want to be in the hospitals. You want to get out as quickly as you can. And then cost efficiency, and then quality. Right? From a patient standpoint, that's what you think about. Now, I went under open heart surgery. I have a Medtronic valve inside of me, but I was a cardiac surgery sales rep, so I knew everything about the procedure. That's probably a little bit too much, but from a patient concerns. Now, if you look to the next, so from a clinical Remember, I talked about this is holistic, right? We all have to be on the same page. We have to be thinking the same way. And give me one more click here. Can I have one click? Thanks. So the clinicians thinking very similarly, right? They're thinking shorter hospital stay because they want to lower the increase of infection or complications that could happen after surgery. They're looking for minimally invasive technology, right? It's not just a cosmetic why you want to be minimally invasive. It's less blood loss. It's the potential of less infection. So it's the shorter days, you know, the number of days for a TAVR procedure, which is an interventional procedure, versus open heart is 3 to 1. So that's the concept that the clinician's thinking about. A lean learning curve. We talk about 3 pillars of success, right? And that third pillar is training and education and how important it is. And so we have a lot of AI-driven functions that will help establish surgeons by looking at an encyclopedia or a library of cases that they can compare and learn from. And then finally, clinical outcomes. And so if you remember on the patient slide, it was about quality. From there, it's clinical outcomes. And that's what drives all the behaviors is, at the end of the day, how do we get our best outcomes from that standpoint? Okay, what we need to do. And when we were building this slide, I assumed the first thing everyone in the audience would say, well, is who's we? And again, it's exactly what I had said before. No one entity can address the challenges of healthcare alone. It takes us all. And every single one of us needs to understand that each of these players works together to collaborate for the best outcomes for Indians. And that's the ultimate goal. And so what we need to do, so seek to advance the full spectrum of care. Right? That's that expansion of our portfolio. And then from optimizing existing treatment to reimagining healthcare standards is how we take that and complete the cycle from that standpoint. Okay, this I believe is my last slide, and I think it's been great listening to my colleagues and the other speakers from this morning because we're all saying the same thing. And I think that's the most important thing when we talk about how do we get aligned, right? And we think new regulations, right? We want to make sure that we're bringing safe products to our patients, to the people in India. The medical device policy, the research and innovation scheme, and then the MedTech Mitra, all of these are working in conjunction to ultimately deliver quality products in a fast, efficient, affordable way. Okay, that concludes mine. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Michael. Now I invite Ms. Geeta Manjunath, founder and CEO, Niramai Analytics, for a session on diagnostic healthcare. In diagnostic healthcare.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir. And good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be among the vibrant healthcare visionaries out here on stage and off stage. Yes, I'm Geeta, basically a computer scientist turned entrepreneur. And I've been listening to wonderful talks and educational insights that my co-panelists have shared and earlier talks as well. And it's interesting that I'm coming here to present our work made in India from a small startup of maybe 50 people to right after a 70-year-old multinational company. So please don't compare, but you'll know where we are going in terms of innovation. So what I want to talk about is the transformation that AI, artificial intelligence, is bringing to healthcare. Of course, we all talk about digital health is the future or current and so on. Now, once you have digitalized technology, digitalized information, how do we analyze this? and everybody knows AI is the buzzword. And when we talk about diagnosis, of course, it is the final biopsy, the biochemistry and all of biotechnology, biochemistry, all that. But the starting point is, of course, the medical images. In most diseases, first you start with imaging the body, which, by the way, is a lot of pattern recognition in terms of identifying where the problem is, which, of course, radiologists are very good at this. But there is a human eye which is trying to do this. And what has become more and more clear is this is one area where AI can play a huge role because it's about data and analysis of patterns and visuals is something that AI is very, very good at. Oops, sorry. So just to sort of clear the air about AI, like AI is obviously, all of you know what it is, but essentially trying to make a machine make some decisions that usually really, really highly expert brains do this. And the way we do it is to provide a lot of training data, showing some images and saying this is cancer, showing some images saying this is not cancer, and make the model or make the machine learn the model of differentiating between cancer, no cancer. As an example, it could be TB, no TB, COVID, no COVID. So it could be many of these classification tasks or many other such tasks. Some of you, of course, may be wondering machine learning. Machine learning is part of this, and many people would have heard about deep learning. Deep learning is part of machine learning. And there are several sub-specializations that come in here. But when I say AI, it's sort of, all of these put together. And there are several benefits of AI, particularly for radiology. As I said, AI loves images and does very well. And that's a little bit hard for an expert to come in and do a analysis with the naked eye in general. So what is well known and it's been proven is that it definitely improves the productivity of the doctors who have to do this diagnosis by visual analysis because it's computer, so it can do many things together and you can look at very high resolution, a lot of data can be crunched and so on and so forth. It has also been proven that AI-based tools can help reduce the missed diagnosis, missed cancers, for example. Also misdiagnosis. Many times there's overdiagnosis. You think there's cancer, go operate and remove all the tissue, and then probably it's just fibroadenoma. So, these kind of things are seen as well. So reducing and improving the accuracy of the overall diagnosis is another thing that definitely is proven. And several other things, objective quantification. That is, there's always subjectivity when you're seeing an image and then trying to sort of say, oh, this pattern looks like cancer, as opposed to a number which the algorithm can give, and using that number, doctor can decide what kind of, care management that is needed. An example for this would be, think about your glucometer. Almost every day or every month, many people do this sugar test, right? What if it was a litmus paper? You have to dip a paper into your blood stream, and then it will show you some color, and you have to guess whether it's high sugar or not, looking at the violet color. That would have been very, very difficult for many people, right? Now, it's a number. So based on that number, you're able to detect. So that's something that AI can bring in, the quantification aspect of it. And based on these numbers, whether it's diabetic or not is something, of course, now many people themselves decide, but usually doctors can decide as well. But what's very, very passionate for me and very, very relevant for India and countries like India is how AI can be used to bridge the healthcare divide. We talk about digital divide, there are like literate people, computer literate, illiterate and all. There's a huge divide we all saw, especially even in the COVID time, digital divide, the type of infrastructure that exists in the rural areas versus healthcare in urban areas, the type of skill set that exists, and so on and so forth. And AI can be used beautifully to bridge this gap. How? In a rural area, we can have AI robots doing some right-in-time, analysis, identifying among these 1,000 people, who are those 100 people who need to be brought to the hospital for a higher infrastructure, doing and making this done by simple health workers. So AI can be tools to make small health workers really become more experts, So that's one way of how it can help in rural areas. In urban areas as well, it can help because the doctors are very, very busy, especially the expert doctor. And how do we ensure that the AI can take away simple diagnosis, simple, very easily, negative cases, normal cases, identifying this automatically, and make the doctor focus mainly on the difficult cases or suspicious cases for any particular disease. So that way, the productivity of the doctor increases, all the nice requirements of patient experience and so on also increase. And how does AI do this? How is AI able to do this? So many of you would have seen this continuum of care, this particular diagram where we see a lot of people on the left side, which is basically healthy people. Over time and over the disease progression, you'll see that the health status will reduce and the treatment cost at that particular stage towards the left is much higher. So one of the quiz questions I usually ask is, what's the most costliest bed, right? It's not in the Leela Palace. It's really the ICU bed, right? So it's really, once the health status goes that side, cost becomes really, really expensive. And it's something that India cannot afford to do, right? Especially looking at the rural population and underserved population and so on. So what AI can do is to look at the data, health status at one particular point in time and kind of predict what's going to happen in 1 year from now, 6 months from now, 6 days from now. Depends on what kind of data you have, what kind of predictions you're able to do. So you are able to pull a person who's almost going down the left side back to the right side with the right kind of intervention. This by far is something that an AI-based diagnosis can do. Identify a future's health status being declining and take corrective action so that you can make the person well with lower treatment costs and much more easily as well. So instead of saying all this sort of bada gyan, what I thought I'll do is to share my own experience in the last 7 years of running Niramai and how we have used AI and diagnosis using medical imaging, using AI to save many, many lives from one of the dreaded diseases, which is breast cancer for women. It is the top cancer in women, which is killing 684,000 women every year. And this is one of the most curable of all the cancers. 2,000 women die every day unnecessarily. It can be stopped. Nobody needs to die of breast cancer. The only thing we need to make sure is early detection. People wait till there is a huge lump before they go to a hospital. They feel like unless there's a lump, there's no need. No, we all know from COVID experience that earlier you go, you don't need to go to an ICU. Similarly, in this particular case, mortality rate for stage 3, stage 4 detection can be as low as 10% for a 5-year mortality compared to 90% or 95% for a stage 0, stage 1. How can we do early detection? By regular screening. Why is it not happening? Because in India, every alternate lady detected with breast cancer is dying. Every 6 minutes, one person is. Today, when I started, like after this, 2 people have already died in India for breast cancer. 4 people have already gotten breast cancer. So this is the rampant. I think many of you would have had at least one cancer patient in your family or friend circle, which is unfortunate. That's what we are seeing. So how can we make early detection happen? Today, if you see what is, and I know I have many Department of Health officials here, and I would love to, I'm proud to have had an opportunity to talk about this, is that NCD, the team is doing really, really well. Having said that, because of the affordability, accessibility issues, to address the needs of the scale of India, hand examination is a standard. This is called clinical breast examination, yes. It's somebody using their hand. Usually it is a health worker who is touching to see if there is a lump, and if there is a lump, she is bringing them. But lump can only be felt in stage 2 or more, which is 2 or 2.5 centimeters. And we're using health worker. There's so much subjectivity. And my experience in Gulbarga tells me that the ASHA worker will say, yes, there's no lump in this whole village. But if you ask the patients, nobody has even touched to find a lump. Okay, unfortunate. This is the truth. At least I can share my patient experience questionnaire, which says this. So there is a lot of issues with this. So can we go for a mammogram, which is the default standard in many countries? It becomes very, very expensive for us. And also, in India, we have more dense tissue. So dense tissue is something where a lady has more fibroglandular tissue, and mammography is known to have low sensitivity. You can see in the center image, one of them has a lot of whites, another one is a little bit black. A lot of whites is seen in the dense tissue. Mammography is basically X-ray, just like you take an X-ray of my hand, white is hardness. So you cannot find cancer in a dense breast in mammography. And a lot of women in India and Asian countries, 70% of ladies above 45 years have dense breasts. All women under 45 years have dense breasts. So it leaves very, very small segment of people who can benefit from a mammogram in countries like India. And also everyone who's taken a mammogram or who knows a lady who's taken a mammogram knows the experience of doing a mammogram is not so nice, where a person has to remove her clothes in front of typically a female technologist, but it may be a male as well. And then there is compression and so on and so forth. So can we do better? Can we use AI to solve this problem? Is a question I asked when, unfortunately, I lost two of my cousin sisters to breast cancer. They were just 38 and 42 years. So I said, what can we do as a researcher? Can I use technology to solve this problem? That's when we came up with this new method of detecting breast cancer using AI over thermal scans. We use a simple thermal imaging device, which looks like the cameras that we have here, and even smaller, in fact. And then we, okay, I have 3 minutes, done. So we use this, measure the temperature variations on the chest, and convert the 4 lakh temperature points into a breast health report completely automatically using AI-based technology. With this, we've clinically proven to detect stage 0 cancer, 4 millimeters, and also in a very, very privacy-aware manner. The lady is inside a booth, and the technician is outside. Nobody touches her or nobody sees her when she's actually taking the test. Like a changing room, she goes in, closes the door, and then removes her clothes. With this, we've been able to actually develop this technology of converting temperature scans to a breast health report and patented it around the world with 33 patents just for this technology of converting temperature maps to a cancer health report. And this has 11 granted patents in US and rest in Japan, China, Singapore, Canada, Europe, and of course 13 in India as well. So these are granted patents, make it in for the world, as the previous speaker was saying. It is having about 25 AI algorithms when it's doing this conversion. And it not only says whether there's an abnormality or not, it also gives a score to the level of abnormality, like the diabetic sugar measurement, as I mentioned. And this is one view, but also you have to explain, is it because of vascularity? Is it because of milk duct issue? Is it because of infectious aspect? That also is automatically given. Is it clinically proven? Yes. We have 42 peer-reviewed public, PubMed research papers available on niramai.com/thermalytics. And I'm glad to share that, I'm touching wood here, our negative predictive value is more than 98%, which means that when we say no, it's pretty much no. When we say yes, then she needs to go into further diagnostic workup. And we have these papers in very top journals like American Society of Clinical Oncology, Lancet, that's my favorite, and so on. We do have regulatory clearance because you can't go to the market without regulatory clearance. We have, of course, Indian clearance. We also have European and US FDA clearance. And of course, we have also started in other Asian and African countries. So far, 150,000 women have benefited, 150,000 women, and it will be commercial in 8 countries. And again, I can't do it alone with a small company of 60 people. Really, call upon the collaborators here to take this solution to every lady in India, definitely in Gujarat. Just before this, I went and we had a discussion with the Gujarat Cancer Society. If everything goes well, we will be doing that shortly. We also have mobile medical unit because it's a very, very portable device, no radiation, just measuring temperature. So we also have simple tempo traveler. We can have this and go to villages of India and other places. many big hospitals and small hospitals and cancer societies and corporates. You can do this test inside a corporate office in rural areas as well. We can do it without any issue. It's just 10 minutes or 10 to 15 minutes of the person, and it is instant reporting in most cases. One clear example, given that we have several government officials here, we have done several schemes in Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Maharashtra, and also Punjab. So here I share one with 12,000 women screened. Just 300 had to be brought to the hospital. Not everyone went through follow-up diagnostic, but already 25 cancers have been treated, and in a record time of just one machine going around. And this is the first ever time AI has been used autonomously in rural screening, particularly for cancer. And of course, some of you would have met Dr. Karthik, who is the IAS officer of, senior IAS officer of Punjab, who almost in every talk, he talks about this success. So the good part is, for India, we need flexibility. We are a subcontinent for a reason, right? So we have the flexibility of installing this in a hospital, in a van, in a CHC, PHC, or even at home, yeah? So that's what we are trying to do. Of course, we are made in India product. I'm proud to say this in front of this audience. And also we are winners of multiple awards, including the Commonwealth Digital Health Award across 159 countries, the G20 award that was across all the 20 countries, and in World Bank Award in Las Vegas, and several other ones. And recently I had the privilege of inviting or being invited to speak at the United Nations headquarters in New York as a primary speaker next to the President of UN. Thank you so much for listening, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I'm grateful to all the speakers for delivering and sharing their experiences in their respective fields. I'm also thankful to the audience for patient listening and engrossing themselves thoroughly throughout the session. I especially thank Mr. Sood for sharing us his insight over the e-Sanjeevani program, the telemedicine, the flagship telemedicine program of government, and wherein it showed how healthcare accessibility and affordability and quality across the state and the country can be provided to people. Especially the initiatives like real-time translation, speech analytics, and telemanas, they were especially notable. We, as a state government, we are committed to supporting such initiatives and taking healthcare services to the people. I thank Professor Manisha Inamdar, who delved deep into the topic on regenerative medicine. This topic has, she has shown us how it has very huge potential for quality healthcare, and how it will address issues related to managing symptoms to providing cures in future, and how individuals and society can benefit, and how we can gain early benefits from this healthcare ecosystem by use of regenerative technology. I also thank Michael Blackwell for sharing his experiences on diagnostics, treatment, patient care, and how Medtronics has participated through Make in India initiatives, supporting government's efforts. Dr. Geeta Manjunath, she has started a very successful startup, and especially I was also very much impressed by the work done by you in early diagnostic. The word used, thermalytics, for early diagnosis and saving our female from this dangerous cancer. So early diagnosis is the key to it. So how AI can be used in health initiatives, you have very successfully shown it. And all these efforts, we as a state government or as a government of India, we are committed to providing quality and accessible and affordable healthcare services to people, and with very good cooperation from the private sector. As a joint effort will definitely take it to higher and higher successes. I thank all the participants. Now I'm open to question answer session. So anybody who wants to raise or discuss an issue, you can share your name and ask your question. 4 or 5 questions will take because we have some time. Ask someone to get her the mic.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Parimal Patel. I represent KD Hospital from Ahmedabad. So the question here is about when we were talking about gene editing. We have a lot of dialysis patients in India, a lot of kidney failures, and it is a lot of burden to the nation. By doing some technological advancements, can we proceed for a better cure, like a routine blood test, which will save a lot of resources of government? That was the first question to you, ma'am.
Can you hear me? Yeah, so I'm not sure I completely understood your question, but you wanted to ask whether gene editing can help us avoid dialysis for kidneys. So there are two possibilities. One is if it is an inherited genetic disorder leading to kidney disease. In some cases, like I showed you for the blood disorders, theoretically one could correct that disorder, but we are far away from implementing that technology. I mentioned briefly about the CRISPR babies where gene editing was done, but that was not a right thing to do because the technology is not safe yet. But one can imagine that down the line when the technology is made safer, then this would be one route where you completely prevent the disease from appearing. The other scenario is if one could generate or regenerate a kidney or the part of the kidney in the laboratory from stem cells. I showed you an image of mini kidneys that have been generated. If such a system could be transplanted back. Again, that is still experimental, but that is sort of more likely to happen in the near future than gene editing. If the patient's own cells are to be used to regenerate the kidney, then if you know what the disease-causing mutation or genetic defect is, potentially it could be corrected. But generally, these are not single changes, not monogenic. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Kanti Balani, OBGYN. I have a question for Geeta ji. What is an average cost of your unit, and then can it be in the form of mobile unit? So what will be the cost? My question, and then I'll be also asking to Commissioner how we can help rural women also.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much for that question. Of course, we understand that India is a very price-sensitive requirement or market, if you want to call it. So because of that, we have different types of reports that are generated. A triage report, for example, can be less than 200 rupees per person. It can be even lower if there is a higher volume in the screening that can be done. So basically, there's a small device that person has to buy, which is for the thermal sensor, which is not something that we manufacture, but we collaborate with hardware manufacturers of thermal cameras, which are many now. After COVID, there are many, many more thermal camera manufacturers. And then there is a per scan part, which I was talking about, sir. And yes, it can be put into mobile vans as well. And we have done it in all of these places, sir. Thank you.
So when you mention 200 rupees cost, is it including the equipment, or thermal sensor itself is a separate?
We can discuss, sir. Depending on the volume, we can discuss, sir.
You can always discuss.
Yes.
And the other suggestion I have it, because Gujarat government has done such a great prenatal care, for all the patients, including in the rural area. If we can take advantage of the same person who is helping the prenatal women, so that all the women can come, or she can help all the women to have a thermal analysis, and then they can be referred to the hospital. So very proud of Matru, project, and we should also take advantage of the same lady to help all the women in the rural area. Thank you.
Thank you for the idea. Thank you, sir. I'll discuss with you offline. Thank you, sir.
What is the timeline for embryonic cell cultivation and stability related challenges? My name is Yesha Patel. I am pharma professional and I am basically method development and qualification area related work doing.
Could you repeat your question, please?
To whom is this your question? To me?
Embryonic stem cell stability
Embryonic.
and cultivation related challenges.
Okay, you said embryonic stem cell therapy and cultivation related therapies. So there are two aspects, embryonic stem cell culture and expansion. So embryonic stem cells, typically it would take about 4 to 5 days for, what we call passages. You may be aware of that, go from one set of cells to the other. And they can essentially be maintained forever because that is their natural property if they are kept in the right conditions. In terms of therapy, one does not use the stem cells themselves for therapy because, as I told you, these cells are capable of forming anything. So typically, what is currently in clinical trials, not yet in therapy, but in many clinical trials, is to take these cells and direct them to make neurons or muscle or whatever one wishes. The clinical trials underway currently are mainly for neurons to treat various neurological disorders or neurodegenerative disorders where the stem cells can make certain kinds of neurons. But that process itself takes a few months because you can imagine for us to form neurons and mature in our brain, it takes decades. So yeah, it's a longer process, but still, doesn't take many years.
Last question. Can somebody help her with mic? Yeah.
My question is to Professor Manisha and Dr. Geeta. I would like to know the names of the leading institutes or hospitals located in Gujarat which offer immunotherapy as well as artificial intelligence-based thermolytics process. And what is the success rate of these therapies?
So I think the question was, is it available in Gujarat, both thermolytics and immunotherapy? So I'll answer for thermolytics and I pass on to you. So we have done several camps in rural areas and corporates in Gujarat right now. And we also work with like HCG and private hospitals to conduct corporate camps. And also we have it in home screening where people can just order the test home, and we send 2 girls to come in and do the test at home as well. In the hospitals, we have had small successes, I would say. But like I said, just now I'm coming from a meeting with Gujarat Cancer Society, and we hope to get something started out there if everything goes well, yeah. And a couple of new hospitals like Apex hospitals and all are starting now, shortly, this month, basically. Any other hospital here interested, it can definitely collaborate. The amount, the pricing I told to the previous question is more for a triaging. For a hospital, it will be at least half the price of a mammogram that when you offer to the end user. So there is good margin for you to make. Thank you. Over to you, Manisha.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I don't know about any place practicing immunotherapy in Gujarat. Maybe somebody from the medical community, if anybody is here. But all I can say is there are very few centers in India that have approval to do this.
success rate internationally is quite high. I think it's more than 80 to 90% for CAR T cell therapy.
For immunotherapy, from my cancer background, I can mention that you can actually reach an oncologist. They will have connection to the pharma who will provide this. It can be anywhere from 35 lakhs to 70 lakhs for a treatment. Yeah.
Just to stick to our schedule, I will request that we can take up queries during tea break with the expert speakers. Any one of you wants to have any discussion, you can meet speakers and discuss during the tea break so that entire audience, we can shift to the next session in time. So I will hand over to you.
Thank you, sir. I express heartfelt thanks to the distinguished chair and esteemed panelists for enriching the discussion with their thoughtful insights, and take this opportunity to felicitate them with a token of appreciation. To do the honors, I request Dr. Hasmukh Chaudhary, sir, Deputy Director, Rural Health, to felicitate Dr. Sanjay Sood, Associate Director, CTEC Methi, the Government of India. I request Dr. Katira, sir, Deputy Director, Epidemic, to felicitate Professor Manisha Inamdar, Director in STEM, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. I next request Dr. Harshad Patel, sir, Deputy Director, MCH, to felicitate Mr. Michael Blackwell, VP and Managing Director, Medtronic, India. I request Dr. Jayesh Sachdev, sir, Deputy Director, Medical Education, to felicitate Dr. Geeta Manjunath, Founder and CEO, Niramay Analytics. And I request Dr. Kadri, sir, EDSHSRC, to felicitate Shri Harshad Patel, sir, Commissioner and Secretary, Government of Gujarat. Thank you. Dr. Harsh Bakshi, I request Dr. Harsh Bakshi, sir, to felicitate Shri Harshad Patel, sir, Commissioner and Secretary, Government of Gujarat. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we are moving on directly to our next session. However, if someone feels the need to loosen up or grab a cup of tea, you can go outside and quickly come back, please. But we are starting with the next session shortly. So,
એ પ્રેરક કઈ નહીં
ના ના રાવ દો રાવ દો રાવ દો
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. We are now starting with our last session for the day. Last session for today is on promoting holistic healthcare. The discussion in this session will spotlight trends in future healthcare, better quality of care, systems, partnerships, and financing for holistic health, as well as Ayush integration for holistic healthcare approach. To lead the discussion on this salient topic, we have with us today global healthcare specialists and Ayush experts. It's my pleasure to extend a warm welcome to Padma Shri Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha, Secretary, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. As a moderator and chair for the session, I invite you on the stage, sir. Sir is a distinguished figure with over 3 decades of experience spanning administration, higher education, scientific research, and institutional governance. Renowned as a distinguished academician and fervent researcher, he remains dedicated to propelling Ayurveda into new realms of innovation. He has various awards and accolades to his name, and for his outstanding contribution to the field of Ayurveda, he was awarded Padma Shri, the 4th highest civilian award in 2015. I welcome you, sir, and hand over the mic to you for taking the session forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. For this session, we have 4 distinguished experts, and I would like to invite them on the stage to take this session forward. First, I invite Ms. Phyllis Kim. Ms. Kim, please come. Ms. Kim is a public health practitioner who has dedicated 2 decades of her career to designing and implementing public health and education programs in low and low middle income countries. She has extensive experience developing innovative frameworks, plans, and solutions for both private and public development institutions, informing policies and programs. She earlier served as a senior technical advisor and project director of a multi-million-dollar public health programs implemented across 14 countries. She currently works in the health, nutrition, and population global practice at the World Bank, supporting countries as they work to achieve universal health coverage and respond to the health emergencies. Welcome, Ms. Kim, and you are a senior health specialist and behavioral scientist. Next, Ms. Neelam Makijani, please come. Neelamji, she is a country director of Management Sciences for Health. She is a results-driven professional with over 2 decades of leadership experience across development sectors and geographies. At MSH, she is committed to creating a world where everyone has the opportunity for a healthy life. She has worked in the US, UK, India, networked and supported development sector in over 30 countries in Asia and Africa, forging strategic alliances, effective communication and resource development, works side by side with public, private and community partners at all levels of the health system. Prior to joining MSH in 2022, Neelam was the country director for Child Fund International for India and Sri Lanka, where she served for 8 years. Welcome, Ms. Neelam Makijani. Now I invite Sri Rajiv Vasudevan. Rajiv Vasudevan is a founder of the first and only National Quality Award winner Ayurveda Sector Hospital, known as Ayurveda Hospitals. There are 3 hospitals that are NABH accredited and 1 that is JCI accredited. Apollo Ayurveda is a pioneer and leader in quality systems driven precision Ayurveda medical care rendered through a model of integrative care in partnership with leading quaternary care hospitals across the country. He is also a member of various national technical committees and expert groups of Ministry of Ayush, Niti Ayog, CII, as well as select state governments and industry in India, is a very good friend of mine. We are working together since so many years. I also invite Dr. C.V. Jaidevan. Dr. Jaidevan is my senior at Jamnagar, so he's a boss. Professor Jaidevan has over 34 years of teaching experience and guided dissertations in the field of learning disability, developmental disorders, speech disorders, autism, scholastic disorders, alcoholism, etc. He has been on the boards of various prominent Ayurveda institutes, universities, and technical bodies like Institute of Teaching and Research in Jamnagar, in Ayurveda Jamnagar. This is the first institute of national importance in the country. And then also National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur, which is a deemed university. He is also associated with Clinical Research Institute for Yoga and Ayurveda and Center for Integrated Management of Children with Differential Abilities at Kottakkal, Public Health Initiative Schemes and Central Council for Research in Ayurveda and Siddha, Ministry of Ayush, New Delhi. I welcome Dr. Jaidevan, Sri Rajiv Vasudevan ji, Ms. Neelam ji, and Ms. Kim. Thank you so much. And now to take this session forward, I think I would now first invite Ms. Kim. I think Ms. Kim is first. So Ms. Kim, would you mind to come?
Thank you. Hopefully everyone is revived from their caffeine break. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, just pushing this back a little bit. It's an honor to be here with you today. My name's Phyllis Kim. As mentioned earlier, I'm a senior health specialist and behavioral scientist with the World Bank. Today, I'll be speaking about the global perspective on providing better quality health services. There we go. Specifically, I'll be speaking about disease burden and transition, both globally as well as here in India, trends in the future of healthcare, as well as providing better quality healthcare services in a changing world. We'll start with a quick glimpse of the global burden of disease and transition, as well as trends occurring here in India. Here on these maps, you'll see the distribution of burden of both mortality and morbidity around the world, showed in DALYs per 100,000 people of the population. We see rates across regions with the best health being below 20,000 DALYs per 100,000 individuals. By 2019, you'll see that this has been achieved in most European countries, as well as Canada, Australia, Kuwait, Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, as well as Israel. You'll see that in India, I have marked both what the DALY was in 1990 as well as 2019. You'll see that the DALY has changed from about 66,000 per 100,000 in 1990 to 38,000 per 100,000 by 2019. At a global level, in 2019, more than 64% of the burden of disease resulted from non-communicable diseases, with 26% from communicable maternal, neonatal, and nutritional diseases, and 10% from injuries. The chart here shows a notable shift since 1990, when communicable diseases held the highest share at 46%. This shift in burden towards NCDs is a result from a significant reduction in communicable as well as preventable diseases as income rises and overall health and living standards improve. In India, you'll see that in 2019, 58% of the burden of diseases results from NCDs, up from 29% in 1990, which represents a relative change of 73%. Here we'll see the breakdown of disease burden by cause and absolute numbers of DALYs by cause. You will see the non-communicable diseases are shown in blue. In red, you'll see communicable maternal, neonatal, and nutritional diseases, and in gray, you'll see injuries. The breakdown of disease burden by cause varies by country. In India, you'll see where the rate of communicable diseases is on the decline. India is still faced with a double burden of disease from communicable and non-communicable diseases. While the largest burden in 2019 comes from cardiovascular diseases, the fourth being respiratory and the fifth being cancers, The second and third are neonatal disorders and respiratory infections and TB. In the two charts here, we see the breakdown of total disease burden by age group from 1990 onwards. This is shown as the relative breakdown of total disease burden and by the rate of burden per 100,000 individuals within a given age group. Sorry, there's a lot of feedback up here. Overall, we see continued decline in health burden in children under 5 years of age, both in relative terms, falling as a share of the total by more than half, from 41% in 1990 to under 20% in 2019, and in rates per 100,000 falling more than 50% from over 160,000 to less than half in 2019. Nonetheless, both globally as well in India, you see that the rate of disease burden remains highest in the youngest and oldest in society. Daily rates in under 5 and those over 70 remain significantly higher than other age groups, and they have seen the most notable declines in recent decades. Additionally, at the global level and in India, collective rates across all ages have been in steadily decline. This shows that health has improved considerably over the course of the last generation. In this slide, you'll see the burden of disease by risk factor and how risk factors affect 20 broad cause groups noted on the right. Behavioral, which include things such as alcohol, drug, and tobacco use, malnutrition, dietary risks, as well as low physical activity, account for over 800 million DALYs, or about a third of all DALYs here in India. The environmental, which include things such as non-optimal temperature, air pollution, and wash, are the cause of over 450 million DALYs, accounting for just under 19%. And the metabolic is the cause for 400 million DALYs, which is just over 16% of all DALYs. So looking at the trends in the future of healthcare and what that may look like, the transformation occurring in the health sector is quite existential right now, with patient-centered healthcare that embraces new medical and health discoveries, the integration of one separate disciplines, and expanded understanding of what is necessary to live well. You see, the transition is into a system that is centered on the patient, focused on virtual and in-home treatments, and linked closely to outpatient care. It's characterized by the democratization of healthcare and a culture of the transformation in delivery and perception of health. It's driven by data and analytics and will provide value while embracing transparency and interoperability. Enabled by cross-cutting medical technologies, it will become an integrated system. It will also be characterized by rapid technological advances not seen in a generation. This figure here shows key areas of expansion that are already underway. These trends represent only a glimpse of the mushrooming field of digital technology and health. One of the many areas of rapid advancement is generative AI, which I will skip over this slide. As we heard in our last session, quite a detailed presentation from Niramai that describes the AI in detail. But the point in highlighting this is that AI is changing everything. As health systems undergo this next wave of transformation to reduce inefficient processes incrementally and deliver new, better, and seamless services, technology and data will be an integral part of that process. But technology will not drive the change. It will support, augment, and accelerate the changes that systems are already undergoing. So the key question here for decision makers is how to maximize the benefits of technological innovations to strengthen the entire health system and advance towards UHC. AI will play a significant role in aiding clinical decision-making by analyzing vast amounts of data to identify patterns and trends. Here you'll see, sorry, I'm just making sure we're on the right side. You'll see, earlier in my presentation, I highlighted cancer as the 5th largest disease burden in India. And again, as I mentioned, while there's many technologies that are advancing healthcare as we know it, I'm highlighting AI here today as a cost-effective way to address low cancer screenings here in Gujarat, as well as other parts of India. Here you'll see a randomized control trial comparing AI and radiologists in Sweden. This was funded by the Swedish Cancer Society as well as the Swedish government. But here you see the results of the randomized control trial with standard double reading by radiologists that concluded that AI-based breast cancer screening is not only safe, it reduces screen reading workload of radiologists by 44.3%, which is pretty substantial. So now we'll go into talking about providing better quality healthcare services in a changing world. As mentioned earlier, this change has been accelerated by disruptions in the COVID-19 pandemic. The weaknesses and strengths have all been identified, and it's essential for health systems now to prepare, adapt, and respond to everyday and extraordinary challenges and stressors, such as climate change, emerging infectious diseases, the shifts towards NCDs, as well as conflict. So here you'll see that there is a wider transformation of health systems that we are currently undergoing. We know that currently our health systems deliver services mostly at health facilities, where mostly people who are going there are already sick and receiving reactive care. But looking towards the future, we see that health will be much more personal, not only to what I need and you need, but also where I live as well as where you live. We will have long, continuous care with stronger emphasis on proactive and preventive care. So now I'll go a little bit into social and behavior change. Given this transformation of the health system, along with the disease burden shift and challenges India is facing with issues such as high anemia rates and NCDs, I'm highlighting social behavior change programming as an approach that will be particularly important in India to strengthen health systems and to help achieve universal health coverage. Here you'll see what SBC is and how the interventions include trust, power inequalities, neighborhoods, improve the quality of health services, particularly in poor and low-income countries. And I'm noting this because if you recall earlier in my presentation, I noted that behavioral risk factors counted for over 800 million, or a third of the total DALYs here in India. Which brings me to my next slide of how important it is for medical technologies and innovations that can be used to advance social behavior change interventions in support of health systems strengthening and achieving universal health coverage. Not only will it do so by empowering individuals to take an active role in improving their health behaviors and outcomes by arming them with their own health data, it'll help enhance the provision of equitable, high-quality care, help health system and policymakers and other stakeholders understand, monitor, and act upon changing population health beliefs, knowledge, and needs, which we saw incredibly important during COVID, and contribute to changing behaviors at scale. Here you'll see some examples of medical technologies that have been used to improve NCD service delivery and health outcomes, as well as cost efficiency. On the left, you'll see the program names. In the middle, the solution and a description of how the technology was used. And on the right, the impact of implementation of these technologies had in the health sector. For example, in Mexico, you'll see an NCD prevention and disease management program that increased A1C testing in diabetic patients from 10% to 54.8% in participating clinics. In Brazil, we see tracking and transmission of biometric data with a personal device, such as blood glucose levels and blood pressure, from chronic patients to medical professionals, reduce hospital emergency ward visits by 2/3, and that over 80% monitored adhere to their treatment plan. So these are just a few examples of how MedTech can be leveraged to empower individuals to change their behaviors and achieve better health outcomes simply by providing them access to their own health data. So in summary, just some key takeaways to keep in mind. Globally, there has been a notable shift in the burden of disease, as I mentioned earlier, from communicable, holding the highest share in 1990 at 46%, to NCDs, holding the highest share in 2019 at 64%. In India, where there's a double burden of disease of both chronic and non-communicable diseases, you'll see that the burden of disease from NCDs in 2019 is up at 58%, which is up from 29% in 1990. That's a relative change of 73%. In India, behavioral risk factors account for over 800 million DALYs, about a third of all DALYs, which is substantial because, again, if we're thinking about behavior change, that's a very, it's very long-term, but a huge part of what we need to be changing in terms of making a difference in health outcomes. COVID-19 has accelerated the existential transformation occurring in the health sector. The future of the health sector is going to be much more patient-centered as well as technology-driven. And private sector investments will be a key to providing better quality healthcare services through increased demand for and access to healthcare. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. It was a wonderful talk, and then you were able to cover a lot of different things from different perspectives and providing and offering a solution for holistic healthcare. And you did actually detail with a lot of documentary evidences about how it is effective. So thank you so much. And now I invite Ms. Neelam Makijani. Her topic is holistic healthcare systems and financing. So it's very interesting. It's a different perspective of the same topic. So please.
I hope so. Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I am really sorry. I think we are killing you. You know, you call this killing by PowerPoint. And I think we are doing this to you since the morning. So my apologies, couple more to go. But I'm really excited to be here. And as Sir said, I'm going to talk about holistic health, of course. That's the topic given to me, but there are more questions in my presentation than answers. And because I am very aware that the holistic wisdom in this room is much greater than what I know. So I'm going to leave you with a lot of thought-provoking questions, and then we can discuss them later as we go. So very quickly, okay, where's that? So a little bit, just a word about my organization, Management Sciences for Health. I'm representing the organization and the work. We are a global organization, and as you can see on the screen, we are working in over 30 countries as I speak. And the whole focus and the mission and the vision of the organization is to ensure that there are strong, effective, and efficient healthcare systems. So we are a non-profit in the US. We are an Indian organization as well. The focus primarily is on ensuring that systems work. We do a lot of supply chain work. We do a lot of system strengthening working with the government. So it has been a lot. That's why I wanted to focus my conversation on systems and financing. And of course, you know, we keep saying we'll do all of this, we'll change the world, but somebody has to ask who's going to pay for it. So that's what I wanted to also cover a little bit. So what I'm going to talk about today, of course, I'm going to define health again because as I am learning this whole genera, it's like it's defined differently. So what does holistic health mean as well? And then what approaches we could be taking if that is going to become the norm of Indian healthcare system. There are lots and lots of foundations already in place. We saw the video in the morning with the Honorable Chief Minister. Gujarat has shown a lot of pathway, a lot of work that's already done, and I think it's true for across India. What would be the impact of holistic healthcare if that became the integrated part of offering care? So I'm going to just go through that. And like I said, I will leave you with a lot more to think about. And then we can obviously look at these later on. So my next slide. So there are a couple of definitions I found. If you talk about health, holistic health, the WHO defines it as a complete physical, mental, and a social well-being of a person. That's how WHO would say it. Krush says it's about equilibrium. It's about Pidosha, Agni, and Dhatu. We all know this again, the elements that form our body, but how do we bring them together? That's another concept and perspective of health. And the last one, of course, which is we all also know quite well, is the traditional Chinese medicine, which is a state of balance and harmony within an individual and along with the individual with its nature, so where its existence is. So these were simple things. Now, they sound simple individually, but if you bring them together, what does it mean in terms of holistic health? So this is something we did steal it from the Google Master. So this was how we saw it as well. So if you look at it, look at the outer circle. I think it covers holistically what we do. So the bottom half of the circle talks about our lifestyle, which is why we need this holistic health as a very important step forward. Our lifestyle, the stresses, the counseling in the mind and the body, and the balancing of work balance, and et cetera, that we talk about all the time. So, and then on the left and the right is, on the right, of course, of my right, is what we are doing conventional medicine, and on the left, of course, then what supports both of them. So that's how we see it. If we had to look at and consider holistic health, then we would have to look at it in the way that we combine all these elements together. How will that integration work? Some examples. I think Phyllis did talk about some, but let me give you a couple more examples in that sense as to what's happening globally. Phyllis did an amazing around the world for us, but let me just point out a couple more. So as we know, the Chinese medicine, comprehensive medicine is more about integrated into, it's very well integrated. The conventional and the traditional are well integrated. Africa looks at herbal use a lot more than others. Switzerland, again, they've taken Ayurveda on, and Malaysia, Singapore allows medical, other practices. So I think this is an exact example. If you look at the bottom three boxes, which talk about Korea and Japan. Now China is already integrated. Korea is excluding the two, the convention, the traditional, and the rest. And Japan is, the traditional is subjugated. I think India sits somewhere between Korea and Japan. We have it. We're not sure, so I'm getting a couple of nods here, so thank you. So India sits somewhere between the two countries, Korea and Japan. The next couple of slides that I will talk about is, what would it take to integrate it and set a right precedence going forward? I believe for any project, not just holistic health, but whatever that we tend to do and we wish to succeed in, we must have the systems in place, we must have the people with the capacities to do that. And of course, no one can do it alone. I heard it in another session earlier today. No one sector, no one company, not even the government itself, can just make sure that everything works. We do need to work with each other. Collaborations will become the norm going forward. And it's always, as the saying goes, you want to walk fast, walk alone. You want to walk longer, further, go together. And I think holistic healthcare concept is about walking the long distance. So who do we see as the stakeholders in this whole process? We look at multiple ministries, of course. I'm sure you will all agree. It cannot be just the health. It will require finance ministries, the health, the tribal, the Ayush mission, of course, will lead the way for it. But it will require a lot of support from all the ministries to think the answers together. Multiple industries. We've seen an example since morning. I mean, we've got a very varied and diverse speakers since the morning. So we are looking at how do we bring industries together, associations, sectors, academia. Of course, again, we heard academia as well. We even heard startups. So I think this is where it says multiple sectors, public, private bodies, NGOs, of course, play. We've got over 3 million NGOs in India. You can't ignore them. I come from that sector. And they are the movers and shakers and can be the biggest ammunition for us in terms of community work. And when Phyllis was talking about behavioral change, it happens at the community level. And you do need to look at, you need to look at how the nonprofit sector can support those connections. And then systems of medicine, which we talked about already. So holistic health will require us, all of us, to work together and still. So what would be the implementing structure? Stewardship. I think in India we've seen that. TB, for example, we are implementing a project that is supported by USAID, which is Health Systems for TB. And TB has seen a lot of resources, lots of commitment that's gone in. We've got leadership from the TB sector sitting here. And that's because the Prime Minister announced elimination of TB by 2025. There's a huge amount of commitment, movement, pace, everything to it, and resource allocation for it. So we do need the stewardship if this is going to work. We do, and it has to come from the highest level. We need systems, capacities in place. We need to do integration of multi-stakeholders, as I just said, create steering groups that can work together and come up with recommendations, and of course financing. Like I said, who's going to pay for it? The traditional ways of financing are difficult. In today's world, a small non-profit organization, if they're going to only depend on traditional ways of financing, is finding it hard to survive. So where are those innovative financing mechanisms going to come from? In our project, Health Systems for TB, we are introducing new ways of financing the TB world. We are introducing new ways of bringing in multiple sectors to fund the elimination of the TB program. So it's corporates, it's financing, it's capitalist, it's venture capitalist. You have to look at it in a very, very different way. So those financing mechanisms, resource generation, and I think this is also very important. How will you sustain what you build? How is it going to continue to fund itself what you piloted initially? And global fund and very big organizations do come in place. TB is a classic example. The initial funding for bringing in private sector in TB was from outside. Then the government found it very lucrative, and now it's all domestically funded. Not all, partly. It's domestically funded, so that's a big applause for the government to take that on. And I think that shows the path, and that's how I think all of the initiatives that we want to sustain in India will have to be domestically funded in partnership with other players. And that would be your resource generation strategy as well. So my questions now, I'm going to come to questions. Enough of the gyan around here. But the questions, so these are some of the systems that are already in place. In 2005, NRHM was established, now NHM. In 2011, the Ayush Mission was established. Ayush Mission is focusing a lot on education, it is focusing a lot on service delivery, R&D, all the areas that are required for any initiative to succeed and to grow and to scale. In a diverse country like India, where disparities are known, how is it that is going to reach that last mile person? So we have to look at, and then how does all of this align with the concept of holistic health? How does it align? How do they support? We have excellent foundations in place. But service delivery, I think, is something that we'll need to focus a lot more on. And how will Ayush Mission therefore take the lead on this, on aligning the foundations, using and leveraging the foundations that are already in place? So I think that becomes really, really important to answer. So considerations for the wisdom in the room and my colleagues on the panel. So what policies do we need to have in place to facilitate this action to become a force? And do we have any existing structures that can be leveraged? What are the relationships we already have that need to be leveraged and therefore can be scaled? And lastly, but not to the least of it, is the resource generation that I'm saying so much about. It's costing a lot. My organization has now worked with NHSRC in Delhi to do some work on what health budget for universal healthcare budget for the next 7 years. And yes, the non-communicable disease came out to be on top of it. So we are already doing budgets for the next 7 years. And how are we going to integrate the needs of holistic health in that? And I think that would be a very important question to answer. So just to therefore share where our thinking comes from, as I said, I represent Management Sciences for Health. Our thinking comes from the fact that my organization's strategy is based on localization, unlocking the potential, mobilizing resources, and demonstrating impact through evidence. This is my organization's strategy, and the questions that I just posed to you, I think there are some answers in the strategy that my organization is working on. How, therefore, do we go into developing countries, in the countries that need not more help, but in every country that MSH is working in, this strategy works. Local ownership, and I know this as well, and so do you. I've heard this so many times. Every time we have a conversation, we say, health is a state subject. So if it is a state subject, where will the ownership come from for these things? Where will the resources come from? How are we going to get the ownership of the locals, local leadership, and the local people towards this? So I just wanted to align the thinking that I've shared with you with the strategy of my organization, and we'll be very happy to be part of the thinking process. And we believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion, most importantly, creating evidence. So that's I think these form the foundation. My organization works on these foundations, and so very happy to be here. And thank you so much. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neelam. As you mentioned that I will be putting some thoughts for the food for thoughts, maybe for consideration, for more discussion. And you actually did well, and then, a lot of questions probably have been generated through your talk, and we'll discuss those things at the end, So what I'm proposing to the august audience, that first we listen to all 4 experts, and then we will open for the discussion. So now I invite Dr. C.V. Jaidevan, Professor Jaidevan. As I mentioned, he's a very good friend, my senior at my institute at Jamnagar, and he will be speaking on mainstreaming of Ayush and perspective wellness.
Good evening. Respected Chairman of the session, Dr. Rajesh Kuteja ji, my co-panelists, and friends. I think all are very exhausted, tired. The topic given to me is mainstreaming of Ayush, evidence-based integration. So there are 3 points. One is mainstreaming of Ayush, another is evidence-based integration, and thirdly, I'll try to have a SWOT analysis for strength, weakness, and opportunities and threats in this integration. So in this mainstreaming Ayush, I think first we have to define Ayush, define the health and the holistic health. I think my previous speaker has already covered this topic. See, these are the 3 things in front of us. That is, we have a glorious past. We say that we can cure many diseases, or say before 50 years, we managed every conditions in Ayurveda or other traditional medicines only. Now we have a very realistic present. We need to be very realistic, because there is a tendency to claim that we can cure all the diseases. It is not like that. We have limitations. So we have to understand our limitations. And of course, we have a very good potential future. So for this, let us see, so what are the challenges? One main thing is we have a tradition meeting modernity. What we have practiced is on traditional lines. But our needs, now the world has changed. Now we need a modern approach. And also, our resources are very local. We have only local resources, but we are not able to meet the global needs. That are the few challenges. And also, recently the regulatory frameworks are getting strengthened. And also, the regulatory bodies like National Commission for NCSM, they are taking a lot of steps for rigorous quality control in education. And the curriculum revision is, thorough revision is going on. And the public awareness, I think, after COVID, really it is enhanced. And also the Global Center for Traditional Medicine, which is coming up in Jamnagar. I think it has really made a lot of changes. It is it has given some local, global recognition and collaborations. And I think these are the main things which we should consider while talking about integration. And these are the potentials of integration. Our main potential is the holistic approach. That is physical, mental, social, and spiritual aspect is covered in this approach. We have been preaching about this holistic. Now I'm happy that this has been a discussion, it's a topic of discussion, because mainly in Ayurveda we generally always speak about holism, holistic approach and wellness. And after some 30, 40 years, now it has come to the mainstream. And a discussion like this in the Vibrant Gujarat platform, we are speaking about the holistic approach. So we are very happy to see this change. And also, we have a very rich cultural heritage, because it's very deep-rooted in India. And we have the potential to integrate, to come to the mainstream. When we say mainstream, coming to the mainstream, it really means that we are not in the mainstream now. We were in the mainstream in the past, now we have to come to mainstream. So I'll skip some of the slides. Yes, we will talk about evidence-based. Why evidence-based? Why it should be evidence-based. One is a scientific validity. That examining the evidence base of Ayurveda. I think this is a very controversial subject among the Ayurvedic people, because many people say that we need not go for such evidence-based practices, because it is already clinically proved, and we have our own tools. And why should we go for modern tools and scientific tools? Maybe it is not fit for Ayurveda. There are many such arguments. But I think basically to make it global, we should be to examine the evidence base of Ayurveda. So there is need of scientific validity. And clinical efficacy is definitely, it's a the crucial point, because, and finally, the result is important. It has to be clinically, we have to prove. We have to show the result. And patient safety is another concern. And integration of other wisdom streams really means the bridging the gap. And the comprehensive, the wellness concept is also is a key point when we talk about the evidence base. Standardization of practice is a very urgent need. We need reliable protocols. Global acceptance is a very important point, promoting Ayurveda with credible scientific support. Chronic disease management, leveraging Ayurvedic approaches with strong evidences, and personalized medicine, tailoring Ayurvedic treatment based on robust evidence, and educational advancement that is shaping future of Ayurveda, because education is the most important thing, because the future of Ayurveda depends upon the education of Ayurveda. And methods to become evidence-based is rigorous clinical research to assess the safety and efficacy. Observational studies, we need observational studies to understand the real-world impact, sustained effects, and potential risks. Systemic reviews and meta-analysis for aggregating the existing research, and also standardization of Ayurvedic formulations. Methods to become evidence-based, there are a few more points, like integration with advanced diagnostics, collaboration with conventional medicine, adherence to research ethics, and patient-reported outcomes, and long-term follow-up studies. I'll end up with a short analysis, very few points. I'll take only some 2 or 3 minutes. Our strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats. Our threats, main strength is our approach, the holistic approach. And another important point is a time-tested practice, because it is practiced for thousands of years in India. And rich pharmacopoeia. So there is a range of plants and plant-based products we have. And the mind-body connection, it's already mentioned here, is acknowledging the emotional and mental well-being. And focus on root causes, importance to lifestyle modification, etc. And growing research base, exploring the safety and efficacy are also very important. These are our strength of why we should go for, when we go for integration, I think these are the strength. The weakness, lack of standardization of practice and products, leading to variability in practice. Every physician claim in their own way. We do the basti, the animal like procedure, and with the different equations, different quantity, and she says that what I practice is correct, my practice is correct because I get result, but it is not standardized. Subjectivity in diagnosis and also in limited understanding of mechanisms, we are not able to explain the mode of action many times, how it acts. So, and safety concerns, and also the cultural and geographical variations, also resistance to change. Still, there are sentiments towards Ayurveda. There are people who are still not ready to change. When you talk about Ayurveda, we become very sentimental. That is not very good. For a scientific world, it is not very good to be sentiments. There is no need of sentiments in science. These are the opportunities. Collaborative research initiatives and fundings like CCRIS and Ayush and EMR projects there are so many projects coming up. Integration into academic curricula, PG Star, Spark, and there are many such projects coming up, funded by central government. Of course, all these are from the central government only. Regulatory support, and also the technology integration, diagnostic, data analytics, telemedicine, etc. Global collaborations like Global Center for Traditional Medicine in Jamnagar. These are the opportunities like public awareness and acceptance, Ayurveda Day, International Yoga Day, etc. There are so many schemes. I think these are only very I listed only few because there are a lot of initiatives by the central government, thanks to Dr. Rajesh Kotecha ji and his team for promoting Ayurveda globally. And I should say that this is the golden period of Ayurveda, golden period of Ayush in India. And these are some of the threats. Commercialization is a threat. Global variability in practice is a threat. Misinformation and overgeneralization is also dangerous. And lack of standard tools and protocols are also a threat. Limited research infrastructure at the timing is also our limitations. Skepticism from scientific community regarding rigor of Ayurvedic research is also an important threat. So there are some problems in integration. And let me conclude by saying that the best is yet to come. We are included in the, I'm very proud to say that we are included in the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. All India Institute of Ayurveda is a very important initiative by Ayush. It's a very successfully running, and also there is a new center in Goa. And CCRIS has totally changed. The research organization structure is totally changed, and new initiatives are coming up. And talk about NCSM, the education sector, a lot of reforms are initiated. And WHO collaborations you can see, and there are institutions like PCAMH. And also you see in Jamnagar, it was a PG center, now it is converted as an institute of national importance. And Jaipur, now its NIA has been converted to deemed university. And I must say something about National Ayush Mission before I wind up, because there are a lot of centers are being converted into wellness centers. There, for the last 5 years, there is a lot of transformation is happening. And all these are initiated by the central government and the Ayush department. And I'm very proud to stand before you as a postgraduate from Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar. I have done my post-graduation in 87 to 90, that period. I have seen the growth, I have seen the development, what is happening in Gujarat and all over India because of the strong support of the Ayush ministry. Because the separate ministry, the concept of separate ministry, and itself is really a different concept by our Prime Minister. So thanks to the Prime Minister, his vision, and also thanks to the ministry for initiating a lot of research initiatives and educational initiatives for the betterment of Ayurveda and traditional medicine in general. Thank you.
Devanji, now we have our last speaker, Sri Rajiv Vasudevanji. And Rajiv Vasudevanji, he is an eminent speaker. Not only that, he is an IIM alumni, and he is an entrepreneur, as I mentioned. So maybe we will listen from him and another perspective of holistic healthcare, how he is thinking, how he is implementing that in his setups. So precision Ayurveda and integrative medicine is his topic. So Rajivji, the
Thank you very much, respected chair and my esteemed co-panelists. And I would like to begin by thanking the Department of Health and Family Welfare Gujarat for inviting me to be part of this deliberations. I hope I can contribute to the larger policy thought process in the state. So the topic assigned to me is the role of precision Ayurveda in integrative medicine, right? And in the allotted 15 minutes, 12 to 15 minutes, I'll speed through and then await questions after that. So if you look at the agenda, I'm going to talk about the context in which we need to look at policy making. What is the role of, what is precision Ayurveda, integrative medicine, and how does it lead to definition of a vision for Gujarat, right? Is it possible to add to that vision, the health vision? So the first slide coincides or is derived from something which Ms. Phyllis also did say, but the takeaway essentially is that you can see the disease burden in India has come down to that extent. But globally, one feature is while the number of dailies has plateaued, right? While the longevity has increased, but the improvements in daily is plateauing or reversing, notwithstanding the fact that people are living longer, which means you go to Japan, people would live to 90 or 85, but today they're not as healthy as they were earlier, right? So just living long is not sufficient. You have to live long, and that's the entire concept of Ayurveda, right? The knowledge of fulfilling your complete or self-actualizing your potential, not only in terms of longevity, but in terms of your self-actualization potential. So when you look at true holistic health, I just want to say, and we should understand, Ayurveda is the ultimate systems thinking applied to health. And this picture represents that. It talks about every human being being buffeted by stressors from the environment, whether it be physical, mental, spiritual, right? You may say under mental, you might bring in emotional as well. So if I look at that, we have to understand it's like being on a tightrope walking, particularly in today's environment. And why I want to stress, and Ms. Neelam, I want to say it's not just Chinese medicine, but man and environment was posited originally by Ayurveda, and it is the mother system of medicine. Forget about calling it an alternate system. It is absolutely a joke because it stems from ignorance to call it an alternate system, because it is the mother system of medicine of the world. And even to the extent there are historians who say the Greeks, many of the things which went from here, and I don't want to get into a longer deliberation on that, but we should understand that the concepts are timeless. Principles are universal in application. Now, when you look at this particular thing, the concept of homeostasis, which is as recent in modern medicine as 1876 or so, is being posited in Ayurveda 2.5 millennia back. So we'll understand how does this play out in practice. So the oft-quoted definition of good health by the WHO, which dates back to the 1976 period, goes back to 600 BC, where I talk not about disease as absence of disease, but the presence of positive parameters. Good sleep, good digestion, good bowel movement, good micturition, a calm state of mind. And as I tell here, clarity of senses, being alert. When you wake up in the morning, am I optimistic about life? So this is captured in a very precise shloka, right? You don't need to go back and say. So the whole thing about a healthy person is defined in positive terms. And I have played with that shloka to add good sleep and no pain to it. But otherwise, each of those things are there in the definition of Ayurveda as good health. So how does it achieve it? And we need to understand that holistic health, we need to look at it in 2 or 3 ways. It's not only physical, mental, spiritual, but also the approaches to health. So I was so happy to see Ms. Kim's slide. I'm taking advantage of your slide of social and behavioral characteristics. Not only bad habits, but the presence of good habits. What is the dinacharya? What is the ritucharya? What to do when? Today we are forgetting all of that, and we are trying to follow what is good for Italians is good for Italians. If I eat olive oil, it is not good for me. A Gujarati eating what is good for a Bengali or what is good for a Punjabi. It is not one size fits all. We're all a nation of multiple, people of different body types, metabolic types, food habits, seasons, and you can't have a one size fits all. So what this tells you, the most personalized and a complete approach of ahara, vihara, vichara, aushadha, kriya. One or more. If you catch a disease at an early stage, prevention, only appropriate diet, lifestyle. Today, with the burden of mental health being so much, stress, focus on these three. That's the social behavioral change that we should focus. Medicine where required, gentle medicine, herbal medicine, and where required, deep system cleansing therapies, which restores that homeostasis. And the fact that Ayurveda today plays a clearly complementary role. They don't compete, there's no need to compete. In fact, it is a Brahmastra, I say, for countries like India to reposition healthcare itself, healthcare systems. Let's not reduce it to a wellness massage kind of thing. It is a complete health system which is able to complement in every area other than emergency medicine. Pre-acute and subacute, post-acute, right? And as we'll understand, in all the mainstream conditions. Let me assure you, if any condition is mentioned here today, all the major Ayurveda institutions in the country are treating patients very effectively in these areas, right? We'll go to evidence as we go along. It's also important when we look at health that disease progression, right? When you take a country like India, 7 to 10 years prior to being diagnosed with diabetes, my insulin resistance has already peaked. But if I just go and measure my blood sugar, I'll be told I'm okay. But I'm already, the problem has set in. What Ayurveda does, as I can share this here, is that in that golden window of opportunity, figures out emerging risk factors, what we call the Manda Agni symptoms, the Agni going down, the Ama going up. All of this is posited in clearly depicted lakshanas, or the signs and symptoms depicted in the body. So we are able to pick that up and then catch it early. So this is one of the very powerful tools actually for India to effect what we call primary prevention, secondary prevention. So as we go in here, we have another facet to remember. This single cause, single effect, symptom-based approach that we take, we forget most people today suffer from multiple comorbidities. So my colleague, the gentleman from the US will agree, 76% of the Medicare bill goes to people with 5 or more chronic diseases, right? And we're talking about treating one disease or the other. We have to say reality is this. Even in India, we're going to get to this scenario. So we need a system which takes care of the person as a whole. That is holistic health. The fact that Ayurveda, and I would respectfully differ from respected Professor Jaydevan, there are many institutions today which practice extremely documented, thorough, protocol-based care. What I'm trying to show here in diabetes care, 3 patients, all in the 10% plus HbA1c level. The disease tree, personalized disease health tree, is different for all 3 of them. The factors which led them to have hyperglycemia, right, or increased sugar in the blood is not the same. You to treat them, Ayurveda posits a way to reverse the disease pathology tree right to the etiology. So reverse the etiopathogenesis. Ayurveda gives the most mature system of approach to treatment of serious diseases in the world. And one day, it'll be shown. I have 5 minutes, so I'm going to rush through. So the thing is that diabetes clinical outcomes at a mass level, you can see the level of outcomes that we are able to achieve. 100 mg per 92 mg per DL reduction for people with FBS about 200 mg. 2.2% reduction in HbA1c across a sample size of 49 people. So when you look at integrative medical care, we have to understand there are a lot of confusions about what this stands for. Integrative medical care is specialists from 2 systems of medicine working together in the best interest of the patient, right? Depending on the stage, each specialist, it's not mixopathy. It's not one doctor doing both. It is about people collaborating in the best interest. So this can go as an adjuvant therapy. It can go in palliation and rehabilitation. It can go into what is called therapeutic wellness and in promotive health. So as I'll show you, the best of both worlds in the best interest of the patient. So take this as an example. Stroke patient, first phase neurosurgery, next phase neurosurgery and physiatry. Third stage, physiatry and Ayurveda comes in. Ayurveda for functional health improvement. Fourth stage, Ayurveda becomes primary, neurosurgery and physiatry become. These are real cases that we treat today in our partner hospitals. So if you look at this, clinical outcomes very systematically derived, objective parameters where possible, international outcome scales, all of this can be applied. Nothing precludes the use of very standard objective measures in Ayurveda. And the fact, so these are all scales. In the interest of time, I'll quit. Integrated medicine, examples here being done today in oncology, in neurology, in nephrology. Right? Today, just today, we got a case of 8% or 9% serum creatinine down to 4% in about 3 weeks' time, right? In Aster CMI. So through Ayurveda medication, where the nephrologist and the Ayurveda doctor work together. So this is a very important slide. I'm coming towards the conclusion of my presentation. We have so focused on primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary healthcare, which are different ways to go and do hard interventions with a person. Let's look at truly in the preventive healthcare lens, where holistic healthcare at a community level can be imagined. We have to begin with primal prevention, the health of an expectant mother, so that the child yet to be born. Look at the state of affairs. Today, most of the states in India are plateauing in terms of the Niti Aayog's health performance index, right? You take the states which have leapfrogged. Today, Gujarat is at number 6. It was in the 4, 5, 6 rank earlier. But you see, the improvement in performance can happen only if we are able to tackle primal prevention, primary prevention, secondary prevention. So if I have an expectant mother, if I don't tackle the gestational diabetes, other issues, metabolic issues, I'm creating future generations of under-potential Indians, right? So that is where Ayurveda can play a very important role. Number 2, primal prevention. Apart from looking at clean water health and other things, clean water, mosquitoes, etc., Ayurveda can come in with a very positive regimen for underweight children. You can look at the diet lifestyle, which is conducive for these people. But secondary prevention and tertiary prevention is where Ayurveda will be truly marvelous in complementing modern medicine. 2/3 of healthcare demand today, and this is Government of India data, right? 2/3 of Indians die because of a chronic disease, non-communicable disease, not due to an acute emergency care. The single-minded obsession on just tertiary, quaternary care is making us miss the true picture. I want to suggest the state of Gujarat has done a fantastic job. I was so impressed today, right? Not just the pharma sector, 32% of national manufacturing, you contribute 28% of exports. Amazing performance. I mean, I was just mind-blowing. It was mind-blowing. But please remember that where will the next change? And dialysis, the kind of number of dialysis points that you've created is amazing. I think it's very important to see where do we achieve that next jump, quantum leap in healthcare indices. Final 2 points here, that medical value travel, right? The people who come to India are not many from the developed countries, OECD countries. Those who come to India, they come for Ayurveda and yoga, right? The data might tell you that, you can see here, that Ayurveda is at number 5 ranking for non-resident Indians in terms of the reason that they come. This is based on visa data with the Government of India. This is published data, right? So they're not coming for modern medicine. So NRIs, Gujarat has got such a huge diaspora. How do you reach out to them and tell that this is an Ayurveda destination, right? Also, Kerala, for example, right? 30% they state, I think it's even more, people from OECD countries come for Ayurveda and yoga. So the Ayurveda marketplace is very rich. You got products, services as an industry-led, growth-led state. There is a variety of services across curative, preventive, promotive, integrative, resorts, leisure, wellness, etc. And the fact that the Government of India, right, very ably led by the Rajesh Kotecha ji in the last 5 years and more, has ensured an ecosystem which has really come in. NABH is there, ISO standards for various areas has come there, appropriate integration is more and more welcomed by industry today, straddles disease management and well-being, insurance is approving, private medical insurance, IRDA, etc. Just 1 more minute. And talent pool, 40,000 doctors coming out every year. So this is a situation, research has been really supported, enabling government regulation. So we have a situation, the market is ready, the people are asking, right? Policymakers need to step forward and say, let's do the next step to make the supply of Ayush to the people more and more accessible. Entrepreneurship, Gujarat is a state of entrepreneurs. You create that small enabling environment in the state, whether it is giving capital to Ayush doctors to set up clinics and hospitals, accessing through state government cover Ayurveda. Uttarakhand today covers Ayurveda under their state government scheme. So these are the things that you'll do. Today, railways, defense are covering it. So through this approaches, many more entrepreneurs, doctor entrepreneurs will come. Huge employment opportunity, both within the state and for the world. Ayurveda is a high-touch business, high-touch in two ways, right? High-touch in physical, high-touch in emotional. And that is what today, I would say, most of modern types of services is lacking. It is very, very transactional, right? Operation kya niklo. Here we are able to bring the balance part. So I think we are able to complement this. And to sum up, globally, NCDs and chronic disease predominate. Ayurveda has got a huge role to play. Ayushman Bharat sooner than later will cover Ayurveda. That's our fervent hope. It is going to open up employment opportunities. There is going to be not just for disease, but for well-being, there will be different opportunities. Corporates are going in, and Ayurveda and yoga can address the health need gap very effectively. Huge employment potential right across this thing. My last slide, there is a vision for Gujarat and through Ayurveda. It is very clear with the demand, with the institutes of national importance in Jamnagar, Gujarat Ayurveda University, the only one in the country. You're looking at the scientific foundation through the Global Center for Traditional Medicine. The entire traditional medicine sector of the world today has headquartered. The intelligence is sitting right here in Gujarat. How does Gujarat leverage that, right? We can't just sit with the jewel in the backyard and ignore it. And the fact that extremely good quality colleges, I don't know if you're aware, but apart from Jamnagar, the Ahmedabad College, the Baroda College, the Surat, each of them produce Nadiad College, very good Ayurveda doctors. They should all be deployed to serve the people of this state. Ayurveda and yoga complete the healthcare value proposition, high value proposition, curative, preventive, promotive, as well as well-being. Leverage Ayurveda to serve citizens of Gujarat, India, and the world, and position Gujarat as a healthcare destination. The Heal in India program announced by the Honorable Prime Minister to make India a healthcare destination, Gujarat is very well poised to be that destination. It needs to take that commitment to Ayush and leverage all its strengths. Through that, health for everyone, everywhere, and at all times will be achieved. Thank you very much. These are the hospitals. I just want to tell you that we run. These are all NABH accredited and various recognitions right from Harvard to JCI, NABH, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajiv ji. So I am sure that the august audience must have enjoyed the most valuable talks by all four authors. They have delivered from all different perspectives of healthcare delivery, particularly holistic health. So I am fascinated to chair this session and then to be seated with these, very highly valued and accomplished experts. So we have few minutes. We can, if the audience wanted to raise some questions, they are welcome. We can take few questions, and then I will sum up this session. I think if we have started 15-20 minutes late, so we can stay to 15-20 minutes more. Not from now. We have started at 5:04, so I will finish at 5:35. Is it okay? Okay. So please, mic पहुंचाइए वहाँ.
My name is Dr. Pradeep Kansagra. I'm from Rajkot. I graduated from BJ Medical College 50 years ago. I did my yoga therapist course from S. Vyasa and Dr. Nagendraji, you might be knowing. And we have a kidney institute in Rajkot, BT Savani Kidney Hospital. Dr. Kotecha, sir, you may be aware of this hospital. We have 75,000 patients outdoor every year. We do 35 1,000 dialysis. My question and my request is to the government whether we can take benefit of this for research. Government should not request but order these kind of the institutes, because government has given us 3 acres of land. I served as a chairman in this institute, and it was rather my dream project. Now I live in USA for last 2 years. And good news is that I could cure my diabetes and hypertension with holistic approach. And we both are promoting this holistic approach in USA. So can we request all these institutes like our Kidney Institute plus the in civil hospital there is a very good kidney hospital, and Nadiyar, why these dialysis patients are so many, let us have some statistics, then only this new generation, they will agree with our Ayurveda, which is an excellent therapy. It is rightly said, it is a complementary, not an alternative. We also promote there as a complementary therapy. So this is my request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Just to, first of all, thank you for this wonderful offer. Let me extend some very important few information, from the government side, that recently Ayush and ICMR both they came out with this offer to the entrepreneurs, medical colleges, hospitals for an opportunity of Ayush ICMR Advanced Center for Integrative Health Research. So this offer is open, and please take advantage of this, having an Ayush ICMR Integrative Research Center at your facility. This is one. Second, that recently Government of India has both of the Ministry of Ayush and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, they sat together and evolved with, and decided to start an academic department in all new AIIMS. So earlier it was decided that there will be an service delivery facility of Ayush in AIIMS, but is not now limited to service delivery, but they will have integrated department of academic and research in all AIIMS. So this is a kind of very new development, and it also, is a pathway of having such kind of integration what Rajiv ji was suggesting. And third and last thing is that it is believed that this sector is nascent, and I'm seeing a lot of entrepreneurs sitting here. The giants of pharmaceutical sector are sitting here. So from government, I want to lure them, See, my agenda is very much clear, that this sector the size is somewhere between 400,000 and 450,000 crore rupee. So it's not small. It's not small anymore. As compared to 2014 study of CII, the sector size of manufacturing was only $3 billion. And as per the projection, as per the study of RIS done in 2021, it was 6 times in 2020, like $18 billion. And now, as per the projection in 2023, it is $24 billion. So from 3 billion to 24 billion is like 8 times in 9 years. So it's no more a nascent sector. So this is, please consider looking into this, not only a complementary model of evolving with a complementary model in your facility, both in service and in manufacturing, both, there is a huge scope. After COVID, there is a huge demand globally, huge acceptance, and now we are actually a leader in traditional medicine. We have been able to have a group of traditional medicine, an informal group at Geneva, where 39 countries came on board to join under India's leadership of this traditional medicine, kind of propagation and mainstreaming. So there is a lot going on, and Dr. Saab, please come forward, and we are happy to have you on board. Thank you. Anybody else, please?
Yes.
Haan, Saib.
Same, I'm Kanti Balani, OBGYN, but what I wanted to say, and it has been brought up very openly about the drug use and alcohol use, and I also have done alternate medicine and addiction medicine. So what I look at it here, that particular programs, which is known as de-addiction program, it's only 3 to 5 days acute care. Rest of the time it is all integrative medicine, holistic medicine, spiritual medicine, whatever way you want to say. And you know, Western country charging $30,000 to $40,000 a month. I think we can just do it the same thing here, and how to promote and how we can take advantage of integrative Ayurveda medicine or holistic approach to the addiction or de-addiction program. And I would be happy to work as a liaison between whatever the programs we decide, and also helping recovered people who become the guideline to the other people, which is known as peer recovery support program, which we need to do, which can give a job to a lot of people who are unfortunate, who has fallen into that crack. Thank you.
Sir, I'm happy to share that there is a like a thought synchronization that last week only, just last week, I had a detailed meeting with the Secretary, Social Justice and Empowerment Ministry, and they are this line ministry of de-addiction program. So we have committed to each other that we will have this integration and then Ayush intervention. We will create modules, we'll standardize, we'll do large-scale research, and then having implemented, in next few months. So it is already, last week only we have decided. So this is something very good that I am happy to share with you. Now we can take 2 more questions, other than you, sir.
Yeah, I'll be happy to share all the protocols and
Please.
all the guidelines which we already have formed for last 10 years.
Immediately after this meeting, I would like to meet you.
Thank you, sir.
And we have 2 more questions, scope of 2 more questions.
See, I'm Dr. Jayachandran from Kerala, practicing in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad. See, we have got very wonderful crafted theoretical Ayurveda and very diagnostic-based, realistic treatment base. How we can able to merge these 2 entities as per the modern demand, one. And second one, instead of giving alternative medicine, it is better to pronounce as practicing medicine. And Ayurveda has to go for a practicing medicine. So instead of mentioning into alternative or theoretical, I think it limits the caliber of Ayurveda in a very true positive sense.
2 things I want to mention. Actually, I am happy that all the questions are coming to me, and I have taken over. It's not right because the experts are sitting here. But 2 things I want to mention very categorically, very specifically. One is that these diagnostic protocols are science, mainstream science. Either is a biology, physics, or chemistry. It's not allopathy. It's a science. Came out from the basic science. So that is why in last few years, we have categorically developed this ecosystem and thought process that these diagnostic methods are for the health and not a particular area of health. Is all health systems can use it and should use it. And there are a lot of standards developed of interpretation. This is one thing. Second thing, you mentioned about how we can mainstream, how we can understand. So I am happy to announce, happy to mention that on the 10th, in the coming week, we are sitting on 5th of January, after 5 days, WHO is launching a TM2 module, Traditional Medicine 2 module of ICD-11, where morbidity codes of Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani is being published by WHO at ICD-11. We all are professionals, so we know how much important it is. It will create an interface of understanding between the conventional medicine system and traditional medicine system, because this will enable these doctors to understand what Ayurveda people are saying and what we are talking about, a particular morbidity code number 111 or 112, what they are understanding, what we are understanding. And that is a big convergence. The possibility of big convergence is there. High-end research is there. High-end evidence generations are there. And insurance portability, insurance coverages, standardization of insurance, there are so many possibilities. That is being happened. So Government of India has supported this initiative. And I would like to just mention a small comparison that in TM1 module, there is a TCM included, traditional Chinese medicine, is already published. It took 10 years to get it published. And this TM module 2, in which Ayurveda Unani Siddha is being published, it happened in only 3.5 years. So this is also a big achievement, and I think it needs big applause. You know, it's a little bit of is not required. Thank you so much. So I think we have only last question.
Can I?
Okay.
When we usually talk about the acceptance of Ayurveda, especially in the non-Ayurvedic world, we talk about preventive medicine, or at the most we talk about treating non-communicable diseases. Somewhere we have lost that we also have a very good heritage in different surgeries also in Ayurveda, which are now being accepted very slowly though, but which are now being accepted globally. So can we do something regarding even this, just besides we always talk about just preventive and non-communicable diseases.
Thank you. Actually, Medhaji, we all know that recently Government of India has actually notified a gazette notification of having certain number of surgical practices which can be done by an Ayurvedic surgeons. So it is all there, and government is supporting this initiative based on evidences and skill set and competence, all those things. So now maybe we are at the end, and the whole discussion, all questions were surrounded to, and overpowered by Ayush. So I should not, allow that to happen. So let me, summarize the experts' views. I will just speak very briefly, but it is needed to have this, a perspective of a third person on what experts actually has said. So Ms. Kim, she actually highlighted the need by, she have presented both lot of documentation about the incidences and DALY, burden, etc. And then she has proposed a model, a holistic healthcare model. And she said specifically it should be patient-centric. And it should be backed with the technology, particularly digital solutions and community-based solutions, and not hospital-based solutions only. So that is very important takeaway, what she mentioned. And actually, this suggestion has a potential of reducing the exchequer's burden a lot, because as mentioned by all the speakers, that usually when we talk about the healthcare delivery, we have more attention to secondary and tertiary care, and we forget about the patient-centric care or holistic care and taking care of their health and not the disease. So this is very important suggestion. I must compliment Ms. Kim about this. And she also talked about AI-based solutions in all area of healthcare, how to provide better healthcare services in changing world, future healthcare systems. She suggested about not only community-based care, but long-term convergence, long-term patient care solutions, proactive, predictive, and personalized care is known as PPP care. So this model is also now very, that is what Rajiv ji also mentioned about this precision personalized care. And also, she talked about SBC, that is social and behavior change, and that area usually we miss when we talk about the healthcare. So she effectively have communicated about that. And she also mentioned about these medical technologies and its convergence with SBC interventions. So it is very important takeaway. And also MedTech leading to NCD delivery and leading to health outcomes at a very low cost. So that's a solution that she have suggested. And this is a wonderful, talk about looking at the technology and providing healthcare solutions in a holistic way. Ms. Neelam, she is from MSH, and she mentioned about the definition. I would like to suggest a small correction to her, presentation, that she mentioned about Susuta's definition, and it missed about the, this aspect of Prasannat Mendriya Manaha. So it is not only a physical thing or dosha dhatu mala or agni, but it is also talked about the Atma, Indriya, and Mana in Susutra definition. One small suggestion I also should have, that you mentioned about WHO definition, you mentioned about TCM definition, so it would be appropriate if you mentioned about the Ayurveda definition in place of Susutra definition. So then also you have suggested, you have mentioned about this model of Korea, Japan, and China. I'm sorry, China, Korea, and Japan. And then, I want to, inform the august audience one important, interesting thing, that we are supporting policy research to RIS. RIS is Research in and Information System in Asian countries. Is an autonomous body of Ministry of External Affairs. Is a policy research institute. And then we are supporting with this FITM is a forum of Indian traditional medicine. And lot of policy research they did for Ministry of Ayush. One of the interesting research they did is a China paper. So they have extensively studied TCM from the perspective of India. And they published this China paper, which is in public domain. And it is interesting that, we have this narrative. This narrative is that China has very effectively integrated the traditional medicine and Chinese medicine, but on the ground it is something different. There is something different is there. So this China paper discusses about that. The other thing is China-Korea model or Korea model or Japan model. So, and then she mentioned that India is at somewhere between this Korea and Japan model. I have a sincere, differences with your statement. And because I'm working at the mainstream government, and then I'm looking at, I'm having a lot of evidences what I'm telling. Probably we can mention that India's model is something very different. We cannot, compare it with China model or Japan model or Korea model. It's different. We have pluralistic model implemented in a very different way. So that could be the, a thought, kind of a, food for thought. Then she interestingly mentioned about multiple stakeholders. All of them shall work together. That is very apt suggestion. Without having these multiple stakeholders come together, nothing will happen. And financing, who will finance? So there's a big question, and she had also suggested the solutions. So it's not only she has raised the question, she had provided the possible solutions about increasing the funding, increasing the state funding, or private sector involvement, and so many such things she has mentioned. She has also mentioned about NRHM, NAM, National Ayush Mission, National Health Mission. Maybe there are more information available on the public domain about these missions activity and actual delivery at the ground level. Then consideration at the end, she suggested policies, structures, relationship between players, resource requirements, and her MSH is having this 5-pronged strategy: localization, focus, unlock, demonstrate, and mobilize. And that is wonderful, It's providing a whole, kind of approach to the holistic health. So thank you, Nilamji, for that. Dr. Jaydevan, also I have a sincere disagreement with some of his statements. He did a very good SWOT analysis, but Professor Jaydevan, I think you should be updated more what is happening on the ground. And he has mentioned a lot of weaknesses. So weaknesses are there, but this is what we are hearing since the last 70 years. But what has changed in last 5-6 years, I think you should capture that. But other than that, his presentation was talking about a very, holistically about the importance of evidence generation, importance of research, importance of how we can do it, importance of public health delivery system, and then so on. Comprehensive wellness, standardization, personalized medicine, patient safety, clinical efficacy, validity. So whenever we talk about holistic healthcare, we should not just talk about the evidences, but we should talk about patient safety also. We should talk about the standardization of the treatment also. We should talk about clinical efficacy also. This is a new thought process which he has brought in his talk. Lastly, Sri Rajiv Vasudevan has, all fresh, and he has challenged actually government of Gujarat. And he has, government of Gujarat is sitting here. So I would like to, pass this, his challenge to government of Gujarat for this opportunity of of catching it up. So there is a you know, a kind of a narrative that Kerala is a destination for the Panchakarma and Ayurveda. It is more of a marketing effort, you know. We all know that our former CEO of Niti Ayog, he was there in Kerala and he was looking up to tourism. It was his idea to place Kerala at this, you know, as God's own country and then destination Ayurveda. And it has created miracles. So Kerala became a destination. But, you know, I would suggest that Gujarat also can become a destination. That is what Rajiv ji said. And then he had talked about, you know, precision Ayurveda with lot of evidences. He had actually explained some of the case records, you know, masking the names, but these are real true because I've seen those and I've studied those, you know, evidences. So he's not just talking, but he's actually doing it in hospitals. So that provides an perspective that can we deliver in the area of as an adjuvant or in integrative care, in ophthalmology, in the oncology, in neurology, in nephrology, and a lot of hospitals in India are doing it actually. And that is what our Dr. Savani also has mentioned. And then, you know, he talked about a definition of integrative medical care and not only adjuvant but rehabilitation, therapeutic wellness, promotive health, and so on. And when he talked about personalized medicine, he talked about locally cultural sensitive diet and lifestyle, which is very important. And that is well, you know, going with the statement of Ms. Lee about, you know, this precision. No, Ms. Neelam's statement about precision, personalized, and predictive medicine and promotive medicine. So I'm very much fascinated. I learned a lot from all the experts. Thanks for that. And thank you so much for participating. Thank you so much. And we close this session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, distinguished dignitaries and esteemed panelists, for your valuable time and thought-provoking insights on steering discussion on this topic. I now take this opportunity to felicitate you all with a token of appreciation. For that, I request Dr. V. Vasuki, Officer on Special Duty, SHSRC, to felicitate Ms. Phyllis Kim, Senior Health Specialist, World Bank. I request Dr. Mansi Mankiwala, State Consultant RBSK and Maternal Health, to come forward, please, to felicitate Ms. Neelam Makhijani, Country Director, Management Sciences for Health. I request Vaidya Alpesh Jarsania, sir, Deputy Director Ayurved, Directorate of Ayush, Gujarat, to please come forward to felicitate Vaidya C.V. Jayadevan, Principal, VPSC Ayurveda College, Kerala. I request Vaidya Hemant Joshi, Assistant Director Ayurved, Directorate of Ayush, Gujarat, to felicitate Mr. Rajiv Vasudevan, MD and CEO, Apollo Ayurved Hospitals. I request Vaidya Jayesh Parmar, Director Ayush, Gujarat, to felicitate Padma Shri Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha, sir, Secretary Ayush, Government of India. Thank you very much, everyone. What an excellent and insightful discussion we have had all day. As we near the end of this remarkable gathering, on behalf of Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Gujarat, I extend thank you for your time and patience. Thank you very much.